Chapter 649. The energy shot out. Accompanied by a strange silver-white stream of light, the divine shield on Mailer's body suddenly shattered like an eggshell. With Soren's terrifying attack speed, the opponent's divine shield was broken in the blink of an eye. In terms of attack speed, the god of the hunt could not be faster than Soren, who had mastered perfect dual wielding. In terms of dodging ability, he could not have accumulated more dodging than Soren. His biggest advantage was that he was far thicker than Soren. A conservative estimate of the life force of this god was close to 800 points. If not for pale justice, Soren would not have been able to defeat him head-on. The reason was simple. Mailer's lethality was very high, and his terrifying strength was enough to make up for his lack of speed. If they had to fight to the end, then there was no doubt that the god of the hunt, Mailer, would win. But now that Soren had pale justice in his hands, the result was completely different. 5 slashes to break the shield. Pale justice had terrifying attributes: plus 15 sharpness, plus 13 penetration, plus 15 toughness, plus 13 armor break, plus 15 holy damage. If these attributes could be described in one sentence, it would be as easy as cutting tofu to cut through the dragon scales on a dragon's body. Pale justice was one of the sharpest weapons in the material plane, because it was given a perfect blade when it was first made, and this was when it was not blessed with divine power. With the absolute advantage of the weapon, and with the faster attack speed, Mailer's attack speed was much faster. Soren's damage was almost double that of the god of the hunt, Mailer. Any attack was enough to exceed hundreds of points of damage. After the divine shield blocked about 600 points of damage, it finally exploded in the silver-white stream of light. God's descent. A trace of panic appeared on the face of the god of the hunt, Mailer. At this moment he felt that death was approaching. So he did not hesitate to activate his last life-saving card, the special power brought by the ability of divinity. God's descent. It greatly strengthened his saint form, and temporarily restored a part of his power in the form of a god. Strengthened constitution. Strengthened strength. Strengthened resistance. Immune to spells. The body of the god of the hunt, Mailer, was wrapped in divine power. It looked as if he had returned to his original form. The form of a true god was pure energy, so it was not as restricted as the form of a saint. At this moment, he was about 1/3 of the power of a deity, and the immunity effect brought by the power of the divinity allowed him to directly ignore the damage of cold, fire, acid, poison, lightning, and so on. At the same time, it greatly increased his resistance to physical damage. If other people encountered such a situation, they would be at a loss. Elemental damage was basically ineffective, and physical damage reduction was as high as 90%, equivalent to the damage reduction of a demigod lich. Any magical damage would not have any effect on him. In such a situation, there was basically no way to fight. Clang, clang, clang. Soren's figure continuously retreated. He held the silver blade of Gith in one hand and pale justice in the other. He stared at the opponent in front of him. I must drag it out until the effect of the avatar ends. As a legendary rogue who had experienced the most turbulent period of the avatar crisis, Soren knew very well that no one could kill a god directly when the avatar was activated. Mailer was now close to the form of a god, and the form of a god was rarely killed by mortals in the long history. Although Soren was also a god, the avatar crisis left him with the most basic form of a saint. This gap could not be made up. Mailer was immune to most of the elemental attacks, and he also had up to 90% damage reduction in the form of a god. In a head-on confrontation, Soren would be the one who would be exhausted to death. At this point, even if he had pale justice, it would be useless. The damage reduction was too high. It could break the opponent's defense, but it could not seriously injure him. Only when the time of the avatar ended could Soren kill Mailer. This was something that he was very glad about. In the context of the avatar crisis, the power of all gods was greatly weakened. Even the powerful Queen of Spiders could only maintain the avatar crisis for a short time. The situation of the battle was reversed all of a sudden. Soren became a person who kept pulling away and stalling for time, while Mailer, the god of the hunt, chased after him like a madman. It seemed that if he was a little slower, he might not be able to recover. The power of a god was very short. According to Soren's estimation, Mailer, the god of the hunt, could only maintain the avatar crisis for about 30 seconds at most. After 30 seconds, it would be time to decide the outcome. Shadow hide. Shadow leap. Rogues had a natural advantage in survival. If Soren did not want to face Mailer, the god of the hunt, head-on, he always had a way to get rid of him. Anxiety spread on the face of the god of the hunt. If Soren was a warrior, he could kill Mailer in 3 seconds, but Soren was a rogue, a damn rogue with high agility, evasion, and stealth. Time ticked by. No one dared to approach the avatar crisis, but as time went by, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards Soren. His divine power was burning. The divine power of Mailer was almost exhausted. Princess Royal was waiting for the opportunity outside the battlefield. As a powerful spellcaster, she was not afraid that the god of the hunt could kill her in seconds. This was the confidence of a peak mage. In a real top-level battle, the most powerful damage output would never be a mage, but no one could compare with a mage in terms of the most powerful field control. The main damage output was always the melee type. It was difficult for a pure elemental mage to survive into the realm of legends. Tick. At this moment, Soren even seemed to hear the ticking of time. When the god of the hunt, Mailer's divine form ended, he directly shuttled through the shadows and appeared beside him again. The avatar crisis was over. Now it was his turn to fight to his heart's content. Just as Soren rushed to the side of the god of the hunt, Mailer, Princess Royal also quickly approached the opponent. She completed the casting action at an amazing speed. And then a huge palm appeared on the head of the god of the hunt, Mailer. Bigby's Capture Palm. Level 7 spell. God-slaying spell. A trace of shock appeared in Soren's eyes, but he did not hesitate in his actions. In an instant he waved his sharp blade and swept over. The third move of Bigby's 5 consecutive palms. Although it wasn't the most powerful legendary spell, Bigby's Crushing Palm, Bigby's Grappling Palm still had a huge advantage in controlling the enemy. These 5 combat wizard spells had always been known as the real god-slaying spell. In combat applications, their effects were much more powerful than the low-level Melf's Minute Meteors. The latter could only barely break through the defense, while the former could even control a god in the form of a saint. A huge energy palm caught the god of the hunt, Mailer, and temporarily restrained him in place. Bigby's Capture Palm, Level 7 spell. Bigby's Capture Palm can directly capture the opponent with a giant energy hand. Its capture bonus is your spellcaster level plus your intelligence adjustment, mage, wisdom adjustment, priest, or charm adjustment, warlock. The basic strength of this giant energy hand is 35 points, and the upper limit of the capture bonus is 12 points. The captured enemy must be judged by strength to determine whether they can break free. If the difference in strength is too great, the enemy will be directly crushed. God-slaying spell. As a 7th circle spell that wasn't very advanced, Bigby's Grappling Palm could summon a giant energy hand with a base strength of 35 points to grab the opponent. According to the Warlock standard, after 10 points of charm, every 2 points of charm would add an additional 1 point of grappling strength. Soren was not very clear about Princess Royal's charm attribute, but it was definitely above 30 points. Then according to 30 points, the value of this spell was as high as 45 points of strength. 45 points of strength. There were probably not many people in the entire material plane who could achieve this, right? It could be said that an enemy with a weaker strength would be directly crushed by it. And even if their strength was high enough, they would certainly be trapped for a period of time. This was how the god-slaying spell got its name. To deal with this kind of spell, it was basically impossible to resist it. One could only rely on various methods to avoid it, or the ability to resist evocation and force field spells. Bigby's 5 consecutive palms were all energy force field spells. No. A desperate roar sounded. The god of the hunt, Mailer, was extremely frightened to find that he could not break free from the control of Bigby's Capture Palm. Strength over 45 points. If only Princess Royal was present, he had enough confidence to rely on his powerful immunity and elemental resistance to resist the spell until it failed. But if Soren was added, then the possibility of him surviving was infinitely close to zero. A gust of wind blew. Soren's whole person turned into a shadow all over the sky, and the ability of perfect dual-wielding was fully displayed in an instant. His sword attacks fell on the body of the god of the hunt, leaving countless scars on his opponent's body in an instant. Sword form beheading. Spinning slash. With blood gushing out, the head of the god of the hunt, Malor, flew in the cold light of the sword, and then his huge body fell to the ground. At the last moment before death, he slowly said a sentence. The hunter has finally become the prey. A wave of divine power gushed out. The divine power visible to the naked eye turned into a golden light and exploded. Unlike any target that Soren had killed in the past, the power of the god of the hunt, Malor, did not all pour into his body. Shards of divinity. The power of a true god would explode when they died, and the divinity they possessed would directly form shards of divinity. Only the power that was suitable for Soren could be absorbed by him. For example, the ability of evil, hunting, tracking, and so on. If it was the power of the Chaos realm, then it would be scattered directly on the battlefield, and the realm of chaos would also condense a corresponding shard of divinity. This power was not something that Soren could absorb. If he did, it would have a huge impact on him. The sky was full of golden light. A considerable part of the divine power poured into Soren's body, while a small part poured into Princess Royal's body. This kind of explosion of divinity was full of randomness. Even some non-legendary level figures on the battlefield had integrated 1 point of divinity from the god of hunting, due to some unknown compatibility. This divinity might not be able to increase his strength, but it was very likely to change his fate. The power was divided into 3 parts. The largest portion poured into Soren's body, because there were too many abilities that were compatible with him. Hunting, tracking evil, power, and so on. Princess Royal only absorbed a small part of the divine power. She selectively integrated part of it, and the rest was directly abandoned by her. If it was not compatible, more divinity was not necessarily better. A faint silver-white light. From the corpse of the god of the hunt, Malor, another large part of the divine power emerged. This power was not absorbed by Soren, but flew to the edge of the battlefield. The divinity of the war creature. The moon realm. A large part of the divinity and realm power of the god of the hunt, Malor disappeared and integrated into a clone that suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield. The Lady of the Silver Moon. Soren turned his head, and his expression seemed to be quite dissatisfied. He looked at the clone of the god that was covered in silver-white light outside the battlefield. The other party took a part of his spoils. Even if this part of the spoils was not compatible with him, the behavior of not taking it for oneself still made him unhappy. Chapter 650. Racial conflict. The clergy of any race had huge restrictions. For example, Soren's half-elf clergy could only be absorbed because he was a half-elf. The clergy of the war creature was almost completely opposite to his. Even if Soren killed the god of the hunt, Malor, it was still easily taken away by the incarnation of the Silver Moon Lady. She also had the clergy of the war creature, and her compatibility with it should be the highest among all the gods. The Silver Moon Lady Soren. Soren looked at her silently. His expression was very dignified, and there seemed to be a trace of hostility. Facing Soren's hostility, the Silver Moon Lady's expression was also very cautious. However, after all, she did not come in her true form. Instead, a god's incarnation appeared here and took away the divinity, so the conflict was not fierce to the extent that the two sides directly attacked each other. For a god, an incarnation was only a part of their power. Even if the incarnation was killed, it was not enough to seriously injure a god. The consequences of starting a war would be very heavy for both sides. After all, the background of the Avatar crisis was here, and there were too many people who were covetously eyeing them. Chaotic good Soren. Lawful evil Soren. From the perspective of camp, the two were simply standing on opposite sides. However, Soren had always been a very restrained person, so he silently looked at the Silver Moon Lady in front of him and slowly said, "Your Excellency, Silver Moon Lady, today, you seem to owe me a big favor." The Silver Moon Lady was silent. After a moment, she nodded slightly and then gently bowed, acknowledging Soren's words. The silver light dissipated. After taking away the clergy of the Workreacher and the Moon Domain, the Silver Moon Lady's figure disappeared. She admitted that she owed Soren a big favor. Although they were on opposite sides from the perspective of a god, the two sides at most did not see eye to eye with each other. It was not to the extent of fighting. The Silver Moon Lady had a bigger plan. And Soren was not willing to easily start a war with such a goddess. You did the right thing by not being impulsive. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, Princess Royal's figure appeared beside Soren. The temperature around her body was very low, and Soren even suspected that she didn't have the body temperature of a normal person. It was obvious that she had lost control of her strength, and he could feel it during the battle. Princess Royal watched the incarnation of the Lady of Silvermoon disappear and said slowly, "Soren is one of the oldest gods. She was born before the material plane. No matter how weak she is now, not fighting with her is the best decision." Silvermoon Lady Soren. She was once one of the gods closest to the greater divine power. In her battle with the Lady of the Night, the terrible energy storm formed the first great god, the Lord of Storms. The battle between the two goddesses did not stop. In their second round of confrontation, the material plane gave birth to a natural will, Mother Earth. The battle finally reached its climax. In their new round of battle, the uncontrollable energy caused the strength of the two goddesses to be greatly reduced, and as a result, a third great divine power was born, the goddess of magic. To be honest, if possible, Soren absolutely did not want to fight with the Lady of Silvermoon, because she could really teach him a lesson in minutes. Of course, the premise was that she could recover her original strength. The battle was finally over. Killing gods didn't give you much loot, because although they had lost their connection with the Divine Kingdom, they had their own independent space. It was difficult for outsiders to find and open this kind of extra-dimensional space, so you couldn't find much loot on the corpses of gods. The only thing left by the god of the hunt, Malor, was the +3 artifact, the Claw of the Beast. This artifact still had some of the power of the god of the hunt, so it could be absorbed or used to make a new artifact. He did not touch the things of the legends. The legends who came here basically had strong backgrounds, so there was no need to provoke enemies for no reason. Besides, Soren already had enough enemies. But in the end he still took Pale Justice away. There was no reason. This most powerful artifact in the material plane could not be left here. Even if Soren could not possess it, he still had to take it away. After killing the god of the hunt, Malor, a row of crazy data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Target killed. You killed the god of the hunt, Malor. Target's soul energy has been extracted. You received 375,000 slaughter EXP. Warning. Warning. Unknown energy interference. Part of soul energy cannot be absorbed. Part of divinity and divine kingdom has been extracted by an unknown target. Part of target's soul energy has been extracted by an unknown target. You received 285,000 slaughter EXP. The souls of the gods were very powerful. It was mentioned before that if a mortal was lucky enough to kill a god, then it was possible to directly advance into the realm of legends. The slaughter EXP brought by the god of the hunt, Malor, was almost comparable to all the slaughter EXP Soren had accumulated in the past. Below was the second row of data. Target killed. You successfully killed the god of the hunt, Malor. Target is in the form of a saint. Target's divinity has been extracted. You received 23 divinity points. Part of divinity has been lost. Target has divinity. Target's divinity has been absorbed. Target's divinity has been extracted. You received 25 divinity points. Part of divinity has been lost. A part of the divinity had been absorbed by the Princess Royal. The Silvermoon Lady took the biggest part, a Beastman Divine Kingdom and a Moon Domain, which represented a corresponding part of the divinity and divinity. Soren's loss of divinity and divinity was probably close to 20 points. That was why he said that the Silvermoon Lady owed him a big favor, and the Silvermoon Lady also nodded and admitted it. But this was just the beginning. There was a lot of data behind, mainly the divine kingdom and domain of the god of the hunt, Malor. You successfully killed a god. You successfully killed the lesser divine god of the hunt, Mailer. Your Godslayer background ability has been upgraded. Your existence has affected the structure of the gods. Godslayer Soren, legendary background ability. The moment you successfully killed a god again, your existence has deeply attracted the attention of many powerful beings in the multiverse. Whether it is the gods of the heavens, the demons of the abyss, the devils of hell, or the evil gods in the dark corners, they have all begun to shift part of their attention to you. This is a display of power, and also a special challenge. Some of the gods will see you as an enemy, and some will see you as a potential ally. But there are more gods who are silently watching you. But no matter what, your existence has been recognized by the gods, and you stand at the same height as them. Legend plus 100, Intimidation plus 200, Negotiation plus 100. All of your tests of immunity will have an additional 2 points of Godslayer value. Remark: the current legend has reached the limit of the material plane. Then there were other data notifications. Target killed. Target has the Beastman Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom extraction failed. You cannot absorb any power of this Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom power transfer. Target has the Hunting Divine Kingdom. Hunting Divine Kingdom extraction successful. You have obtained part of the information of the Hunting Divine Kingdom. Divine power conversion. Hunting Divine Kingdom can be mastered, or it can be transformed into the Slaughter Divine Kingdom. Transforming into the Slaughter Divine Kingdom will lose most of the power of the Hunting Divine Kingdom. You already have the information of the Slaughter Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom conversion will directly master the Slaughter Divine Kingdom. It was a difficult choice. Soren had to make a choice: to inherit the Hunting Divine Kingdom, or to rely on his own Son of Slaughter ability to transform it into the Slaughter Divine Kingdom. In terms of power increase, there was no doubt that the Hunting Divine Kingdom was greater. But in terms of growth potential, the Slaughter Divine Kingdom could finally enter the ranks of the Greater Divine Kingdom. If he had the Slaughter Divine Kingdom, Soren would have the possibility to directly master the Slaughter Divine Kingdom in the future. There was a limit to the power increase of a god. For example, the vampire deity, Reinhardt, he first dabbled in the Hunting Divine Kingdom and tried to master the Hunting Divine Kingdom. In the end, he died in the hands of Soren. So Soren also had a part of the Hunting Divine Kingdom's power, but he transformed it into the Slaughter Divine Kingdom's information. Hunting and Slaughter. Although it looked similar, in fact, the difference between the two was quite huge. The Hunting Divine Kingdom only gave birth to Mailer, but the Slaughter Divine Kingdom gave birth to too many powerful gods. Soren had to make a choice. If he chose the Hunting Divine Kingdom, it would take a lot of effort to transform it in the future. It was clear just by looking at Mailer, who was still the god of hunting after so long. If he chose the Slaughter Divine Kingdom, it was equivalent to giving up a part of the Hunting Divine Kingdom's power and directly merging it with the Slaughter Divine Kingdom. There was no need to engage in some superficial hunting. Instead, it was the most basic form of killing power. If he chose this, it would be very easy for Soren to master the Slaughter Divine Kingdom in the future. It was even possible for him to condense the Slaughter Divine Kingdom without killing other gods. Note: extending from a divine kingdom to a divine kingdom requires time, events, and opportunities. At this time, he had to make a choice. Chapter 651. Convert Slaughter Domain. In the end, Soren chose the Slaughter Domain with more potential. The Hunting Domain was a bit useless to him because his followers did not rely on hunting for a living. Even if it was related to killing, Soren was mostly involved in war. There were a lot of wars in Mordor, so it was not likely to be hunting. The god of the hunt, Mailer, was able to use the Hunting Domain very well because he mastered the Beastfolk Domain. This was an extension of the survival characteristics of the race, but it was almost difficult for Soren to use the full power of the domain. A row of data appeared in front of him. Conversion successful. Extracting the core power of Hunting Domain. You have mastered a new domain ability, Slaughter. Note: followers and priests can access the Slaughter Domain. You have lost part of the power of hunting domain. Slaughter domain. It was one of the most powerful domain abilities in the evil faction. If it could be combined with the destruction domain, then it could create a greater divine power god. Unfortunately, Soren was not very interested in destruction. Then there were other domain information. Target has the tracking domain. Tracking domain has been successfully extracted. You have acquired part of the information of the tracking domain. Divine power conversion. You have mastered a new domain, tracking. Passive effect. Listen plus 150, search plus 200, detect plus 200, survival plus 200. Followers and priests can access the tracking domain. Target has the beast domain. The extraction of the divine domain failed. You cannot absorb any power of this domain. Domain power transfer. Beast domain. It occupied a small part of the power of the god of the hunt, Mailer. It was the golden light that exploded after killing him. Soren could not absorb the power of this domain, nor could the Princess Royal. Even the Lady of Silvermoon could not absorb it. The power of the domain was broken into many parts, including a small amount of divinity and divinity, which were scattered on the battlefield. Some of them even flew to an unknown location. This kind of situation also happened in the Avatar Crisis. The luckiest guy even picked up a shard of godhood in the wild. However, these were all very fragmented powers. The beast, divinity was of no use to Soren. Instead, it could cause his original power system to become chaotic. Mailer was a beast with high intelligence, and this divinity could cause his body to collapse. Change his form to become half-human, half-beast. The target has the animal domain. Animal domain extraction failed. You are unable to absorb any energy from this domain. Divine power transfer. The second ability that couldn't be absorbed. Soren basically did not have much connection with animals, unless he was a droll. The divinity scattered among the ordinary people on the battlefield should be the ability of the animal domain, because the lucky one was a wild droll. The target has the chaos domain. The extraction of the chaos domain failed. You are unable to absorb any energy from this domain. Divine power transfer. The third ability that couldn't be absorbed. Soren's alignment was very firm, so the chaos domain was quite repulsive to him. The target has the evil domain. Evil domain extraction successful. You have obtained part of the information of the evil domain. Divine power transfer. Ability upgrade. You have mastered a new domain, evil. Note: believers and priests can access the evil domain. Ability fusion. You have mastered a new ability, evil aura. He finally mastered a aura ability. Although Soren had the divinity of fear, he had not reached the level of fear aura. Perhaps he would have to wait until he mastered the relevant domain. Currently, evil aura was the first aura ability he mastered. It was a passive domain that could be activated at any time. The target has the moon domain. Moon domain extraction failed. You are unable to absorb any energy from this domain. Divine power transfer. The fourth ability that couldn't be absorbed. This power was taken away by the Lady of Silvermoon. The moon was her core power. The target has the strength domain. Strength extraction successful. You have obtained part of the information of the strength domain. Divine power transfer. Ability upgrade. Your basic strength has permanently increased by 2 points. Note: your ability is not enough to directly master the strength domain. He did not directly master the strength domain. Soren was not surprised because the god of the hunt, Mailer, had only dabbled in the strength domain. He did not directly master the core power of this domain. The core of strength was in the hands of the orc gods. Mailer had only dabbled in this domain. Divinity, priesthood, and divine domain were all integrated. Soren's harvest was naturally the biggest, but because he clashed with the god of the hunt, he could not really absorb much power. A chaotic evil. A lawful evil. The core power of the god of the hunt, Mailer, was partly in chaos and partly in war creatures. These two forces were quite repulsive to Soren, and in the end he could only benefit the Lady of Silvermoon. The other party was chaotic good. Conservatively speaking, the Lady of Silvermoon combined the three forces of chaos, war creatures, and the moon. The power of divinity was absorbed. However, the real transformation still took some time. Soren had to erase the residual consciousness of Maler in the divinity. After any god died, there would be something left. He had to make sure that the other party was completely dead. However, there was still the most important thing to do now. After Soren left the battlefield, he immediately began to mobilize his own power of law and temporarily entered a higher state than the saint form. Divine fragment extraction. Soren began to extract the divine fragment he had just absorbed. With the distortion of the surrounding space, a crystal-clear fragment of divine fragment appeared in his palm. It was now the time of the Avatar crisis. The gods could not give others power at will. In normal times, Soren could directly use his power to promote a weak god, although the price was high. But now he could only use this method to extract divine fragment. This fragment of divine fragment was prepared for Vivian. In terms of divine power, Vivian had absorbed so many Sons of Fear that she was basically not much lower than Soren. However, if it was the power of divine fragment, she was afraid that she basically did not have it at present. Soren directly condensed 10 points of divine fragment. In this way, as long as Vivian absorbed its power, it would be enough to reach the standard of godhood. And he himself just had 30 points of divine fragment. He could prepare to upgrade to lesser divine power. It was not easy to upgrade the power of a god, especially during the time of troubles. Soren had to replenish his divine power to permanently increase the upper limit of divine power. Under normal circumstances, the power of the gods was directly connected to the divine kingdom. When they needed to upgrade, they could directly extract the power of the divine kingdom. But now all the gods had lost their connection with the divine kingdom, and could only rely on themselves to slowly accumulate power. The foundation of the god of the hunt, Maler, was still very rich. After all, he was an old god who had existed for a long time. According to Soren's estimation, the total divinity of the other party should be about 60 points, and the total value of divine fragment should be about 50 points. It did not reach the standard of intermediate divine power, but it was still much stronger than other, lesser divine power gods. There were too many conflicting factions between the two sides. Otherwise, the god of the hunt, Maler, would probably be able to provide Soren with more divinity and divine fragment. Chapter 652. A battle of killing a god had come to an end. Soren's harvest was still relatively rich, but it would take some time to completely digest it. The power of the gods had some particularities. When absorbing the divinity and clergy of others, it was not too much to be careful. But now Soren still had a sweet potato in his hand, which was one of the most powerful artifacts in the material plane. Pale Justice. Soren did not want to return this weapon to the paladins of the God of Light. The reason was very simple. They were all stubborn and had been at the forefront of the fight against evil. If he returned it to them, they might use it against him in the future. But Soren definitely could not keep this weapon for himself. If he kept it, it would be an endless source of trouble. So he decided to try another way. Baron Gobi. After sending Princess Royal back, Soren once again came to the seclusion of the Holy Avengers. Princess Royal had also absorbed a small part of the divinity and divinity. Her own power was a little out of control. Now she had to integrate these divinity and divinity. In the context of the Avatar crisis, killing a god would inevitably lead to some waste of power. Because everyone was in the form of a saint, they could not condense the power of divinity and divinity at will like the divine form. If it was a complete divine form, even if Soren could not integrate the animal domain, he could extract it and condense it into a divinity and give it to others. Basically, there was no need to think so in the form of a saint. According to the standard, the strength of the saint form may be less than 1/3 of the divinity form. Pale Justice. This weapon could not be returned to the paladins, but it could not be kept in his own hands. So what should Soren do now? So he had a bold idea in his mind. That was to give it to the Holy Avengers, who had a good relationship with him. Both sides were paladins. The Holy Avengers were completely different from the order of the paladins of the God of Light, and the former had made greater contributions after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. They maintained the order and rules of the world, and were not as obsessed with fighting against evil forces as other paladins. Lawful good. The Holy Avengers valued order the most, while the God of Light's church valued kindness and justice more. When he saw the warden again, his expression was very cautious. This group of paladins also had their own information network. The fall of the god of the hunt, Mailer, could not be hidden from them. The fall of an evil god was undoubtedly something to be happy about, but if this evil god had died at the hands of another powerful evil god, then the reality was not as good. This could represent the rise of an even more powerful god from the evil faction. The public's evaluation of Soren was very strange. He was cruel and merciless, bloodthirsty, ruthless, and tyrannical. There were almost no virtues of benevolence, kindness, tolerance, compassion, and so on him. But it was precisely such a person who did things that many heroes with countless virtues could not do: bring peace and order to the world. The South Coast was now the most stable place in the entire material plane, with the lowest decline in population, the best living conditions for civilians, and the least affected by war. Sauron's iron-fisted rule would never allow any major turmoil to occur in his territory. Ironic. At present, the most prosperous and vibrant place in the entire material plane was created by such an evil existence. Your Excellency Soren. The warden bowed his head slightly to show his respect for a true god. This was the biggest difference between the Holy Avengers and the Holy Avengers. The Holy Avengers really valued the lives of the commoners at the lowest rung of society. They cared about and pitied those people, unlike other paladins who used morality to kidnap these poor people and ultimately push them into a more tragic situation in the flames of war. Their biggest difference was that they knew what was called compromise. This was a kind of sorrow. It was a kind of sorrow that belonged to the paladins, but it was also this that allowed them to complete the great cause that no other paladin could do. The end of the Avatar crisis. The last battle before the end of the energy storm. The Holy Avengers were the backbone of the end of the Avatar crisis. After that battle, the gods returned to their respective divine kingdoms. The devils and demons were expelled back to the abyss and hell. The cracks in the elemental plane were repaired by divine power. The barrier of the plane gradually stabilized, and other creatures from the multiverse also returned. At that time, the battle between the gods was another rule. They had become chess players again, using the chess pieces they had placed to compete, and no longer had to go into battle with bare arms. The two artifacts were an important force in the Avatar crisis. One was the Holy Avengers, and the other was Pale Justice. Soren was ready to do something today that might change the course of history, and that was to give Pale Justice to the group of paladins in front of him. Clang! With the holy light, Pale Justice was inserted in front of the warden. This is... An uncontrollable expression of shock appeared on the warden's resolute face. He knelt on one knee on the ground, not in front of Soren, but in front of Pale Justice. He reached out slowly with a slight tremble and slowly touched its blade. The blade was so sharp, even though it looked like a very ordinary long sword. Pale Justice! An uncontrollable exclamation sounded. The warden stood up at once, looked at Soren with surprise and murmured, "This is really Pale Justice. Your Excellency? I don't know how to express my gratitude." Soren took out this divine sword, of course, not to show off. Giving Pale Justice to the group of paladins in front of him was a decision that he had seriously considered. An artifact could not change their fate, but if there were two of the most powerful artifacts in the material plane, then the fate of the group of paladins in front of him would be hard to say. Note: after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the Holy Avengers had lost 90% of their paladins. What was even rarer was that after the end of the time of troubles, they did not rely on the glorious past to strengthen themselves. Instead, they chose to return to the barren Gobi and live in seclusion again. They believed that the ancient tradition of the Holy Avengers should continue to be maintained. "I'll leave it to you." Soren's expression was cool. After leaving Pale Justice, he was ready to turn around and leave, leaving the other party with an unfathomable back. The clash of factions made it difficult for them to find a suitable part at the exchange point. Besides, What happened next was not so glorious. If the warden wanted to swallow pale justice, then it was inevitable that he would have to fight with the other paladins. But both sides were paladins who defended justice. Presumably, the more experienced holy avengers would have a way to deal with those stubborn people. Letting paladins fight with paladins, it was a bit of a sin to think about it. However, Soren finally felt that he had changed the trajectory of his fate today. Chapter 653. Inside a hidden basement. There were many ferocious demon reliefs carved on the surrounding walls. At a glance, it was easy to feel fear. This was one of the few strongholds of the Fear Church, but now it had fallen into the control of Mordor City. In the center of the basement was an altar. This was where the Fear believers held sacrificial rituals, but now there was a seat placed on it. Vivian's petite figure sat on the seat, and in front of her was a group of Fear believers in black robes. This was her harvest during this period of time. She relied on her strength and power to control the current Fear Church, and gathered a large number of Fear believers. Cass. Vivian's voice was cold and clear. It was as if there was a force around her that made people feel afraid before they even got close to her. She looked down at the group of Fear cultists kneeling at her feet and said in a deep voice, "Take some people to the ruins of Amber City and bring back the sealed item. Uther, Black Robe. You take people to clean up other disobedient people. I must make the entire Fear Church obey my orders." The power of Fear Reiki shrouded them. The Fear believers under the altar were silent, and quickly responded to the order. After the incident with the demigod vampire, they were mentally prepared to obey the new demigod Fear. The power in the bottomless abyss could not reach the material plane at present, but the demigod Fear in front of them could kill them all in minutes. Okay. Vivian seemed to feel something and waved her hand. "All of you can leave now." The crowd retreated. After everyone left, Vivian's cold expression suddenly changed. She said to the figure behind her with a cute child's voice, "Brother, why are you here?" Soren's figure appeared in the shadows. He looked at the little girl who was acting coquettishly in front of him. Her majestic expression just now was still in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. For a long time, Soren tried his best to protect Vivian, but in the end, she decided to face her own destiny. Soren only felt helpless and happy because he often had such a stubborn temper. "I miss you so much." The little girl threw herself into Soren's arms and hung on him. She rubbed her face on Soren's clothes and said coquettishly, "I'm about to subdue the entire Church of Fear. Once we have complete control over them, we will have a greater chance of dealing with the dread demon god." Controlling the Church of Fear was to weaken the power of the Dread Lord. Vivian was well aware of this. Soren raised his hand and stroked the little girl's head. He praised her gently. "You did very well." Vivian arched her head in his embrace, her small face revealing a trace of a smile. However, Soren's tone changed again, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you still hiding something from me? Why do you call yourself the Witch of Fear?" Vivian's figure stiffened, and then she paused for a moment before saying, "Why would I hide it from Big Brother?" A trace of struggle appeared on the little girl's cute face. Soren obviously felt something, but after all, Vivian was his sweetheart. He didn't think that Vivian would do anything to harm him, so he didn't want to make the little girl feel embarrassed. Instead, he touched her little head and said, "I brought you a little gift. For the next period of time, I'm afraid you have to put other things aside and digest the gift I've prepared for you first." A sparkling light appeared. Divinity. Vivian glanced at Soren's palm, and her small face was full of surprise. With her intelligence, she guessed the origin of this divinity at a glance. Her beautiful big eyes were moved to tears, and she murmured, "Big Brother, did you kill the god of hunting? Why didn't you tell me such a dangerous thing? Vivian can help you now." "I don't want it." The little girl suddenly seemed to be angry. She jumped down from Soren's body and shook her head stubbornly. "You didn't even let me help with such an important thing." "I don't want this thing." Soren was dumbfounded. In his memory, Vivian had always been very obedient. She would do whatever Soren told her to do. Today was the first time he encountered such a situation. And the reason was that he didn't let her help to deal with the god of hunting. Soren felt helpless, but he also felt warm in his heart. When the little girl was stubborn, it was not easy to persuade her. However, Soren naturally had a way. He paused for a moment, and then said in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry. It's Big Brother's fault. I'm just worried about your safety. How about this, you put this thing away first? Next time. If something like this happens next time, I'll definitely ask you for help." Liar is a dog. Vivian stared at Soren with her beautiful eyes. She hesitated for a moment, and reached out to take the shard of divinity. Then she said with a very serious expression, "Big Brother. You're the one who said it. Next time you encounter something like this, you must ask Vivian for help. Liar is a dog. If you do this again, Vivian will ignore you." Soren smiled and touched the little girl's head. The expression on his face was quite helpless, but it was probably more of a sigh. Liar is a dog. These words were used to coax children. Vivian was the apple of Soren's eye. He would try to keep her away from danger as much as possible. If they encountered such a battle again, then they would talk about it later. The little hand held the big hand. The two figures walked out of the basement. It was now moonlight in the sky. With the beginning of the Avatar crisis, many places had gradually declined. The city seemed to be dead silent. There were only some noises made by the guards patrolling. After the order was destroyed, there were more crimes. Now various places could only rely on curfews, heavier punishments, and more guards to prevent the further escalation of the chaos. The two of them quietly looked at the city under the night sky. All of a sudden, Soren's figure shook and his expression was a little distracted. Then he gradually returned to normal, but his spiritual focus seemed to be no longer here. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, the Forgotten Land. It had been some time since Sauron suppressed the periphery of the Galumba arena. The demons of the neutral camp were gathering troops and preparing to attack the last nest of the demons and goblins. During this period of time, Sauron seemed to be a little idle. He just kept gathering demons. Demons obeyed the strong. Sauron expanded the demon army under his command to about 1,000 demons. The scale was not very large, but the proportion of intermediate demons was large. Most of them were berserk demons and Hezra demons. They were excellent intermediate demons. There was not much time left before the attack. But at this critical juncture, something unexpected happened on Zorro's side. He was summoned. The bottomless abyss had its own rules. This was a domain affected by chaos, so there were infinite possibilities. Extreme chaos meant that anything could happen. This time, the accident of chaos happened to Sauron. It was a ray of magical light. Sauron's figure directly broke through the space. Then, under some mysterious rules, his body turned into a state similar to a projection spell. Someone summoned him to the material plane. It was difficult for demons to directly enter other planes. Most of the time, it was a projection ability. They could only maintain about 70% of their strength. This kind of projection ability was common in the lower planes. The demons were the best at using it. Demons were more likely to accept it passively. If someone in the material plane cast a high-level demon summoning spell, then any advanced demon in the bottomless abyss could be passively summoned. Yellow sand filled the sky. When Sauron's figure emerged from the summoning circle, he could hear very clear exclamations and all kinds of gasps. Advanced demon. It's a humanoid advanced demon. There were panicked voices in front of him. Sauron glanced around, then looked up at the sky and immediately determined his position. He was still in the main material plane, but the coordinates should not be in the south. Looking at the yellow sand here, the people in front of him were dressed slightly differently, and the very obvious three professions dressed as monks. Sauron was sure that he was summoned to the Eastern Kingdom. There were a total of 11 professions in front of him. 5 of them were monks, but 2 of them seemed to be special advanced professions. Only the Eastern Kingdom had so many monks because it was the birthplace of monks. Kill these humans. A cold and cruel voice sounded in Sauron's mind. This was the existence that summoned Sauron to the material plane. He originally thought it would be a demon warlock or a fallen, but he did not expect it to be an ancient evil creature. No. It should be said that it was just an evil creature, not at the level of ancient. What summoned Sauron was a twisted thing that looked like a plant or an animal. Its appearance was a bit like a sunflower, but it had ferocious tentacles. The existence of evil creatures could not be understood with normal thinking. They were all very strange creatures. This should be a monster that was sealed during the Arcane Empire. They were essentially mutant creatures, but they were quite powerful. Anything that could be called an evil creature was all at the legendary level. The monks of the Eastern Kingdom had been responsible for suppressing and guarding them because many evil creatures were difficult to really destroy. I order you to kill them all. A spiritual pressure pierced into Sauron's mind. It seemed that when he was looking around, the evil creature in front of him had been dissatisfied and was ready to forcibly control Sauron's mind, and then let him kill all these professions. Unfortunately, it seemed that it had kicked an iron plate this time. Summoning demons did not necessarily mean that they would obey the orders of the caster. There was a test of will. The other party wanted to control Sauron's mind through the test, but the result after a spiritual collision was imaginable. The evil creature in front of him directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. P.S. After writing this chapter, it seems that I'm gradually recovering. It should be 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 654. How could Sauron let others control his thoughts? All along, the thing he hated the most was mind control. This kind of behavior could even directly anger Sauron, causing him to have a very strong killing intent. Under normal circumstances, any spell to summon demons was a bit of luck because they had a chaotic nature. First, you had to try your luck to see if you could make the demon obey you directly. If that didn't work, you could only try mind control. If you were unlucky and didn't have enough strength, the final result might be that the demon would turn around and attack the caster. This was the current situation. The evil creature in front of him actually wanted to use mind control on Sauron, which directly caused his killing intent to soar. In an instant he activated the ability of Flame Body. With a raging fire appearing on Sauron's body, the professions around were instantly shocked. In a burst of exclamations, they all ran faster than rabbits, quickly distancing themselves from Sauron. Not good. It's a Balrog. Oh no! Everyone, get away from him. The Balrog is not an enemy we can fight against. Looking at the entire abyss, the Balrog's combat strength had always been in the top 3 among the high-grade demons. In other words, an ordinary Balrog was directly equivalent to a small leader of other high-grade demons. As for the current Sauron, he was at least at the elite level. Even if it was only a projection that came to the material plane, his strength was still enough to crush these people. The fire spread. Since Body of Flame was upgraded to Body of Flame, the damage caused by Sauron's burning was even higher. As long as these mortals were within 10 meters of him, they would receive at least 10 points of fire damage per second. Ordinary people were directly burned into charcoal. Even if the professions didn't add fire resistance, they could only hold on for a few seconds at most. The sand and stones under Sauron's feet showed signs of melting. The whole battle was forced to stop because of his appearance. No one dared to get close to him, let alone provoke him easily. The spirit of the evil creature seemed to be a little panicked. At this time, it realized that it seemed to have summoned something extraordinary. With such strength, it was afraid that it would be difficult for it to defeat. If it was not careful, it might be counterattacked by the demon. The probability of counterattack from summoning a demon was still very high. Die. Sauron stared coldly at the evil creature in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed the air. The raging flames around his body automatically formed into a flame whip. He raised the legendary flame whip and swung it directly at the evil creature. The damage of the magic weapon and the effect of the flame instantly made the evil creature cry out in pain. A charred mark appeared. However, these wounds quickly healed at an astonishing speed. Evil creatures had strong regenerative abilities and were difficult to destroy through conventional means, so they had no choice but to be sealed. The evil creature in front of him should be a mutated devil sunflower. The magic sunflower was a relatively common evil creature. Their strength was not very strong, and their lowest challenge rating was 12 or above. However, they had a very scary characteristic, which was that their numbers were quite large, and their reproduction was quite astonishing. Parthenogenesis. Many of the evil creatures reproduced asexually, or by splitting. Therefore, if they were given a chance to breathe, they could cause a terrible disaster. There was a lot of information about the devil sunflower, and the number of variants was not small. It would be quite troublesome to explain in detail. However, it must be mentioned that the devil sunflower had caused a lot of disasters in the Silver Age and the Arcane Empire. This creature was the nemesis of spellcasters, because they had the nature of devouring arcane energy. A single devil sunflower might not be enough to cause a disaster, but if there were a lot of them, they could even directly destroy an arcane civilization. Most of the devil sunflowers had been sealed, and only a few escaped to other places. They even conquered a city that belonged to the beholder, and had been trying to release their sealed people. The evil creatures had always been guarded by the monks in the monastery. The reason for this was that the monks basically did not need to cast spells, and they had a natural magic resistance, which was enough to restrain these evil creatures in battle. Note: no one among all professions had a higher magic resistance than the monks. The devil sunflower could devour the energy of spells. In a simpler way, they were born with an ability similar to mana siphon. When the number of them accumulated to a certain extent, they could directly make the wizard's spells ineffective, and even devour the energy of a floating city. Such a huge amount of energy would cause them to reproduce in large numbers, and give birth to even more terrifying advanced variants. There were many evil creatures sealed in the Eastern world. Among them, the devil sunflower should be one of the more common ones. When the Arcane Empire was destroyed, many floating cities fell from the sky, and the terrible energy radiation led to the appearance of the vast desert of death. There were many such evil creatures in the ruins of the fallen floating cities. The monks were responsible for suppressing these evil creatures, and preventing them from running outside to cause trouble. 2/3 of the land of the Eastern Kingdom was desert. Although there were many powerful monasteries here, there were still cases of evil creatures escaping. BZ. The damage caused by the flame whip seemed to be amazing, but when the power of the flame burned the enemy, it was gradually absorbed by the devil sunflower in front of him. Sauron did not remember much about the evil creatures, and many of them had mutated, but they all had a high magic resistance. Attacks below a certain strength would be directly absorbed by them. Clang. It was more effective to deal with evil creatures with melee. Sauron pulled out the burning beheading sword, jumped into the air, and flapped his huge demonic wings to slash at the enemy. Swoosh. The tentacles shot out like arrows. In the face of Sauron's attack, the devil sunflower also desperately resisted. Its disc-shaped head was embedded with a mouth-shaped stomach pouch full of sharp teeth. Countless dense sharp teeth made people's scalp tingle. Around the head were 4 arms with sharp thorns. According to the different variants, some would grow 4 or 5 arms. Going down the disc-like head, the long and winding body gradually showed a conical shape, and the bottom end was a deadly spike. Poison damage and paralysis effect were their natural abilities. Purebred fighters had no advantage against them. They could only rely on toughness to resist. Only monks were completely immune to poison and paralysis effect. Moreover, most of the devil sunflower variants were natural spellcasters. They had the casting ability of a warlock. Note: increasing a creature's level by 1 level is equivalent to increasing a warlock's level by 1 level. Sauron naturally would not give it a chance to cast a spell. Bind. The flame whip directly tied it up and trapped it in place. The huge beheading sword also slashed at the enemy at the same time, leaving a terrible wound directly. However, Sauron was also instantly trapped by the tentacles on the devil sunflower. The spikes hit his body, but unfortunately, the poison and paralysis effect were not enough to threaten the Balrog's resistance. The two sides fell into a melee, but under the burning fire, the other side suffered much more damage than him. This was why the Balrog was particularly domineering. Any enemy who was not immune to fire damage would be burned to death in a melee battle. Sizzle. The smell of cooked meat spread. Sauron's body of flames even melted the sand under his feet. The devil sunflower almost always lost HP when it was close to him. The devil sunflower was a huge and slow-moving creature. It looked like a mixture of plants and animals. They had the ability to fly at low altitude, which was similar to the beholder's innate ability. However, with its movement ability, it was impossible to get away from Sauron, who had the demonic wings, so it could only passively take damage. No matter how strong its regeneration ability was, it could not withstand more than 10 damage per second. Not to mention, Sauron had been using his ability to fight with 2 weapons. Soon, its whole body was roasted until it was almost medium cooked. Squeak. As its body gradually approached medium cooked, the Devil Sunflower finally could not withstand the damage, and used its last means to send out a sharp mental attack. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Sauron's mouth. His vision was a little blurry, but at this time, he could not let the enemy escape. He simply hugged the enemy and wanted to burn it alive with the ability of the flame body. A row of data appeared in front of him. Affected by the mental attack effect. Received 45 damage. Test of Fortitude triggered. Test of Fortitude passed. Affected by the poison attack effect. Received 12 damage. Test of Fortitude triggered. Test of Fortitude passed. Affected by the paralysis effect. This ability will not have any negative effects on you. The raging flames completely covered the figures of Sauron and the Devil Sunflower. The others could only see the flames and shadows, and could not see the situation inside. After its last struggle failed to break free from Sauron's control, the Devil Sunflower in front of him finally could not withstand the damage of the flame body. It was finally cooked thoroughly. The whole process of the battle took only about a minute. The Devil Sunflower in front of him went from medium cooked to medium cooked. When it was medium cooked, it tried its last struggle, but it still could not change its fate of being fully cooked. Thud. A huge mass of meat that was completely roasted on the outside, but completely cooked on the inside fell to the ground. Sauron then withdrew the flame whip and slowly pulled out the executioner's sword. The Devil Sunflower was a natural warlock, and its binding power could not resist the powerful Balrog. Perhaps in the bottomless abyss, Sauron was not strong enough to fight against the terrifying demon lords, but in other planes, there were not many who could resist the flame body. A row of data appeared in front of him. Mutant Devil Sunflower killed. Target has divine power. Target's divine ability extracted. You've obtained 1 divinity point. Converting soul energy. Stop conversion. Activating soul trap ability. You've extracted the target's soul. A glimmer of light appeared. A legendary grade soul crystal appeared in Sauron's palm. At this time, he had the time to turn around and look at the professions who were scared out of their wits. The evil creature that they had prepared to die to suppress was cooked by Sauron in a matter of minutes. Chapter 655. The creature level of the evil creature was legendary. Sauron's challenge level was close to the legendary level. With the strength of his current demon avatar, a legendary creature was nothing in his eyes. If he successfully evolved into a Baelor, a team of legendary adventurers would not even have the strength to fight with him. The demon avatar was not the rogue's body. Whether it was group attack ability or resistance, it was much stronger. The body was suitable for one-on-one top battles, and the demon avatar was very suitable for cleaning up the small fries. The raging fire gradually dissipated. Sauron's figure came out of the fire. The scene was so shocking that it made the professions in front of him tremble. Although they felt fear and worry in their hearts, they had no intention of running away at all. This undoubtedly proved that these people were experienced veterans. The reason was simple. This was a desert area. The terrain was open and the field of vision was good. Everything within a few kilometers could be seen clearly from a high place. And Sauron could fly. Under normal circumstances, once they chose to escape, they were bound to be hunted down by demons. In such a terrain environment, if everyone lost their fighting spirit and chose to escape, no one could leave alive. For the Baelor who mastered the advanced teleportation ability and could fly, it was simply a matter of minutes to chase and kill these professions. If they did not concentrate on fighting, they would be killed one by one. Stay and face Sauron. This required not only wisdom but also courage, so Sauron could not help but think highly of these people in front of him. People in the Order camp had strong beliefs. The fire on Sauron's body gradually disappeared. There was a mysterious demon tattoo on his bare chest. He slowly took a step forward, and the professions on the opposite side suddenly clenched their weapons nervously. Now he was a demon. Demons were chaotic and evil existences. His every move made the professions in front of him frightened. Human. Sauron's figure was full of pressure. The demon avatar's intimidation skill was very high. The pressure of the superior made the opposite people tense. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. There was no challenge at all. When the demon avatar killed an enemy, it could only give a little slaughter EXP back to the main body. For Sauron, who had just killed the god of hunting, meaningless killing was meaningless. Being summoned to the Eastern Kingdom this time was obviously an accident, but after a simple battle, he had other ideas in his mind. Divinity. What was strange was that many evil beings had divine powers in their bodies. Divine power was special, and only the power that surpassed the essence of ordinary things could accommodate all kinds of mutations. Therefore, many sealed ancient evil creatures had divinity. If they were abominations, then their divine power would be quite amazing. One could never have too much divinity. Looking at the entire south coast, there were very few enemies who could provide Sauron with divine power, unless he planned to face some gods head-on. Even if Mordor City was besieging the indigenous tribes, an indigenous tribe only had 1 or 2 divinity points, and they had to destroy the entire tribe at the same time. Comparatively speaking, these sealed evil beings were much easier to deal with. The demon avatar also needed divinity. First of all, Sauron's divinity points could be transferred to the main body at any time because the power of divinity was shared in the soul. Secondly, any demon lord in the abyss had a lot of divinity. Relying on the improvement of strength, the form of the Baelor was Sauron's limit. If he wanted to continue to advance, he could only rely on the power of divinity to create a demon lord. Looking at the entire abyss, there were many targets with divinity. But one of the more troublesome things was that divinity was very rare in the abyss. Because of the huge number of demons in the abyss and the comprehensive strength of the lower planes, the targets that could have divinity in the abyss were almost all at the level of the leader. This meant that the difficulty of their challenge might be much higher than that of the material plane. A higher demon with divinity, the demons under its control definitely exceeded the combat power of an indigenous tribe. The flame went out. This meant that Sauron might not want to attack these people. This undoubtedly made them a little relieved, but Sauron's next words made them a little confused. Mortals. At this moment, Sauron looked completely different from other demons. Or it could be said that he was very different from the demons in the legends. He seemed very rational, and was not affected by the chaos and madness. Instead, he tossed the soul crystal in his hand in a low tone and said slowly, "I'm very interested in the souls of these things. Maybe I can consider letting you go today." Demons did not need a reason to kill, but they definitely needed a reason to give up killing. Others also thought that this was reasonable. Demons were naturally like this. So sometimes it felt good to be a bad guy. A middle-aged monk who looked like the leader stood up. He looked at Sauron in front of him and said hesitantly, "What do you want us to do?" There was a chance. Sauron smiled and said slowly, "It's just a contract. I need one of you to sign a contract with me, so that I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, none of you can leave alive today." Intimidation. Sauron's body reappeared with raging flames. Coupled with the outbreak of the intimidation ability, all the professions on the opposite side suddenly became nervous. Contract. Sauron's words made all the professions on the opposite side look at each other. Didn't demons never like contracts? Didn't demons like to sign contracts with mortals? Wasn't that something that demons often did? Could it be that the evil creature didn't summon demons but demons? That's not right. There was no such creature as a Balrog among demons. The professions in front of him seemed to be a little hesitant, but they didn't dare to hesitate for too long because demons rarely had good tempers and couldn't tolerate bargaining. They were very worried that Sauron would turn hostile and kill them all in the next moment. "I'll do it." Just as the others were hesitating, a clear voice sounded. No one was willing to sign a contract with a demon, especially when this contract might directly involve the soul. Moreover, Sauron was talking about one person, but now there were many professions in this group. The spirit of sacrifice was not something that many people could have. A girl dressed in martial arts clothes stood up. It was a little special in the Eastern countries. That was, women could also advance to become monks. They belonged to a special school, and the path of fist techniques was much lighter. Sauron's original body once saw a very powerful female fist master in the desert area. And this female monk in front of him should be a fist master, and she seemed to be quite strong. Cicada. Cicada? You. The professions around were suddenly taken aback, but it seemed that no one intended to immediately stand up to replace her. Signing a contract with a powerful demon, who knows what would happen? It was possible that even the soul would be dragged into the bottomless abyss in the end. The girl's appearance was a little delicate, but her expression was quite firm and resolute. She slowly said, "Let me do it." Demon. I'll sign a contract with you. Courage. Sacrifice. This was a very good quality. Sauron thought that they would refuse and finally send someone to sign a contract with him. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to stand up with the idea of sacrifice. A very good candidate. The leading monk seemed to be struggling. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped, as if he wanted to replace the girl in front of him. However, Sauron decided on the spot and said in a deep voice, "Very well. As long as you sign a contract with me, I'll let your companions go." The other people present had a bad expression, but they secretly sighed in relief. Death might not be that scary, but falling into the bottomless abyss was very scary. Just now, Sauron clearly used the ability to imprison souls. This kind of power made them feel fear deep in their hearts. If even their souls couldn't escape, then it would be too scary. A light of power appeared. Sauron was the master of the contract, so it was up to him to decide what kind of contract to sign. So he directly turned the contract into a tyrannical mode of complete possession, directly entering the depths of the other party's soul. A contract of complete control. Sauron could know the other party's every move at any time. In return, she could also obtain the Summon Demon ability. This ability was up to Sauron to decide. He could summon himself or summon a demon under his control. A mysterious power shrouded. A one-sided contract only needed the other party to agree. So everything was completed in the blink of an eye. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The girl's expression also relaxed a little. She slowly said, "I've already signed the contract. Can you let my companions leave now?" She couldn't understand the contract. As a mortal, she didn't know the meaning of signing a contract with Sauron, but she was more concerned about whether Sauron would break the contract. To her, it was fine as long as her companions were out of danger. Yes. Sauron's mouth revealed a smile. A very good soul. The moment the contract was completed, Sauron extracted a trace of the other party's soul. He felt a pure soul. Signing a contract with demons and devils could give some extra abilities. Demon lords could even directly increase the other party's strength, giving the mortals who signed a contract with them some abilities and attributes. Sauron was a high-level demon, and a powerful flame demon. More importantly, his true form was a deity, so the moment the girl named Cicada in front of him signed a contract with him, she immediately gained the ability to be completely immune to fire damage. Moreover, the power she gained from the contract might be more than that. Because souls were connected, Sauron's true form wasn't simple at all. The time to summon demons was limited. Sauron probably didn't have much time before returning to the bottomless abyss, so he didn't intend to waste too much time here. It was rare for him to come to the Eastern Kingdom, so he was ready to take a look at this familiar yet unfamiliar world. After confirming that he could obtain the girl's vision at any time and at the same time perceive her thoughts to a certain extent, Sauron soared into the sky, flapped his demon wings, and left this place. Eastern Kingdom. A world full of mysteries and the unknown. P.S. I didn't finish this chapter yesterday, but it feels good. Chapter 656. Sauron's figure disappeared into the sky. It was not until he had completely left the place that the others present were slightly relieved. At this time, the hesitant professionals came over to ask about the girl's well-being, although this kind of concern felt a little strange after the girl, Cicada, signed a demon contract with Sauron. Ah. A slightly low cry of pain was heard. The professional closest to the girl, Cicada, suddenly exclaimed, and then seemed to be scalded by something and quickly retreated backward. This was the place where Sauron first fought. Although the battle was over, the residual effect of activating Flame Host was still there. Even the sand and stones were melted by the heat. It was conceivable that the temperature of the ground was very high. This professional did not seem to have any fire resistance, so his bare feet that touched the sand and stones were scalded red. At this time, the other people near the girl realized that the temperature of the ground was quite high, and could not help but stop 3 meters away. "What's wrong?" The middle-aged monk in the lead reached out and touched the ground, then quickly withdrew his finger, and looked at the girl in front of him. "Cicada." The girl seemed to have noticed this too. The temperature of the ground was gradually cooling, but it was probably more than 100 degrees. She leaned over and touched the sand that had begun to melt. The scorching temperature did not affect her at all. Although the professionals had strong physique, they were still mortals. They would still be injured if they reached out to touch the red-hot soldering iron, but they would recover quickly. The strong resistance brought by her physique was not enough to make her completely immune to such high temperature. So all the changes could only be related to the demon contract she had just signed. "I don't seem to be afraid of fire." The girl looked at her white fingers, closed her eyes, and seemed to be able to feel a force in her body. She could not help but mumble to herself, "There seems to be something else." The natives were slow to perceive the power bestowed by others, but the ability bestowed by Sauron had begun to take effect. Sauron was not a demon lord. The demon lord's contract could increase the contractor's attributes when he obtained the ability. For example, a being like the succubus queen could increase a mortal's attributes by 2 or 3 points, as if it was child's play. He felt that he should have given the girl the ability to be immune to fire, but he was not sure if he would give her other powers because she was a god. This was because even the priests and followers of Sauron could receive the blessing of the divine power. To put it simply, this meant that the followers could access the domains of Sauron's main body. In the past, the most useful domain was rogue. Rogues who believed in Sauron could gain buffs from basic abilities, including stealth, lockpicking, theft, and so on. Now they could access even more domains, including tracking, evil, slaughter, and shadow. Clergy domains were easier to access, which meant that wanderer and tracking were the easiest to access. The other abilities belonged to the divine domain and could only be accessed by devout believers. This slaughter domain was probably the only ability that Sauron couldn't determine its function because even Sauron himself hadn't fully grasped it yet. The wind howled. The demon summoning time was not very long, and Sauron was not sure how long he could stay in the Eastern Kingdom, so he directly used advanced teleportation to look at the nearby environment. A barren desert. As a legendary level existence, he could feel the violent power in the air. The number of wizards in the Eastern Kingdom was very small, and the reason was related to the violent power. The disaster left behind by the Arcane Empire made many places here, Dead Magic Area, and Magic Chaos Area. Wizards were prone to mistakes and failure when casting spells. Coupled with the problem of inheritance in the Eastern Kingdom, most of the spellcasters here were sorcerers, and there were only a few wizards. But there was also a very terrifying type of spellcaster here. Berserker. A wizard who couldn't even determine what kind of magic he would release. They were very terrifying existences. In theory, they were the most powerful wizards, but this kind of combat power required absolutely enough luck. If they were lucky enough, the Berserker could use the level 1 spell, Reckless Incantation, to replace any spells, including all the legendary spells that they could master. Note, at most, they could cast more than 12 legendary spells at once. This kind of wizard needed to hug the thigh of the goddess of luck, otherwise they might play themselves to death. The number of Berserker was very small. The reason why they were mentioned was that Sauron seemed to have met one. The aura and fluctuations of their spells were very obvious, much stronger than other spellcasters. A berserker who lived in seclusion in the desert. In Sauron's sight, a relatively special building appeared. The reason why it was special was that it was built on top of a broken piece of land. It should be a house made of stone to mud, and there were obvious warning spell traps around it. There were many ruins in the Eastern Kingdom. This used to be the core area of the Arcane Empire, and most of the places where the floating city fell were in the Eastern Kingdom. The terrible explosion caused the desertification and magic chaos area here. You shouldn't casually disturb a spellcaster. Especially Sauron as a demon could easily arouse the hostility of the other party. But after glancing at the ruins in front of him, Sauron couldn't help but stop and slowly landed on the ruins. The ruins were very large. The ruins in the Eastern Kingdom were very large because many of them were cities. However, the ruins in front of Sauron were slightly different. That was, on the broken wall exposed to the surface, he saw something amazing. All-night language. The ability of the main body was on the spiritual level, so Sauron could also read and understand all the words and words. In front of him was not something left from the Arcane Empire, but something left from an earlier, more ancient era. The reason why it hadn't been weathered until now was that it was originally a temple. The Temple of Death. It served the god in charge of the death clergy, because there was a symbol representing the death god on the broken stone pillar. Which death god's temple could it be? Sauron glanced at the mark in front of him, careful not to touch the warning spell here. It seemed that the berserker regarded this place as his own place, and the two sides might fight. Only a small part of the surface was exposed. Sauron could perceive that there was a larger area underground, and the magic fluctuations were coming from below. Such an environment. It doesn't seem suitable for a wizard's life. Sauron glanced around and murmured, "Could it be that I met a berserker who turned into an undead?" Undead. It was easy for a berserker to make mistakes when casting spells. They could be poisoned, burned, petrified, and so on. So in order to further master the power of chaos, some berserkers would first turn themselves into a lich. Of course, only those who were strong enough could become a lich, and those who weren't strong enough could become a necromancer. This was equivalent to an extra layer of insurance. If the spell accidentally backfired on oneself, even if the body was destroyed, it wouldn't really kill them. Therefore, berserkers in the form of an undead still existed. The magic light suddenly became more intense. Even Sauron could easily perceive the chaotic and violent power from the magic fluctuations coming from below the ground. He couldn't determine what the target was doing, but he could tell that the opponent was continuously casting spells. With such strong energy fluctuations, they should all be spells of the fifth circle or above. It seemed that the berserker had lived here for a long time. There was a simple camouflage around, and there was a sand dune next to it. Most of the buildings should be underground. Which god of death's temple is this? Sauron observed the ruins in front of him, trying to find some clues. He murmured, "The ancient god of death has long retired, and the previous one has almost fallen. The current one shouldn't have abandoned his temple here. It can't be the god of death of the Eastern god system. The gods of the Eastern Kingdom seem to have a part-time domain of death. Looking at the symbol on the stone pillar, it should be the orthodox god of death." The domain of death was very scattered. There wasn't a single god that had truly grasped the divine domain of death. Currently, there were two gods that had grasped the core domain of death. One was the god of death, Nero, and the other was the king of the dead, Kalemver. The ruins in front of him shouldn't be related to them, so it could only be the previous god of death. If he went further, it seemed to have something to do with Sauron. Before that, there were the three gods of death. They were the god of tyranny, the previous god of fear, the god of slaughter, the origin of the sons of slaughter, and the god of the dead, the most aggrieved death. The origin of the domain of slaughter was the domain of death. Vivian's identity as the son of fear was, in fact, equivalent to another kind of son of slaughter, because the god of fear also inherited part of the domain of death. The timeline needed to be sorted out. The first was the god of slaughter. His fall led to the emergence of the son of slaughter, and then Sauron's bloodline of the son of slaughter was born. Then there was the god of tyranny. He had fallen, but he was resurrected again. He continued to exist for a while after his successful resurrection. Finally, he died again around the time of the Arcane Empire. This time, he died more thoroughly. The one who inherited his domain was the current god of fear. The god of fear changed the core areas from tyranny and strife to fear and destruction. Thus, He became one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. Then he died for some reason. Soren didn't know the specific reason. It might be related to another god, but it would be more troublesome to explain in detail, because that god was also a member of the death god system, but he was a madman and had been sealed long ago. The world called him the god of murder, but he shouldn't have come out yet. When the Avatar crisis was at its strongest, he would really show up, because the outbreak of this crisis helped him to break free from the seal. The Dread Lord died. Then the Son of Fear appeared, the source of Vivian's power. To some extent, the relationship between Soren and Vivian was really inextricably linked. The Son of Slaughter and the Son of Fear both came from the death god system. Whose temple could it be? Sauron looked at the ruins in front of him, and quietly left a space waymark here. The time of the demon incarnation was almost up, and he was afraid that he would soon return to the abyss. If he wanted to figure out the secret here, it was estimated that only his original body could do it, because there was a powerful spellcaster here. However, Sauron still guessed that it might have something to do with the last of the three gods of death, the god of the dead, Mirko, because this guy had left the most ruins. And before the Eastern Kingdom became the present desert, it used to be the most prosperous area in the whole material plane. If the continental shelf hadn't collapsed and split into the southern island countries, the Amazon jungle, the outer islands, and so on, then this place used to be the center of the continental shelf. Chapter 657. In the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, in a narrow plain unknown to mortals and gods, a terrible power suddenly broke out. A terrifying aura spread in all directions, and the entire plain trembled under this power. A crack appeared in space, and under the power of tearing the plain apart, a ferocious and terrifying beast with a huge body and white bones that looked like a living creature appeared. Its appearance made the whole bottomless abyss shake, and the irresistible power shocked several planes connected to it, as if it was venting its anger of being sealed for thousands of years. The wolf-like beast in front of them roared to the sky, and an indescribable power directly penetrated the whole bottomless abyss. All the demon lords could not help but feel a thump in their hearts, and some even shivered. It was back. The terrible beast in front of them announced its return to the whole bottomless abyss. This provocative action was almost a declaration of war to all the demon lords. Even the demons with great divine power did not dare to do so easily, but it dared to do so without any scruples. Because it was one of the three ancient evil creatures, the chaos dog Kozif. The chaos dog, Kozif, was also known as the plunderer of heaven. It specialized in devouring the souls of the believers of the gods, petitioners. The souls swallowed by it would be completely destroyed, and even divine power could not save these souls. The chaos dog was once locked in the noisy space tunnel by the High God's Council for centuries. The price was that the right hand of the former god of justice, great divine power, was bitten off by Kozif. Later, the god of murder released it, and then it was sealed by the former god of conspiracy, Mexker. As a result, it was released again. It chased the former god of conspiracy, Mexker, everywhere and bit off one of the legs of this god. Such a powerful guy was once again sealed by the gods during the period of the Arcane Empire. But what everyone did not expect was that the terrible energy storm produced by the Avatar crisis hit the whole multiverse, causing a lot of loopholes in the seal. As a result, such a terrible creature ran out again. The chaos demonic hound appeared in the deepest part of the abyss. This terrifying aura made the demon lords near the bottom of the abyss tremble in fear. Even the abyssal lords who had been busy fighting temporarily put aside other things, and began to deal with the crisis in front of them. The best-case scenario would be to send it to the upper planes or material planes. It would be best if it could bite off an arm or a leg of the current god of light. But back then, the demon lord of the bottomless abyss had also contributed to sealing it in the chaos gap, so it might not leave easily. No one liked this greedy beast, because souls were the most precious wealth in the lower planes, and its appetite was almost endless. No matter how many souls there were, it would always be able to eat them all. The crisis in the deepest part of the abyss did not affect the higher dimensions. The appearance of the chaos demonic hound only alerted the demon lords in the hundreds of lower dimensions. To the Forgotten Land, that was close to the surface of the bottomless abyss. Almost all the demons were unaware of it. The bottomless abyss was too vast, and many dimensions were barriers. Even if the chaos demonic hound wanted to leave, it would take some effort because the water of Styx was also a fatal threat to this terrible evil creature. The oldest and most powerful demons lived at the bottom of the abyss, and there were even the remaining Orbis demons. They were much more powerful than the current Tanna-Re demons. The influence of the chaos demonic hound was afraid that it would take some time for it to spread to the higher dimensions. However, because of the appearance of the chaos demonic hound, the structure of the abyss seemed to be turbulent again. The demon army in the upper dimensions began to decrease significantly, and the conflicts between the demon lords suddenly seemed to decrease a lot. At the same time, in the deepest part of the abyss, an ancient Orbis demon was also hatching a new conspiracy. Her name was Tsangyi, the master of the 600th floor of the abyss, an ancient demon hidden in the endless labyrinth. In the abyss, most of the surviving Orbis demons became uninterested in fighting for the highest authority in the abyss. The crushing defeat from countless centuries ago still lingered in their hearts like a nightmare. Maintaining the status quo was enough to satisfy them, such as Dagon and the Wind Demon King, Pazuzu. However, there were still some ancient Orbis demons who had been yearning for more power and authority. In this chaotic era, there was an Orbis demon who stood aloof, the mysterious Tsangyi. She chose to use another method to join the fight for the abyss. Tsangyi set her bone fortress on the 600th floor of the abyss, a level full of endless labyrinths. It was these endless labyrinths that prevented the demon war from spreading here. Tsangyi knew that the demon lords who dared to claim to be the highest ruler of the abyss were all the strongest demons. Knowing her own strength, she wisely chose not to join the fight. Therefore, Tsangyi summoned a mysterious existence to give birth to many descendants and let her children join the fight. Once one of them became the demon lord, then Tsangyi would become the mother of demons. Who or what made Tsangyi give birth to so many demons had always been a hot topic of debate. Asmodeus, an ancient god, or perhaps an unknown existence in the multiverse. Some people believe that Tsangyi's mate was an ancient race that could continuously change their form, but another theory was that the bottomless abyss itself had impregnated Tsangyi. In the long years, Tsangyi gave birth to countless demons and monsters. Most of them died young, either by their own siblings or by the extremely harsh environment of the abyss. Only a small number of them eventually became demon lords. Some people tried to guess who the father of Tsangyi's descendants was based on their appearance. However, the results only made them more confused and depressed because the descendants were vastly different in appearance and ability. Or perhaps, the descendants didn't have the same father. The demon lord of Sloth, Lupcio, had black skin and his undulating body was wrapped in black clouds. Frederick had the appearance of a human, but his true appearance was hidden under the iron chains that tightly encircled him. The zombie lady Javiria had 3 heads. As for the Shadow Witch Queen, Rick's Sally, she didn't even have a real body. Among Tsangyi's many children, only one had the strength to become the overlord of the abyss. He was Graz-Ziti, the monarch of darkness of the abyss. He was also known as 6 Fingers by adventurers. No one had seen this mysterious ancient demon in battle. However, it wasn't hard to see how terrifying she was from her many descendants. She had given birth to so many demon lords, and even one of the 3 demon lords of the abyss. This existence had always been silently influencing the situation of the abyss. Chapter 658. The order of the multiverse was collapsing. One by one, the gods fell from the divine kingdom to the mortal world, and the deepest part of the abyss was brewing more terrible turmoil. Every time such chaos struck, it meant that the abyss would be reshuffled. The abyss had been changing. Its pattern had never stopped changing, from the defeat of Orbis to the rise of Tanna-Re, from the appearance of the 3 giants of the abyss, until the succubus queen stepped on the corpse of her old lover, the demon prince Demogorgon. The pattern of the abyss had changed more violently than any other kingdom. The Bator Inferno had only one demon duke, Bardi, for a long time, and a large number of demon lords had appeared in the abyss. However, recently, the succubus queen seemed to have found herself in a bit of trouble. It was because the few enemies that she had defeated seemed to have escaped. In the depths of the bottomless abyss, which was called the Well of Darkness, a powerful succubus that she had imprisoned seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. For a long time, the succubus queen had always relied on her nature to act. Mechanut's main purpose was to satisfy her own desires, and all her schemes and tricks revolved around this purpose. For example, to obtain all kinds of novel feelings, fallen witches pleasing ritual, to experience unprecedented pleasure, ritual, or to enjoy the ecstasy of humiliating and stepping on her hated enemies, and so on. The rise of the succubus queen had gone through numerous conspiracies and wars. First, she had used various means to defeat her competitor, Shamiamor, when she was still relatively weak. She was the embodiment of depravity and lust, and the former succubus lover of the demon prince, Demogorgon. After Mechanut seduced the demon prince, Shamiamor was also imprisoned in the Well of Darkness. So, when the succubus queen was at her weakest, she hugged the demon prince, Demogorgon's thigh, and successfully avoided many threats. But Mechanut did not become arrogant and complacent because of this. She knew that her strength was not enough to compete with other demon lords, so she had been using schemes and beauty to achieve her goals and gain more power. The succubus queen had many enemies. The Knoll King was one of them, but her most difficult enemy was one of the three leaders of the bottomless abyss, the Dark Monarch Grazi. After the succubus queen rejected his advances, the Dark Monarch, who felt that his pride was hurt, launched an attack on Mechanut's territory. Mechanut had to use all his strength to resist the attack. After this attack, the two demon lords fell into a cold war. They sent a large number of subordinates to destroy each other's domains. Because of this hatred, the most bizarre thing in the abyss happened here. In order to take revenge on the succubus queen for rejecting his advances, the Dark Monarch transformed himself into Mechanut to seduce Koschurch, one of the ugliest Thenari lords in the abyss. The result of this seduction made the succubus queen feel deeply ashamed, because many people still believed that Mechanut, who was subdued by Koschurch's power, was not the Dark Monarch in disguise. There was a need to pause here. First of all, the Dark Monarch was a male demon, and he was also the most powerful demon lord in the abyss. He was one of the three leaders of the abyss who controlled many planes. Then, in order to take revenge on the succubus queen for rejecting his courtship, he transformed into the succubus queen's appearance, into a female, and personally seduced the ugliest demon lord in the bottomless abyss. Moreover, many things that could not be described with words happened between him and the demon lord. In the end, he regarded this matter as a great conspiracy against the succubus queen. Unbelievable. When Soren first learned of this matter, he did not know what words he could use to describe this demon lord. He could only say that it was understandable that such a weirdo was born in the Chaos faction. It was hard to imagine what the Dark Monarch was thinking when he faced the ugliest demon lord in the abyss. Okay, let's skip this matter for now. The succubus queen's hatred for the Dark Monarch grew stronger, but the next thing made her have to shift her attention elsewhere. It was also because of this matter that led to her strong rise in the abyss. The most powerful demon lord in the abyss was undoubtedly the demon prince, Demogorgon, a terrifying creature with two heads that looked like a baboon. He was the most powerful lover of the succubus queen. For a long time, Demogorgon had been fighting against himself and consuming his strength because of his two heads. One was crazy, and the other was rational. Both heads believed that the disappearance of one of them would not lead to his death, and it would make Demogorgon stronger. They fought for countless years. Unfortunately, most of the attempts failed, but in the end he came up with an incomparably crazy idea. The succubus queen had many lovers. Her intimate relationship with other demon lords was usually only for one reason: to satisfy her endless desire. Her lovers included the Wind Demon King, Pazuzu. They had produced many powerful succubus descendants, including the mysterious Red Shroud who ruled the Broken Region, Mestfil, the king of the patrolling hunters, the owner of Mechanut's steel fortress Van Allen, in the first layer of the abyss Pazunia, and Sokos Benoist, the embodiment of chaos, incestuousness, and taboo. He coveted the throne of the Dark Monarch and formed an alliance with Mechanut in order to achieve this goal. In the end, he died in the hands of the succubus queen, and part of the succubus queen's clergy came from him. The succubus queen's biggest trophy was undoubtedly Demogorgon. It was best to never mention the nameless and dirty descendant between them. With the close relationship between him and the demon prince, Mechanut did not need to worry about his safety at all, because no one dared to risk offending the most powerful demon of the abyss to attack Mechanut. The upheaval of the abyss happened here. One day, the succubus queen suddenly noticed that Demogorgon had a new movement, a movement that no one else had the chance to notice. She learned that Demogorgon planned to absorb an unprecedented amount of energy from the main material plane. This power was simply unimaginable. Even the succubus queen was afraid of the actions of the demon prince and the possible consequences. So in order to protect herself, she secretly betrayed her ugly and terrifying lover. Mechanut secretly manipulated a team of heroes from the main material plane to destroy the demon prince's plan. This success and a little opportunity directly led to the strong rise of the succubus queen. Demogorgon had a lot of crazy plans. He even planned to drag a place called Fear Island directly into the abyss and make it a space under his control. Chaos could easily give birth to madness. The destruction of Demogorgon was the result of his own death, and the rise of the succubus queen relied on her various conspiracies. The succubus queen had many enemies. As a demon lord, she had always had the habit of personally patrolling her territory. This habit almost covered all the powerful demons. In the process of a patrol, the succubus queen encountered a lot of incorporeal demons. These demons were called Lomala. During one of her patrols, she found a Lomala lord in a sleeping state. Mechanthet managed to imprison the demon lord, who had fallen into a deep slumber, in a ruby with mysterious power. For a long time, this ruby was buried under the palace of the succubus queen, until one day she finally found the perfect way to absorb it. She was not an ordinary demon. In fact, absorbing the power of a demon lord was not difficult for her, because the succubus always had a way to absorb something. What the succubus queen wanted was a perfect absorption. She could completely absorb the power of the other party without affecting the thing she valued most, her amazing beauty and exuberant breasts. The pattern of the abyss changed from here. In the long years, Demogorgon's two heads carried out countless plans and attempts to gain complete control, but all the attempts failed. Until one day, after a crazy event, it had a huge and violent energy that completely destroyed an empire in the space of the Island of Fear. It was the result of this incident that made one of Demogorgon's heads come up with a crazy plan. After being frozen for nearly 1,000 years, now, it finally planned to start implementing this plan. Demogorgon planned to absorb an unprecedented amount of energy from the prime material plane. If the plan succeeded, Demogorgon would use this incomparably huge energy to merge his two personalities into a unified whole. Once this great goal was completed, there was no doubt that Demogorgon would no longer be just a demon prince, but a demon king. This plan was perfect. Although one of Demogorgon's heads was crazy, the other head was very rational. None of the demon lords knew of his plan, except for the succubus queen, who was his closest lover. In the end, even the succubus queen was afraid of this terrifying and crazy plan, so much so that she had to secretly manipulate some heroes to destroy it. Everything changed because of this. Demogorgon fell because of his crazy plan, and the terrible energy even caused a big explosion in some levels of the bottomless abyss. The succubus queen became the biggest beneficiary. It could be said that her current rise was entirely due to this incident. It was precisely because of this incident that she replaced Demogorgon as one of the giants of the bottomless abyss, and plotted to kill many of her opponents and lovers. Even the Dark Monarch was plotted against by her and died once. Although he didn't die completely and was resurrected soon, the succubus queen still reached into the realm of the gods in the end. However, with the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the succubus queen seemed to be in a bit of trouble, because some of her defeated and imprisoned enemies seemed to have escaped, and a powerful soul that she had been imprisoning seemed to have suddenly broken free from the seal. These were very dangerous enemies. The succubus queen felt a deep sense of crisis, especially since she now had enough enemies, and the sudden outbreak of the energy storm was affecting her more and more. Therefore, she felt that she had to think of a way to deal with all this. It would be best if she could wipe out all these enemies in one fell swoop. Bottomless abyss, forgotten land. With a magic aura, Sauron's figure once again returned to his own territory. This time, the duration of Summon Demon was very short, and it was not enough for him to explore too many places in the Eastern Kingdom. The Eastern Kingdom was the place with the most preserved ruins. Of course, even the gods could not avoid the risks. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day after Sauron returned from the material plane, a Yugoloth who had just returned from the first layer of the bottomless abyss brought back very shocking news to him. That was, the succubus army had withdrawn from the bloody battle. There were rumors that the succubus queen suddenly disappeared mysteriously in her palace, leaving no news. The succubus army was now in chaos, and many Radiance nuns were eyeing the throne of the succubus queen. However, they were not sure about the specific situation of the succubus queen, so no one dared to act rashly. Some people suspected that this was related to the recent mysterious disappearances of the gods. For a time, the whole bottomless abyss was in turmoil. P.S. That's all for the plot of the succubus queen. It's a brief explanation of the general foundation. This plotline has been pushed back a lot, but some important events will be mentioned. Chapter 659. What? Sauron looked at the Yugoloth with a strange face in front of him and muttered to himself. The succubus queen is missing? It seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He nodded slightly to show that he already knew about it, then waved his hand and said, I know. You can go now. This is for you. Sauron threw a mid-quality soul crystal over. The Yugoloth in front of him brought the news to him, obviously expecting a little reward. It seemed that the news had not spread yet, and the channel it got the information should be related to the succubus. In the lower planes, only benefits could be used to rope in demons. If there were no benefits, they might endure it the first time, but the next time there was such information, they might not pass it to Sauron. Thank you, Your Excellency. The Yugoloth held the soul crystal with a smile. This thing was the hard currency of the lower planes, and it was much more valuable than gold, jewelry, and weapons. It was very satisfied with Sauron's reward and quickly nodded and bowed down. Sauron had the talent of soul manipulation, so it was relatively easy for him to extract some soul crystals. It was just that the production was relatively low. At present, Sauron could only cast it once a day. That was to say, if there were enough enemies for him to kill and enough conditions to cast soul manipulation, then he could make one soul crystal every day. It seems that something big is brewing. Sauron looked at the demon in front of him. At present, the news had not spread, but there would soon be a chain of events. The succubus queen had a lot of enemies. If she was really missing, then these enemies might jump out and bite her hard. Sauron did not remember what happened in the bottomless abyss before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, but he was sure that the succubus queen had not fallen. In terms of means, the succubus queen was also a very ruthless person. Is it because of the Avatar crisis? Could it be that she also fell to the mortal world? Sauron closed his eyes and thought for a while, then murmured, but the divinity of the succubus queen is not the same as other gods? Strictly speaking, she doesn't rely entirely on the power of the quintessence. Moreover, I've never heard of a demon lord from the lower planes descending to the mortal world. The energy storm came from above. Although he did not know the specific situation of the matter, Zorro felt that there was a conspiracy in it. The mysterious disappearance of a powerful demon lord would directly lead to a reshuffling of the structure of the abyss, including the Forgotten Land where he was. The reason was simple. The succubus army had grown stronger over the years, and they even had troops stationed in the Forgotten Land. From the first to the sixth layer of the bottomless abyss, as long as the environment was not too harsh, there would be a small area occupied by the succubus army as a transit station. A portion of the weapons and equipment in the bottomless abyss were traded with the neutral evil demons through their hands. The main reason was that the evil demons trusted the reputation of the succubus more than the other chaos demons. Forget it. Although Sauron always felt that something was going to happen, he thought that he might not have the strength to get involved, so he might as well do his own things first. Besides, He had to find a way to send the things that he had prepared a long time ago. When these things were delivered, he estimated that he would become one of the most powerful demon lords near the Galumba Arena. Outer Islands, Motor City. Today's weather was very good. The sun was shining, and the sky was clear. However, Edu received a strange task today, which was to transport a batch of weapons in the warehouse to the forbidden area. It was hard to understand. Edu did not understand why the higher-ups ordered them to transport those weapons to the forbidden area of Motor City, because there were dozens of weapons and equipment. But it did not matter if they did not understand the order, as long as they strictly followed the orders. Edu had been transporting weapons since this morning, and now it was already the third cart of equipment. Oh, while the people below were loading the weapons onto the carriages, George reached out and took a war hammer from the large carriage in front of him. The heavy weight caused his arm to sink. Then he tried to swing it, but he shook his head and said, "No. It's too heavy. I'm afraid this weapon is already 100 or 200 pounds, right? Who can use such a heavy weapon? There are not many people in Motor City who can fight with it. I've seen a dwarf's war hammer before. I guess the war hammer used by the dwarves in Furnace Fort is not even half the weight of the one in my hand. I don't know why the higher-ups bought so many heavy weapons." Hearing Edu's words, a drow with a serious expression next to him also reached out and picked up a heavy two-handed sword. Forged with steel, enchanted in the north, a grade 1 rare weapon. The heavy weight made the drow, who was used to using delicate weapons, frown. He held the two-handed sword and said lightly, "Don't ask so much. If the higher-ups want you to transport it, just do it." Edu curled his lips and nodded. "Of course I know that. I'm just a little curious. By the way, since you met that half-elf girl, you've become more talkative than before?" The drow looked at him with a serious expression and did not answer. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Although they were already very familiar with each other, it was still difficult for the drow warriors to adapt to the teasing of humans. Carts of weapons were loaded. Edu estimated the number and said, "I'm afraid it will take another 10 trips. It will probably all be transported by noon." TSK. These weapons are enough to arm thousands of barbarians, right? Among all the professions, barbarians should have the highest strength because their berserk ability could temporarily increase their strength. Among the weapons sent over, even the lightest one would require at least 16 points of strength to wield. Some of the heavier weapons would require at least 20 points of strength to wield. It would be impossible to use them in battle without at least 20 points of strength. Motor City had been stocking up on these weapons for a while. Although many people did not understand why Sir Soren ordered so many heavy weapons to the Northern Council, now that they were all shipped out, they should be useful. Some people speculated that Sir Soren had made a weapon deal with some forces. Anyway, they just needed to carry out the orders. The bottomless abyss lacked everything. Because these demons did not know how to produce at all. They liked to destroy and kill. Therefore, the weapons and equipment of the demons in the bottomless abyss were far behind the demons in the Bator Inferno, and the neutral demons. Only knowing how to kill and war could not bring prosperity. Many of the weapons and equipment of the bottomless abyss were smuggled through other channels. Even though the bottomless abyss itself was quite rich in resources in this area, there was not much production labor among the demons. Cannon fodder was consumed batch after batch. Few demons would specifically learn production skills because the environment might cause them to die in the next moment. In the bottomless abyss, there might only be one rare equipment on a middle-grade demon, and it was only a weapon. The lack of materials made the demons have to rely on the neutral demons to smuggle equipment. It might be a little ridiculous, but in fact for a long time, the weapons and equipment used by the demons on the bloody battlefield were all eliminated products smuggled from the Bator Inferno by the neutral demons. In other words, the demons were using the eliminated equipment of the demons to fight them. The environment of the bottomless abyss was that bad. Unless a certain demon lord unified or occupied a large area, it was difficult to find a place in the bottomless abyss that could produce weapons and equipment. The number of weapon factories in the bottomless abyss with more than 600 floors added up was less than the first floor of the Bator Inferno. This was the current situation of the demons. Therefore, Sauron could only rely on himself to prepare these things because the weapons and equipment smuggled by the Yugalos were also limited. They were in the cross-plane weapon trade, and what they pursued was high profits. Sauron was ready to participate in the cross-plane weapon trade. P.S. After 3 chapters of a 600,000-word story, don't say that I'm lame. Chapter 660. Mordor City, War Chest Half-Bit Wall. Sauron's figure appeared in this half-bit wall. Because the defense of the Wizard Tower in the Shadow-bit wall could not be broken, this half-bit wall had become their new breakthrough point. Not only did Fallen Witch Kalina move the laboratory here, but now even Gloria moved to the half-bit wall, preparing to break through the defense system of the Wizard Tower from the inside. The production of the Diamond Golem was approaching the final step. The 3 Diamond Golems had been assembled, but they still needed to cast a spell to activate them. Today, whether it was Gloria or Fallen Witch, they temporarily put down their research work because they still had a very important thing to do today. That was to help Sauron open a plane channel. In terms of spellcasting ability, Sauron was not a half-baked wizard. This was something that could not be helped. The accumulation of a wizard took too much time. In fact, as a god, Sauron had the ability to open a plane channel to the abyss alone, but the burden was also great. It would consume a lot of divine power. In the current situation of promoting to lesser divine power, Sauron certainly could not waste precious divine power at will. Therefore, he needed to use the power of the 2 legendary witches to open the portal to the abyss. However, before that, he still needed to improve his spellcasting level. As the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer, Sauron undoubtedly chose to improve the profession level of the Arcanist. A row of data appeared in front of him. The Arcanist profession level has been raised to level 2. Receive 33, INT 25+, INT 25 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 12, profession HP 4+, con 25 to 10, *0. 5. Your arcane memory ability has been improved. You have received 1 free attribute point. You have received 1 ability point. The Arcanist profession level has been raised to level 3. Receive 33, INT 25+, INT 25 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 12, profession HP 4+, con 25 to 10, *0. 5. Your arcane memory ability has been improved. Arcanist level increased to level 4. Receive 33, INT 25+, INT 25 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 12, profession HP 4+, con 25 to 10, *0. 5. Your arcane memory ability has improved. You have obtained 1 free attribute point. The Arcanist profession has been raised to level 5. Receive 33, INT 25+, INT 25 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 12, profession HP 4+, con 25 to 10, *0. 5. Your arcane memory ability has improved. You've received 1 talent point, 2 free attribute points and 2 talent points. After using up the 3 million slaughter EXP from killing the god of the hunt, Sauron raised his Arcanist profession level to level 5. Normal Arcanists wouldn't need so much slaughter EXP to level up. There was only one reason why Sauron had to pay so much slaughter EXP, and that was because his Arcanist level was calculated on top of his wizard level. In other words, his wizard level was now level 15. The goddess of magic hadn't fallen yet, so part of the Arcanist's power couldn't take effect. This caused the Arcanist's spell slots to repel each other, so Sauron could only cast spells up to level 7. However, the Arcanist's own abilities had also been strengthened. The biggest difference between Sauron and other wizards was that his spell slots could automatically recover. Arcane memory profession ability. Arcanists have mastered a special technique that allows them to come into contact with the inside of the magic net and understand the structure of the magic net itself. When an Arcanist came into contact with the weave, they could automatically recall the spells that they had already cast, and did not need to recollect them. The Arcanist spell model will be preserved in the original spell model, and over time, the spell model will be automatically recalled and reconstructed. After a certain period of time, arcanists will once again recall the spells they have cast, even if they don't have time to rest or meditate. Remark 1. Currently, arcanists will automatically recall a level 0 spell every 5 minutes, a level 1 spell every 30 minutes, a level 2 spell every 1 hour, and a level 3 spell every 2 hours. Remark 2. The compatibility between arcane memory and wizard profession level has failed. Back in the day, arcanists were level 5 and could only automatically recall level 3 spells. The arcanist's memory will increase with arcanist's spellcasting level. The compatibility between arcanists and wizards profession level still failed. If Soren wanted to automatically recover his legendary spells, he would have to raise his arcanist level to level 20. After leveling up his profession level, the next step was to allocate his free attribute points. Soren didn't choose to increase intelligence, but instead, he allocated all his attribute points to dexterity. His dexterity was raised to a shocking 32 points. The reason why he chose dexterity was because Soren realized that as a god, there was still a huge gap between his attributes and the other gods. Many powerful gods would have an attribute that reached a terrifying 40 points. If Soren allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, it would be almost impossible for him to reach 40 points in dexterity, or even 45 points in great divine power. The higher one's profession level was, the harder it was to level up. Currently, an arcanist needed nearly 1 million slaughter EXP to level up. He was only one level away from reaching grade 6. From now on, the difficulty of obtaining each attribute point would increase exponentially. There was a huge gap between 27 points of intelligence and 32 points of dexterity. Moreover, Soren's fighting style was more like a rogue. Divinity free attribute points. Soren's ultimate goal was to increase his dexterity to 45 points. That way, even if he fought against a great divine power, he would still not be at a disadvantage. Remark: almost all great divine powers have attributes that exceed 40 points. As for the 2 specialization points, Soren almost didn't even think about it before choosing them. Making magic equipment specialty ability. You have the ability to make magic equipment. This ability is affected by your basic skills. You can enchant the equipment. This specialty ability will increase with your casting level. It was a specialty that did not seem to be very useful. However, it was quite important for Soren because this was the prerequisite ability for the divine ability, making artifacts, that he had to master in the future. As a god, Soren was a little embarrassed. The main reason was that he basically did not have a single artifact that he could use. The vampire ring still had Reinhardt's power left on it. The beast's claw was not a weapon that was suitable for him at all. The flail of time was only one of the components. Soren had to make his own artifact. If one wanted to create a divine artifact, creating magical equipment was the most important prerequisite. The second specialty was not much to think about. Soren chose spell penetration. His goal was to obtain one of the most important specialties for spellcasters. It was also one of the few legendary specialties that could effectively resist the saint form, legendary spell penetration. Without this legendary specialization, one would not be qualified to become a top-level spellcaster. The magic resistance of gods was just too high. Without legendary spell penetration, many spells would be directly immune to, and there would be no effective damage. After spending all his slaughter EXP in one go, he leveled up 4 times consecutively after slaying a god. At this time, Soren's attribute page had changed a lot. However, because he was 1 level away from reaching grade 6, he thought about it and decided to take a break first. There was still one more breakthrough after reaching grade 6. An additional legendary specialty point would greatly increase his strength. Gods could master arcane proficiency and automatic spellcasting. Soren was going to hold back his big move and try to obtain the ability to instantly cast all spells below the 6th circle when he reached grade 6. As for the basic skill points that he obtained, Soren put all of them into making magic equipment. He needed to accumulate the basic requirements to make an artifact for himself. P.S. There is one more update. Chapter 661. It was a very complicated teleportation circle. Although the barriers of many planes began to weaken because of the Avatar crisis, it was still very troublesome to reach the abyss. The special nature of the half-plane allowed Soren to use it to skip the trouble of the astral world and ensure that he could teleport to the abyss at any time. However, he didn't have so much power to waste to open a permanent portal, so he could only build a teleportation circle that could be activated temporarily. A low incantation could be heard. Gloria and the Fallen which worked together to cast spells, while Soren directly used his divine power to open a plane passage. It was a pity that he didn't master the ability of space change. Otherwise, this matter would be much easier. The speed of the accumulation of divine power was a bit of a pain in the ass, so he had to use it sparingly. Because Soren had recently used it to master a combat-type ability. Divine Power Shockwave, Divinity Ability. Consume 10 points of your own divine power to cause 120 divine power shockwave damage to a target, or 40 divine power shockwave damage to all targets within 30 meters. The damage will directly knock back nearby targets. Divine Power Shield and Divine Power Shockwave. These were two very important combat abilities that were given by the divinity. Soren's survival ability was already very strong, so he chose to master the Divine Power Shockwave that could kill a single target or attack an area of effect. The more important reason why he chose this ability was that after Soren mastered the Slaughter domain, one of his own abilities had a little mutation. Blasphemous Words Slaughter Domain. Because of the power of the Slaughter domain, the effect of Blasphemous Words has changed. It is equivalent to the legendary spell, Command Death. You can use it on a single target, or you can use it on all targets within a 30-meter radius. When used on a single target, Blasphemous Words will directly kill the target with less than 120 HP. When used on multiple targets, Blasphemous Words will directly kill the target with less than 20 HP. Soren hadn't fully mastered the Slaughter domain yet. The power of divinity took time to integrate little by little. Soren was still unfamiliar with this newly acquired domain. But just some of the abilities he had now were enough to make his combat effectiveness change dramatically. Divine Power Shockwave. 120 points of single-target divine power damage that ignores fortitude and 40 points of AoE divine power damage. Blasphemy. Wipes out a single target with 120 HP or less. Wipes out a group of targets with 20 HP or less. After combining the two abilities, Soren was very surprised to find that he actually had a 240 HP instant beheading ability, as well as a 60 HP instant beheading ability. Of course, the prerequisite for killing was that the target did not have the special ability to be immune to instant death damage. After mastering these two abilities, Soren finally felt like he was a god. When the Avatar crisis broke out, those powerful gods fought fiercely. In contrast, Soren's fighting ability seemed to be still at the level of a legendary profession. This gap was caused by the ability of godhood, changing reality, changing space, descending from the heavens, and so on. Soren was still far away from those powerful godhood abilities. He was now a god with lesser divine power. He had enough divinity and divine power. All he lacked was the accumulation of divine power. Now Soren was waiting for the quantitative change to lead to a qualitative change. Bottomless Abyss, Forgotten Land. There was a slight distortion in the surrounding space, and then a portal opened in front of Sauron. A huge amount of equipment was transported out from the portal by the golems. It took a lot of power to maintain this kind of interplane portal, so Sauron didn't dare to waste time. He quickly sent the gold and gems that he had collected during this period into the portal. 2 full boxes of gold and gems, worth about 300,000 Kindler coins, and many rare materials that could only be found in the bottomless abyss were all sent into the portal. The weapons were piled up into a mountain. Because the number was too large, the golems had to transport them dozens of times to move them all. No one could transport so many weapons back alone. The volume of more than 20 carriages couldn't even fit in a large storage space. However, Sauron had already prepared for it. Soon, the demon elites under his command would transport them back. 1,200 extraordinary-grade heavy weapons. 30 heavy cannons. A number of weapons and equipment that other medium-sized creatures could use. as well as various war supplies. Don't ask Soren why he brought so many things over. Since he had already used up his power to open the portal, wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't bring more things over? The price of interplane arms trade was very high. Soren himself was reluctant to open such a portal several times. Maybe this would be the only transaction this year. Half of the weapons and equipment were used to arm the elite troops of the demon incarnation, which was basically given to the middle-grade demons. The other half of the weapons were used to trade arms. The things in the bottomless abyss were either ridiculously expensive, or they didn't cost a penny. The large amount of equipment ordered from the northern witches had already brought a little burden to the treasury of Mordor City. He had to earn some money back from the demons. The interplane arms trade was at least 200% profit. In addition to the 30 heavy cannons used to attack the Golumba arena, nearly half of the equipment was going to be sold to other demons. There were no munitions factories in the bottomless abyss. The demons would definitely be willing to exchange the gold and jewelry they collected. Soren estimated that the net profit should be more than 600,000 Kindler coins. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the trade on the south coast was gradually affected. The situation was so turbulent that many nobles gave up luxury goods. The tea, porcelain, and silk from the eastern countries were obviously not as profitable as before. He was going to earn back all the military expenses next year through this transaction. The development of towns, the construction of temples, and the maintenance of a huge army, the output of Treasure Island, and the taxes on trade alone were not enough. Soren continued to increase the number of soldiers. He was going to try the interplane arms trade. The most valuable thing in the bottomless abyss was the soul. The demons didn't care much about the disaster coin Kindler. And it happened that the demons didn't care much about Kindler, but it had a considerable use in the material plane. Gloria had always wanted to rebuild a wizard tower, and Fallen Witch might also need a tower of her own. This thing was worth millions of gold dirhams at every turn. Not to mention whether to conduct research on the floating city in the future, and the astronomical cost of the research. Just the two towers of Gloria and Fallen Witch had already made Soren realize that he had to find a way to earn some money for marriage. The treasury of Mordor City couldn't afford it. The stability of the outer islands was maintained by a huge army. More funds could only be found in the bottomless abyss. Chapter 662. Weapons were always a big problem. Looking at how much effort it took Soren to get a rare weapon, it could be seen how difficult it was to find a suitable equipment in this world. And that was in the material plane. It was even more difficult in a barren place like the abyss. There were many demons wandering in the vast wilderness, and when they saw an enemy with a weapon, they would snatch it and use it. The huge resources of the abyss had no chance to be used at all. Sauron's weapons were mainly used to attack the Golumba arena. After eliminating these goblins, the demon incarnation would enter a period of farming. The purpose was to integrate the power of this area and finally advance to a lower-level demon lord. After taking down the arena, Sauron was ready to reopen it, and use the arena and prizes to attract powerful demons. Finally, he would occupy a seat in the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. To become a demon lord, one must have their own foundation. Sauron needed more thugs and cannon fodder. Only by standing firmly in the territory could the arms trade in the plain provide him with a steady stream of income. Mordor City, with the demon incarnation sending a batch of gold, gems, and rare materials, the research funds of the two witches were also temporarily eased a lot. The accumulation of wealth was very slow. Every year, new witches in the Northern Witch Council applied for funds to build towers. But in fact, in the past 20 years, the entire Northern Witch Council had only increased the construction progress of one tower. The main reason was that too much money was spent. The taxes of a country for several years were only enough to complete the foundation of one tower. After killing the god of the hunt, Malor, Soren's time had to shift to other places. First of all, the most important thing was to collect the power of faith. Advancing to a lesser divine power was the most important thing at present, because this could strengthen the power of divinity that Soren could master. Because of the control of the domain, Soren needed to shift part of his energy to politics. The ruling domain would increase the number of divine power points obtained because of his policies. And as Soren's rule became more deeply rooted in people's hearts, this domain's ability would have a more far-reaching impact. Then, it was time for Soren to improve his abilities. Due to some unknown reasons, Soren was unable to master level 8 spell slots. However, as a spellcaster with a profession level of 15, he had a lot of level 6 and 7 spell slots. He already had 2 7th circle spell slots and 3 6th circle spell slots. The Lich Ring gave him another 7th circle spell slot and a 6th circle spell slot. There were 3 7th circle spell slots and 4 6th circle spell slots. Now that he finally had some free time, Soren naturally needed to replenish the spells he had mastered. Currently, the spells he needed to learn included Bigby's Palm of Protection, Bigby's Flying Palm, Greater Haste, Mud to Stone, Greater Dispel, Shadow Tentacles Research, Hardening, Increase the hardness of materials, Mental Retardation, Reduce the enemy's intelligence, Cloud of Death Anti-Gravity, Special Spell, Projection Spirit Walk, Finger of Death, Limited Wish Wish, Greater Teleportation, and so on. As a deity, Soren couldn't rely too much on his innate level 20 priest abilities. This was because this kind of spellcasting ability consumed divine power points. Wizards could recollect spell slots after they were used up, which could save a lot of divine power points. Currently, Soren's focus was on the first 2 moves of Bigby's 5 consecutive palms, as well as Greater Dispel, Magic Break, Shadow Tentacles Research, and Hardening. The last 2 were combo skills, which were recorded in the books in the war chest plane. Finally, a special spell that required a lot of effort to understand was the spell, Anti-Gravity. This spell was very special. It could distort the gravity of a material. There were still many wizards who studied this spell in depth. Compared to the simple levitation spell, Anti-Gravity was too difficult to understand. It wasn't that this spell was difficult to memorize, but it was difficult for wizards to figure out how to enchant this spell on large objects. It was easy to make a piece of iron float in the air, and it was easy to make a stone float in the air, but it was quite difficult to make an entire wizard tower float in the air. Making a city float in the air was even more unimaginable for wizards. There were still a lot of enchantment problems about this spell. It was the core secret of the Arcane Empire's research and breakthroughs. Soren also needed to memorize this spell. If it was really involved in the research of the floating city in the future, as a half-baked wizard, Soren would definitely join the research process. There was a huge list of spells to memorize. In order to master these spells as soon as possible, Soren had to increase his divine power points to get the ability of arcane proficiency. The ability of the divinity consumed divine power points, so the number of believers became the key. The faith of Mordor was close to saturation. The speed of restoring divine power points was not very slow, but it was not up to Soren's expectations. If there was any way to restore divine power points, then it was undoubtedly the war clergy. As long as there was a war, the divine power points would rise. After the Avatar crisis entered the middle stage, because of a strong sense of crisis, many gods would do anything to restore their divine power points. Autumnfall. With the arrival of autumn, leaves were falling all over the city that was gradually falling apart. In this city, there was the shadow of Amber City. Hope, vitality, and vitality gradually faded, leaving only pale and powerless emptiness and decadence. The orcs were still not defeated. Eugene the Ascender was more powerful than many people thought, and the elven reinforcements expected by the nobles of Autumnfall never arrived. Although the Earthwalker helped them, the Droll Order still could not afford huge casualties. Their doctrine was to maintain the balance of nature, not to get involved in the war between the two races. The Elf Queen refused to send reinforcements. The abnormal movements in the spider forest made the Queen focus all her attention on the drows. She was worried that the followers of the Queen of Spiders would make a move. Autumn came. War destroyed agriculture, and there were barren farmlands everywhere, which were already full of weeds. The orcs retreated to the other side of the river. It seemed that after Eugene the Ascender suffered a loss in the hands of Sir Soren, he had given up the idea of defeating the half-elves in one fell swoop, and was ready to manage the other half of the land. There were already orcs who were learning from humans to cultivate those lands. They were planting winter wheat, and next year's harvest would greatly stabilize the mentality of the orcs and make them more determined to fight against the half-elves. Because the land near Loya City was really fertile, much more fertile than their original homeland. Maple leaves fell. A group of people gathered in the basement that had not been cleaned for a long time. They were all half-elves and seemed to belong to various classes. There were officers, civilians, merchants, and nobles. The biggest feature was that almost all of them were professionals, and their strength should be very good. They belonged to the level of a leader. This can't go on. A man with a resolute face looked at the other people present. He was a ranger with a firm belief. After glancing around the basement, he said in a deep voice, "It's getting more and more difficult to ration supplies in autumn-fall. Because of the turmoil in various places, the price of food is getting more and more expensive. Human merchants are not willing to transport food here. The group of vampires in the Noble Council is not willing to help the civilians at all if we wait until winter comes. I'm afraid. Winter in such an era often meant the end in death." Ryan, an old merchant, stood up and slowly said, "You called us here this time. Do you have any ideas?" The war made many knowledgeable people in Autumnfall stand up. They secretly united together and tried to maintain the order of the city. The world never lacked people with firm beliefs. If they had strength, these people's personalities could always shine. It was impossible to maintain one's influence under the suppression of the aristocratic parliament without strength. The man with a resolute face looked at the other people present and slowly said his plan. His plan was only one sentence. "I want to go to Mordor." Chapter 663. The weather is getting colder. Old Victor was holding a small bag as he walked slowly on the street, carefully hiding it in his pocket. There were falling maple leaves on both sides of the road, but it was no longer as beautiful as before. Loya City was a very beautiful city, but that was only the beauty of the past. Now Loya City was full of holes. Even the collapsed city walls were barely repaired. The funds of the treasury had been exhausted, and the greedy nobles were unwilling to take out their own property to fill the hole. There were refugees curled up in the corners of the streets. With the shortage of supplies, the city's security became more and more unstable. Squeak. Old Victor slowly opened the door. It was a dilapidated house. The war had burned a corner of the roof, and now it could only barely shelter from the wind and rain. "Jack." Old Vicudo called out softly, and soon, a thin and weak little boy walked out. There was a smile on his face, and he raised the bag in his hand. Then he picked up the little boy in front of him and slowly said, "I brought some food back. Grandpa will cook something for you later." A little boy of 6 or 7 years old looked at the bag in old Victor's hand, and his little face showed a longing expression. Soon a trace of smoke rose. When old Victor looked at the grandson in front of him greedily drinking the bowl of oatmeal and licking the bottom of the bowl clean, his heart could not help but feel sour. "Grandpa." The little boy finished the oatmeal in the bowl, looked up at old Victor in front of him, and whispered, "Why don't you eat?" Old Victor quietly turned his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. Then he chuckled and said, "Grandpa has already eaten." There was not much food left. The city hall had stopped the relief, and it would be more difficult to get food in the future. The war had taken away his 2 sons, his wife, and his brother. Now he was left with a young grandson and a nephew who was a low-ranking officer in the city's defense. Old Victor was 50 years old this year. If he was put on a human, he might be old, but as a half-elf, he was still strong. He was not a powerful professional, just an experienced craftsman. His hard work and simple traditions allowed him to live a well-fed life in times of peace, but when war came, everything was destroyed. Old Victor wasn't lazy. If there was a chance to work, he wouldn't mind working harder. But in fact, he had no chance to rely on work to support himself and his grandson. The war had destroyed the order of Loya City. As a craftsman, he could only rely on his nephew to provide some food. The streets of Loya City were full of refugees. They were homeless and had nowhere to go. The orcs' invasion still harassed them from time to time. As long as the war didn't stop, all of this would continue. The flames of war had destroyed everything. Chaos was trampling on order. Barren farmlands, ruined streets, withered shops, and piles of bones were left in the wilderness. In the darkest corner of Luoya City, because of hunger, half-orcs have been included in their diet. Old Victor was lucky. Because he still had a nephew who could help him, he wouldn't fall into an even more miserable state. It can't go on like this. Old Victor looked at his thin grandson in front of him. The sadness in his heart became more and more intense. It was very difficult to feed 3 people with his nephew's army food alone. But today Luoya City didn't give him a chance to work to support himself. The war made farming only near the city. It was impossible to farm further away. The orc army would not give them a chance. But relying on the output of this land, it was impossible to maintain the population of the city. Unless the half-elves could launch a strong counterattack to recapture the land on the riverbank and rearrange a line of defense that was strong enough to defend against the orcs. But, as far as the current situation was concerned, this was almost impossible. Winter was coming. Old Victor looked at his grandson's thin clothes and thin body. The worry in his heart couldn't help but become heavier because he didn't know how to survive this winter. There were many people in Luoya City who were more difficult than them. Every morning, they could see frozen bodies. This year's climate was much colder than in previous years. Heavy footsteps sounded. He didn't need to look to know that his nephew was back. Old Victor stood up, and a young man with an eye patch appeared outside the door. The orcs took one of his eyes. However, as an excellent archer, Old Victor's nephew was still a very dangerous opponent. "Uncle." The young man took off his weapon, glanced at the room and whispered, "Where's Jack? Is he asleep?" Old Victor nodded gently. He was grateful to this nephew. If he didn't help him, he was afraid that he and his grandson's situation would be much more difficult. "I have something to discuss with you." The young man looked around, and then walked into the room. Old Victor had some doubts in his heart, but he quickly followed. The nephew's expression was very serious. He looked at Old Victor in front of him and said, "I want to go to Mordor." "What?" Old Victor froze for a moment. The young man seemed to think that he didn't understand and said again, "I want to go to Mordor. Luoya City is already difficult to support. If you agree, I'm going to take you to Mordor." Mordor. Old Victor's eyes suddenly glowed again. For a long time, Mordor City had a very special meaning for the people of Luoya City. They missed a precious opportunity. Now they could only listen to the rumors about the prosperous city and sigh about their increasingly difficult situation. Even though he hadn't eaten for a day, Old Victor's heart was still burning. "How do we go?" He looked at his nephew in front of him and said a little eagerly, "Will anyone come to pick us up? Mordor City is overseas. I'm afraid it's not easy to get there." The nephew shook his head gently. His expression was dignified, and he slowly said, "No. No one will come to pick us up. No one will come to pick us up. Then how do we go to Mordor City?" The nephew looked at Old Victor in front of him and continued, "There are more than a few people who want to go. I'm afraid there are many people who are ready to leave here for Mordor. Lord Ryan is preparing for this. If we can get a big ship, we should be able to reach Mordor. Go to Mordor." For some reason, Old Victor's heart suddenly became hot, and he seemed to be full of hope for the future. However, he still hesitated. "Mordor. Is that Lord still willing to accept us?" The nephew's expression was very certain, and he nodded and said, "Yes. That Lord will be willing to accept us. After all, he is a benevolent God. Protect our master." Mordor City. It was the most prosperous and rich place overseas. Old Victor didn't ask for anything. If he could reach that place, he only hoped that he could have a chance to work and raise his grandson with his own efforts. "I want to go to Mordor." He didn't know when it started, but this sentence began to be repeated in every corner of Luoya City. Chapter 664. It's finally done. A soft sigh of satisfaction and exhaustion sounded. Fallen Witch slowly stopped casting and looked at the huge and heavy diamond golem in front of her with an irrepressible smile on her face. Gloria next to her also showed joy. She confirmed the operation of the diamond golem. then smiled and came to her mother. She hugged her and congratulated her. Congratulations, Mother! You have successfully made a diamond golem. You have become one of the few master alchemists in the material plane. Golem production process. This had always been a relatively difficult branch of the wizard's internal process. It could be understood as the production of intelligent robots, and the diamond golem was currently the top combat-type intelligent armored robot. Creature level 20 or above, challenge level 18 or above. Such a diamond golem in front of them could easily wipe out a team of adventurers with a profession level of 15 or above. The gas release device has been cancelled. Fallen Witch was doing the final test work. Her white slender fingers stroked the ice-cold enchantment lines on the surface of the diamond golem and whispered. In order to enter the wizard tower, the enchantment and installation process of the diamond golem are all to improve its survivability and defensive ability. I further strengthened its body with hardening, although this has led to a significant reduction in agility. But it is almost impossible for ordinary attacks to hurt it. Immune to rare weapon damage below +3. The whole design concept of the diamond golem was prepared to break through the defense of the wizard tower. It gave up the ability of gas attack, gave up part of its flexibility, strengthened the structure of the armor, improved the resistance of enchantment, and so on. All right. Gloria reached out and hugged her mother, stroked her back, looked at her tired eyes and whispered, "Mother, you are very tired. Have a good rest today. Maybe tomorrow we will be ready to break through the defense of the wizard tower." Fallen Witch hadn't had a good rest for a long time. She was actually a very paranoid woman, especially when she had paid so much for her own pursuit. Once, her relationship with her daughter Gloria had become extremely stiff. Kalina nodded slowly, and then disappeared with the light of teleportation. At the other side, Soren, who was studying and researching a large number of spells in his own mansion, finally heard a piece of good news. He couldn't help but be excited. What? Has the diamond golem been successfully created? This is great. Once the diamond golems were successfully constructed, he could finally begin to advance into the Shadow Plane's Adept's Tower. At this moment, Soren couldn't help but give up on researching magic for the time being. Instead, he began to memorize the combat spells he needed. There was a difference between studying spells and memorizing spells during battle. He needed nearly 8 hours to complete one adjustment. According to the plan, he should set off tomorrow to attack the wizard tower, so he had to start preparing now. As a relic left behind by the arcane empire that was still functioning normally, Soren couldn't predict the dangers inside the Shadow Plane's wizard tower. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared. The next day, Soren, Gloria, Fallen Witch, and the High Priest, the top fighting forces of Mordor, were gathered together. The curse of the High Priest was much better, but Soren didn't exhaust all his divine power to help her remove the curse. He wasn't used to relying too much on the power of others, so the focus was on upgrading himself to lesser divine power first. The profession level of the High Priest should be about 24 now, so 1/3 of the power of the curse was barely removed. The huge magic lock was still in operation. After spending so much effort on this magic lock, the people present had already figured it out. Soon, they arrived outside the wizard tower. The wizard tower had hardly changed. It had existed for thousands of years, and its special enchantment craftsmanship had allowed it to resist the erosion of time. With a loud rumbling sound, the side door of the wizard tower opened again. The figure of Thaling 7 appeared in front of everyone. Compared to the Thaling 13 in the war chess world, the Thaling in front of them seemed to have a big gap in intelligence and strength. Beside it were 2 huge and heavy diamond golems. When they noticed Soren's approach, they were activated at the same time, and approached the side door. Soul scan. Thaling 7 repeated the familiar language. There were 2 golden gems in its eye sockets, but for some reason, the light was slightly dimmer than before. After discovering the existence of Soren and others, 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes and directly covered them. At the same time, it said in a metallic voice, "No soul mark is retained. An unauthorized visitor." According to the first level alert instruction, anyone who approaches without permission will be regarded as an intruder. Thaling 7 takes over the command. Construct spawn activated. Target 1's danger level is A. Target 2's danger level is B. Target 3's danger level is B. Target 4's danger level is B. Intruder strength is strong. Requesting activation of mana-powered armor. Mana crystal pulse cannon ready to charge. Diamond golems activated simultaneously. Activating command to expel or kill intruder. The diamond golem was fully charged. Command activated. The series of changes dazzled everyone. A bright light flashed at the top of the wizard tower, as if something had just moved. Then heavy footsteps were heard. 2 diamond golems that were about 3 meters tall and weighed more than a ton moved. The light of energy appeared in their eyes as they walked toward Soren and others. The last time they scanned, Soren's threat level was E, and Vivian's threat level was C. Thaling 7 did not activate the mana-powered armor, nor did it activate the mana crystal pulse cannon. However, this time, Soren's threat level was A, and the other 3's were B, so Thaling 7 activated all of its defensive mechanisms. You guys be careful. Soren's figure disappeared into thin air, and only his faint voice echoed. The 2 diamond golems made by Fallen which were activated at the same time, and directly blocked in front of them like a meat shield. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk strange footsteps were heard. As the front door of the Adept Tower opened, a special magic energy device appeared in front of everyone. Different from the diamond golems, the mana-powered device in front of them was more exquisite, and it looked like a mech from the era of science fiction. Its silver body was inscribed with complicated runes, and it looked familiar to Soren because he had seen something similar in the underwater ruins. Be careful. His voice sounded again, and he said in a deep voice, "This thing is immune to most spells. Let me deal with it. You guys pay attention to the diamond golems and Thaling 7. Be careful of the mana crystal pulse cannon. If something goes wrong, immediately teleport away from the battlefield." No one could take the crystal magic energy pulse cannon head-on, because its destructive power was simply too great. It was very difficult for spellcasters to fight against the diamond golems, because this kind of golem that was close to the top had too high resistance. Without relying on the diamond golems made by their own side, Gloria and Fallen which had almost no chance to fight. Psionic Field. The High Priestess instantly completed all the adaptations that a support should do, and her voice echoed in everyone's mind. Psionic Field activated. Synchronized psionic connection established. Psionic Barrier activated. I will always pay attention to the mana crystal pulse cannon's movements. You guys have to be more careful of other changes. The battle began. A red light appeared in Thaling 7's eyes, and with a signal full of danger, it began to cast spells. It raised its hand and cast Greater Dispel Magic, followed by Disintegrate and Disintegrate. It seemed that its combat system was quite advanced. Let's end this quickly. It was impossible to determine what else was in the wizard tower. The threat of the super mana crystal pulse cannon was too high. Only after breaking through the defense line in front of them and entering the interior of the wizard tower would they be safer. At least they didn't have to worry about the super mana crystal pulse cannon at the top of the wizard tower killing anyone present. Almost everyone present was more concerned about Soren. He definitely didn't want this to happen. Melf's Minute Meteor. To deal with this kind of creature with high physical and magical resistance, only Melf's Minute Meteor could cause enough damage. Soren already had a tactical arrangement in his mind. Perfect dual wielding, epic dexterity and greater haste. At the most basic level, Melf's Minute Meteor was a magical creation, which meant that it would create a +5 minute meteor flame on Soren's hands. This Minute Meteor was a magical weapon. Since it was a weapon, when Soren held it in both hands, then perfect dual wielding could naturally take effect. Greater haste combined with perfect dual wielding, plus the effect of epic dexterity. Soren didn't find a way to improve his lethality, but he pursued the theoretical limit of attack speed. At the moment the battle began, the meteor flame in his hand was like a storm. He threw out all 20 Melf's Minute Meteors in more than a second, and then his spell was exhausted. Boom. Boom. The dense explosion completely drowned the mana power armor. Because he still couldn't cast spells instantly, Soren could only cast Melf's Minute Meteor again, and then another round of storm-like attacks. Because the attack speed was too fast, the Melf's Minute Meteor could not even keep up with his consumption. Chapter 665. The meteor fire was like a torrential storm. With Soren's perfect dual-wielding attack speed, the 60 meteors were all thrown out in just a few seconds. The violent explosion was like an anti-aircraft gun, directly shaking the magic power unit to the point that it could not move forward. The continuous explosion made the ground full of potholes, and the burst of fire had completely drowned the target. With such terrible damage, even an adult dragon would be killed by Melf's Minute Meteors. However, there was no data prompt in front of Soren's eyes, which meant that the magic power armor did not fall. A green light similar to the disintegration spell shot out, and the moment Soren dodged at high speed, the stone behind him was disintegrated into powder. The figure of the magic power unit appeared, and its silver-white surface had been blown into potholes. The penetrating power of Melf's Minute Meteors was too strong, and even it could not be immune. However, this level of damage was not enough to destroy a golem of its level. The powerful damage reduction made it more resistant to damage than many gods and saints. Damn it! There were still a few Minute Meteors left in Soren's memory, but this was only the first level of the battle. Who knew what else was in the wizard tower? Melf's Minute Meteors had been used up to deal with a magic power device guarding the door. Next, wouldn't he have to use a knife to cut this damn thing? If he had a powerful artifact in his hand, it would be fine. However, without an artifact, a legendary weapon could not completely break through the damage immunity of this steel monster. To deal with this kind of thing, he must have extremely high armor penetration and sharpness attributes. At present, it was difficult to completely break through. Gloria. Corinne. Soren decided to keep a few Melf's Minute Meteors to deal with the situation. So he pulled out his curved sword Icing Death and silver sword of Gith. At the same time he said to the two witches who were fighting on the other side, "Advanced enchanted weapon." Two magic auras appeared. Advanced enchanted weapon. Icing Death, +5 legendary weapon. Advanced enchanted weapon. Silver sword of Gith, +5 legendary weapon. Enchanted weapons could temporarily increase the lethality of equipment. High-level enchanted weapons could be used on legendary equipment. Every 4 casting levels would increase by 1 level. At most, the weapon could become a +5 legendary weapon. Both witches had the power of a legend. Both of them were capable of maximizing the amplification effect. With 2 +5 legendary tier weapons in his hands, Soren dashed forward in an instant. Relying on his powerful dodging ability and explosive strength, he engaged in a melee battle with the mana engine before him. He had to force the target into his killing line. Meanwhile, at the top of the wizard tower, the radiance of energy was getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the voice of the high priest rang in Soren's mind. "Master, be careful. The crystal pulse cannon is aimed at you." At the top of the Magus Tower, a cold mechanical voice sounded. "Crystal pulse cannon charged. Choose the most threatening target. Target locked. Attack." Without a doubt, Soren was the most threatening one among all of them. Because he was a god in the form of a saint, the Thaling in the wizard tower targeted him as the primary target. After completing the charging of the crystal pulse cannon, it immediately launched an attack on him. A ray of energy fell from the sky. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. In fact, it was impossible to dodge at all. One could only use other means to avoid it. Shadow leap. It was impossible to avoid this attack by relying on physical movement. Only by jumping across planes and space could one avoid it. There was no explosion. At the position where Soren was, there was a bottomless pit on the ground. No one knew how deep it was. This crystal pulse cannon directly hit the ground with a depth that could not be measured by the naked eye. Target evade. Continue to charge. Soren almost broke out in a cold sweat at this moment. If it weren't for the high priest's warning in advance, he would have been killed by this cannon. With such a terrible killing effect, even the body of a god could not withstand it. The divine shield would probably be broken in an instant. It was estimated that only the existence of a greater god could withstand it a little. Back when he killed the Red Dragon Duchess with a single shot, he didn't feel much of a threat. Now that the super arcane crystal pulse cannon was aimed at him, he felt like there was a dagger at his back. I can't delay any longer. The speed of the energy ray was too fast. If his reaction was a little slower, he might be directly killed. Soren didn't want to have another shot. And if it was aimed at Gloria and the Fallen Witch, their instantaneous teleportation spells might not be able to be avoided. Soren was a little lucky just now. The real chance of avoiding it was probably only about 50%. This thing was similar to a laser. You could only rely on prediction to complete the dodge. Otherwise, it was very likely that you would be hit. If you were hit, you would die. Whirlwind Slash. Shadow Strike *3. Shadow Jump. Soren's figure was like a ghost in an instant. After a series of attacks, he directly appeared behind the mana power unit, and then launched his own big move. Celestial Shock Wave. A terrible celestial force field broke out, and his divine power was reduced in an instant. In the face of such a creature with terrible physical and magic resistance, perhaps only the celestial force field could cause complete damage. Boom. Under the violent impact, the mana power unit fell to the ground, but it did not die. Instead, there were crackling flames all over its body. The degree of damage on its body was already very high. Sword form beheading. Soren's figure rushed up in an instant, and swung his sword to cut off the silver-white metal head. Then the enemy in front of him finally stopped moving. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed mana power unit. Extracting target soul energy. You've gained 1250,000 slaughter EXP. The target has a high-value soul gem. Do you want to absorb the energy? Soul gem? Soren undoubtedly chose not to absorb it. The soul gem could be taken out after the battle. Absorbing the energy in it was completely a waste. 10 divine power points were consumed just like that. Soren did not have time to feel sorry for the serious consumption of his hard-earned divine power points. He turned his head and rushed to the other 3 enemies. Shadow Jump. An invisible barrier appeared around the body of Thaling 7, but under Soren's storm-like attack, the energy shield was soon shattered. At the moment when Icing Death pierced the gem in the opponent's chest, the body of Thaling 7 suddenly stiffened, and then it seemed to have lost all its energy source and became a puppet standing in place. Enter the Wizard Tower immediately. At the top of the Wizard Tower, the bright light was getting stronger and stronger. There was no doubt that another super arcane crystal pulse cannon had been charged. It was too late to deal with the diamond golem, so Soren directly rushed in with the others. The attack fell from the sky. Because the 4 targets had already entered the tower, the diamond golem made by Fallen Witch became the target of the attack. This top-level puppet with a creature level of 21 was directly evaporated under the attack of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon. Completely disappeared. There was still a bottomless pit on the ground. Inside the wizard tower, the threat of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon was reduced a lot. Thaling 7 and the mana power unit were dealt with, and the remaining 2 diamond golems were not a problem at all. The battle soon ended. At this time, Soren and the others finally had time to rest a little because they were already tired from the battle just now, especially since they had used up a lot of spell slots. Legendary wizards did not have many spells. After distributing the defensive spells, buff spells, teleportation spells and damage spells, the number of spells was not enough. The first floor of the wizard tower was not very big, about 300 square meters, and there were no spells to open up a larger space. On the side, there was a spiral staircase, and in the center of the first floor of the wizard tower, there was a huge metal ring. There were countless complicated runes engraved on the ring, and the color of the metal seemed to be quite special. It did not seem to be the type of metal that they could see now. After making sure that there was no threat for the time being, Fallen Witch squatted on the ground. She stretched out her white fingers and gently touched the metal ring, then murmured, "This is something made of arcanite. It's a very high-grade alchemy metal, and it requires the knowledge of elemental annihilation to make it. Its hardness is quite amazing, and it has a very high magic fusion ability. These runes. Gloria could not help but squat down and observe for a while. Suddenly her face changed and she excitedly said with surprise, "It's engraved with the anti-gravity spell runes. This is a floating ring." It seems that the owner of the Wizard Tower intends to float this tower, but for some reason, it hasn't been activated yet. No. This floating ring doesn't seem to be completely completed yet. It only carries the structure of the Wizard Tower, but it doesn't include the magic lock. Maybe it's not completed yet, so it hasn't been activated yet. Fallen Witch's expression was also quite excited and she murmured, "The floating city. One of the secrets of the floating city. So this is where the secret lies? No wonder the Witch Council has been unable to float large targets for so long. These are runes that we have never seen before." She stretched out her hand and stroked some of the runes on the ground, and her face showed a trace of obsession. Ahem. Soren's cough sounded, and he woke up the two beautiful witches who were intoxicated by the mysterious floating technique. He said in a deep voice, "You too. I'm afraid it's not the time to study this, right?" Chapter 666. Now was not the time to study this. It was not easy to enter the interior of the Wizard Tower. They did not know what would happen next, so the most important thing at present was to explore as much as possible and figure out what was inside. There was no time to waste. After Soren signaled to the others, he immediately took the lead and walked towards the second floor of the Wizard Tower. As a top rogue, with 3 Spellnians in the team, he had no choice but to take the lead. However, it was not a big problem because Soren was actually a berserker even though he was a rogue. Be careful. The second floor of the Wizard Tower was very dark. After entering it, he immediately waved his hand to stop the 3 women behind him and said in a deep voice, "There are traps here." The interior of the Wizard Tower was very dangerous. Most wizards would set up a very dangerous spell trap in their tower. It could be a disintegrate spell or a finger of death. Anyway, no one would want to test whether their immunity was high enough. Crack! Soren quietly approached the trap. As a god who held the title of rogue, he did not need much practice to dismantle traps and his mastery had reached more than 150 points. The blessing of his title made it easy for him to deal with most of the traps. However, when Soren dismantled the trap on the ground, there was a sudden sound of flapping wings from the second floor of the Wizard Tower. "It's demon bats." Gloria seemed to be familiar with this sound and said with a dignified expression, "A lot of demon bats." Demon bats. It was the most common creature summoned by wizards. It could be used as a guard in the tower, as an experimental subject, or to extract some casting materials. The demon bat was not a difficult creature to deal with. Its challenge rating was around level 3. It was not a problem for any of the players present. However, when their number reached a certain level, it was a little troublesome. 10, 20, 30 in the darkness, there were countless demon bats pouring out. Soren wondered if this floor had become the habitat of the demon bats. Blizzard. Greater Missile Storm. Soul Tremor. The 3 spell maidens began to unleash their powers at the same time. Following a torrential barrage of spells, the demon bats in front of them fell to the ground. There were at least 20 demon bats' corpses on the ground, and the few that managed to escape were quickly cut down by Soren. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The strange noise came again. Gloria's expression changed slightly. She said in a serious voice, "There are devil bat summoning devices here. It seems that there are a lot of devices. We must destroy these devices. Otherwise, it will continue to summon the demon bats until it runs out of energy." Dark shadows filled the air. More than 30 devil bats appeared in their field of vision. However, the quality of the demon bats seemed to be much higher this time. Before they could even get close to Soren and the others, the demon bats had already started casting their spells. Colorful magic balls covered the sky, and there were also ice demon bats, fire demon bats, dust demon bats, and other special species. There was also an inferno demon bat among the demon bats, which had a challenge rating of level 7. Demon bats were commonly seen in many planes of the multiverse. Their strength varied according to the characteristics of the plane. If they kept summoning, There might be some tricky species. There are at least 5 devil bat summoning devices. The high priest glanced at the depths of the darkness and said slowly, "We'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be more and more demon bats." The others present nodded. Soren said in a deep voice, "One person, one direction. Let's get this over with." After he finished speaking, his figure flew out. Wherever the blade passed, the bodies of the demonic bats fell to the ground one after another. The space on this floor of the wizard tower seemed to be more spacious than he had imagined. It seemed that it was at least twice as spacious as the first floor of the wizard tower, which was very unreasonable. The only explanation was that the previous owner of the wizard tower had used magic to expand the space here, forcibly doubling the space of the second floor of the wizard tower. That was why there was such a large area, but it looked normal from the outside of the wizard tower. A device emitting a strange light appeared in front of Soren. He saw an energy transmission pipe, similar to the one in the magic statue factory in the demiplane of war chess. With a sizzling sound, a fire demon bat was summoned. Soren directly cut the fire demon bat in half, and then smashed the whole bat summoning device with the handle of the sword. After the device was completely destroyed, the demon bats finally stopped appearing. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the center of the second floor of the wizard tower. At this moment, there were no more demon bats on this floor. I saw a storage room on the left. Gloria glanced at Soren, raised her white fingers, and gently lifted her long hair. She slowly said, "But many things in there are damaged. I found something in the box, but I have to go back and study it to know what it is." Fallen Witch raised her hand and picked up a small metal ring. She looked a little excited and said, "On the right is a laboratory damaged by the demon bats. There's nothing good in there. But I still found this. It's an incomplete small arcanite floating ring." The high priest shrugged and said softly, "There's nothing on the front." Soren nodded and said, "I didn't find anything on my side either. Since we've explored this floor, let's continue to the next floor." Hearing Soren's words, Gloria's expression was a little hesitant. She slowly said, "I don't have many spells left." From the beginning to the end, we only encountered Thaling 7. According to the level of this wizard tower, I'm afraid there are a lot of Thaling. The one in the war chess plane is Thaling 13. If we calculate according to this number, the enemies we'll encounter next may be very dangerous. Fallen Witch nodded and said softly, "I don't have many spell slots either." There were never enough spell slots. Although the battle wasn't fierce enough to shake the earth, the two witches had at least 3 types of defensive spells that were continuously in effect. The most important thing for a wizard was to ensure their own survival. Therefore, after deducting the defensive spells that were continuously in effect, as well as the instant teleportation spells that were used in special situations, they could only reserve spell slots for 2 or 3 battles at most. From defeating Thaling 7 to clearing out the demon bats, the two witches' spell slots were almost used up by 50%. It would be great if there was a wishing spell, Soren thought, but in the end he nodded and said, "Then let's stop here for today. I'll go to the 3rd floor to take a look at the situation. After that, you two can collect the spoils of war and teleport back together." The wizard tower couldn't run away. Thaling 7 appeared, so it was better to be safe. Once the two witches' spell slots were full, even if they encountered a Thaling, there wouldn't be any accidents. The spells they remembered were comprehensive for all kinds of situations. In other words, many of the spells wouldn't be repeated. It was necessary to take a break. Chapter 667. You two clean up the battlefield. Soren looked at the two witches and said in a deep voice, "Take everything you need. I'm going to investigate the 3rd floor of the wizard tower. If there's an emergency, I'll sound the alarm." Gloria nodded and said softly, "I know." After that, Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness. He walked along the stairs to the 3rd floor of the wizard tower. It was impossible to tell how many floors there were inside the wizard tower just from the outside structure, because the height outside had no direct relationship with the size of the space inside. If this adept tower was built as the core of the floating city, then it might have far more floors than the other adept towers. This was because a lot of space had to be set aside to prepare other things. It was a relatively complicated spell trap. It was at the turn of the stairs, but Soren was wise enough not to remove it. Instead, he quietly went around it and entered the third floor of the wizard tower. He felt that something was on guard. When he entered the third floor of the wizard tower, Soren's eyes immediately showed a trace of surprise. This was because in front of him were golems, and the number was a little bit scary. There were about 300 of them. The first 5 rows had more than 100 clay golems, the middle had 70 to 80 stone golems, then 20 to 30 iron golems, and finally 5 to 6 diamond golems. At the end of the hall, there were 2 magic power devices that had not been activated. One was silver white, and the other was dark gold. In addition to these, there was a strange metal humanoid creature near the ceiling in the center of the third floor. It should be a thaling. It was a little different from other thaling. This thaling was between a human and a half-human. There were energy pipes connected to its body on the ceiling, and there was a faint glow of energy. This thaling seemed to be sleeping, and it was equipped with weapons. This was completely different from the other thaling that Soren had seen. This meant that it might be a battle-type thaling, and not an intelligent one that assisted in the management of the wizard tower. Heavy footsteps were heard. The golems on the third floor were basically in an inactive state, but there were still guards on this floor that were activated normally. 1 diamond golem, 2 iron golems, and 3 stone golems. There was a simple sign of a patrol team circling around the third floor. Every once in a while, they would stop by the thaling in the center before continuing their patrol. This should be the golem hall. The demiplane of war chess had a magic golem manufacturing factory. Logically speaking, there should be more than just a few surviving magic golems. It seemed that most of the magic golems had been stored there. Any wizard tower required a large amount of labor and guards to maintain its operation. None of the golems in front of him had been activated, probably to conserve the energy inside the wizard tower. In Gloria's tower, the iron golem spent most of its time in a dormant state. I wonder if I can eat these unactivated puppet golems without damaging them? Soren had a bold idea in his mind. There must be a dangerous trigger device on this floor. If he accidentally disturbed something, there could only be 2 results. One was that all the magic golems, including the thaling in the center, would wake up. The other was that the thaling or some of the magic golems would wake up. One thing Soren was very sure of was that the thaling in the center would definitely wake up when he appeared. Because the wizard tower had been maintaining its energy operation, every time the patrol team stopped in front of it. It should also be a trigger mechanism. Why do I feel like this thing is quite dangerous? Soren observed the structure of the thaling in front of him from a distance. It didn't look like a human, but it looked a bit like a humanoid mech. In other words, it was a more advanced version of the mana power device. It was directly upgraded to the level of the thaling. It looked very difficult to deal with. This thing's creature level shouldn't be higher than level 30, right? Soren tried to figure out the thaling's fighting style, but he couldn't find any clues. He could only be sure that it wasn't a spell-type thaling. It should be quite strong in melee combat. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Before leaving the third floor of the wizard tower, Soren carefully circled around the place. He used his eidetic memory to memorize all the terrain and the energy transmission pipes on the third floor. If he wanted to take down the third floor of the wizard tower, these energy transmission pipes must be cut off as soon as possible. Otherwise, if all the magic golems were to wake up, as a god, he could only escape with the others. The entrance to the 4th floor was sealed. A heavy stone door blocked the entrance from the 3rd to the 4th floor. It seemed like he needed to find the mechanism to activate the device. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, Soren quickly went to the 2nd floor of the wizard tower. The 3 spellcasters had already cleaned up the battlefield. They basically took everything that could be taken away. Even the parts of the mana power device were collected and brought back for research. What's the situation up there? Gloria gently lifted her long hair and asked. Fallen Witch also seemed to be quite concerned. Soren briefly explained the situation, and the 2 witches' expressions suddenly became serious. They murmured, "There are actually so many magic golems?" That's not easy to deal with. It had been thousands of years, and Soren couldn't imagine how powerful the defense system of the Wizard Tower was in its heyday. This place was simply an arsenal of magic golems. The group quickly left the Wizard Tower. As for what would happen after they left, Soren couldn't predict. Maybe the Thaling in charge of the tower would take back the first and second floor and rearrange the defense line, or maybe nothing would happen. After all, the energy supply of the tower couldn't keep up with the consumption. The most important thing at the moment was to let Gloria and Fallen Witch recollect the spells. The memory spells of an adept were all targeted. After learning about the situation on the third floor of the adept's tower, the two legendary witches naturally needed to memorize some spells that would be effective against the diamond statues and the high-grade magic energy engine. However, everyone was very clear that the battle on the third floor of the Wizard Tower might be more difficult than the previous ones. This was because most of the core defense of the lower floor of the Wizard Tower was in the Magic Golem Hall. These magic golems were the first line of defense of the Wizard Tower. Now Soren wasn't thinking about how to defeat them. Instead, he was thinking about how to take over the unactivated magic golems while minimizing the damage as much as possible. Chapter 668. The bright moon was in the sky. Because of the breakthrough in the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane, Soren could not help but relax a lot. If a Wizard Tower could be raised in the city of Mordor, then even if the Avatar crisis broke out completely, they would have no problem protecting themselves. The Wizard Tower had a strong deterrent power, and it had the ability to kill gods. Basically, not many gods were willing to take such a big risk to try, even if the possibility was not very high. Although the Wizard Tower had not been completely taken down, as long as the situation was broken, they could slowly push forward. Soren believed that it was only a matter of time before they took it down. A gentle night breeze blew from the window. Soren seemed to feel something in his heart. He gently pushed the door open and walked to the courtyard. Then he jumped and gently landed on the roof. Gloria stood on the roof in a robe. After noticing the arrival of Soren, she turned around and smiled softly. Then she continued to look up at the brilliant starry sky quietly, as if she was thinking about something. Have you finished memorizing the spells? Soren walked to Gloria's side and stood side by side with her on the roof, looking at the quiet night sky. Gloria smiled and nodded and whispered, "Yes." The gentle night breeze blew Gloria's long hair, and a wisp of fragrant hair floated to Soren's face. Among them, a strand of silver hair could be vaguely seen. Although the water of life had repaired the internal injuries on her body, a few strands of long silver-white hair still remained. The price paid by the northern witches for their long-term divination was not as simple as the consumption of their lifespan. There were other unknown costs. Things like the future and fate. If one wanted to see their shadows, they would have to pay a great price. Soren looked at Gloria's soft face. Her expression was very calm, like a pool of clear water penetrating into people's hearts. Suddenly, Soren's heart had a trace of guilt. He reached out and hugged Gloria in front of him, and kissed her long hair. "What's wrong?" Gloria smiled and held Soren's hand. She seemed to feel his emotions. For a long time, Soren's time was always spent in a hurry. Most of the time, he was accumulating his strength bit by bit in order to deal with the upcoming Avatar crisis. Whenever he had some free time, he would spend most of it with Vivian. Soren would only spend a small amount of time with Gloria, and most of the time they spent together was spent enjoying themselves. The woman in front of him had never complained about anything. She had just been silently supporting him, standing behind him and managing everything in Mordor City. Suddenly, Soren wanted to do something for her. "Let's go." Soren wrapped his arms around her slender waist, looked at Gloria's beautiful side face, and said in a deep voice, "Hold me tight." Gloria was a little confused, but she still smiled and hugged Soren tightly, as if she wanted to know what he was going to do next. The brilliance of divinity emerged. The surrounding scenery began to fall rapidly. Everything was like a reflection of flowing light. In the blink of an eye, Mordor City turned into a small island with a little light. Finally, everything under their feet was getting farther and farther away. When Gloria recovered from this high-speed rise, she and Soren were already standing in the endless starry sky. In the distance, there was a bright galaxy. Around them were countless grains of sand that emitted a faint silver-white light. They floated everywhere in the astral world, emitting a faint light. Gloria's beautiful face was slightly red. As a witch, her physique could not recover quickly from the process just now. A divine barrier was opened. After a few slight gasps, Gloria finally returned to her usual state, but she seemed to be in a good mood with a surprised smile on her face. I haven't walked around with you for a long time. Soren gently held Gloria's white and soft hand. He looked into her eyes, showing a rare tenderness. Around them were grains of sand that emitted a faint light. These astral grains of sand floated around them, and were separated by a divine barrier 5 meters away. Soren held Gloria's hand and walked in the endless starry sky. In the distance, there were countless twinkling stars. They gathered into a galaxy, decorating the endless void beautifully and shockingly. Gloria smiled gently, and her beautiful big eyes couldn't help but narrow, like a moving crescent moon. The two enjoyed the moment of peace. Gloria looked around curiously, and from time to time, she would look at Soren with tender eyes. The void was not an obstacle for them. The power of the gods made it easy for them to walk in this endless astral world. This is the first time I've come to the astral world in this way. Gloria gently waved her hand, and the silver-white astral grains of sand that emitted a faint light fell into her palm. She gently raised her hand, and the sparkling light sprinkled around the two. The witch unconsciously leaned on Soren's shoulder and said in a very gentle voice, "So beautiful." The galaxy was bright. Standing in the mortal world and looking at the endless starry sky would never be able to feel the shock and beauty of this moment. Soren hugged Gloria in front of him and said slowly, "Every time I stand in the void and look at the astral world, I feel a kind of shock in my own insignificance. This is the same even after becoming a god. The power of the multiverse is not something even the gods can see. What we see is just the tip of the iceberg. Not far away, a meteor streaked across the sky and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gloria suddenly broke free from Soren's embrace and jumped a few steps with a sweet smile. She stood in front of Soren and said happily, "Do you want to see me dance?" The divine barrier expanded again. Soren's expression was a little surprised, but then he smiled and nodded. After knowing Gloria for so long, Soren had never seen her dance, even if the two of them were so close. Gloria slowly took off her robe. Her movements were so gentle and graceful that it made people's hearts beat faster. The black robe was taken off, and a snow-white dress appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Her delicate boots were taken off, and the tips of her slender and soft feet were exposed. Gloria stood in the void with her back facing Soren. In the distance was the bright galaxy. She gently raised her white arm, and with the gentle dance of her fingers, the astral grains that floated around her began to rotate slightly. It was as if a brilliant halo enveloped Gloria's surroundings. The witch gently looked back and smiled. She raised her white arm, and the sleeves of her dress slowly slid down. She lifted her jade-like toes, and with the dancing astral grains, her slender waist twisted in a wonderful rhythm. Soren thought that Gloria was dancing a palace dance, but he never expected that the witch would start with a difficult movement. Her slender waist bent at an amazing angle, revealing an elegant and charming curve. Soren was a little familiar with this movement, because it was the Oriental dancer's roundabout dance. The snow-white dress fluttered. Soren was right. Gloria really was dancing the Oriental dancer's roundabout dance. If it wasn't for what happened today, he didn't know when he would have known that she could dance such a difficult dance. Under the starry sky, Gloria's beautiful figure danced like an elf, and with her light leap, the astral sand that emitted a faint glow danced around her, and then wrapped around Gloria's arm like a halo. She didn't prepare the colorful ribbons needed by the Oriental dancer, but it wasn't difficult for a legendary witch. The magician's hand was enough to achieve everything, and it was even far more effective than it should be. At this moment, Gloria was like a fairy dancing in heaven. The astral grains danced around her like ribbons, and she looked so beautiful under the starry sky. The wonderful dance shook Soren's heart. This was a moving dance that he had never seen before. Time seemed to stop at this moment. At this moment, Soren only had eyes for the woman dancing under the endless starry sky in front of him. Is it beautiful? The faint silver-white light drifted away, and Gloria slowly walked in front of Soren with a sweet smile. Soren looked a little sluggish, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, as if she was a little happy. It was rare for her to show a girlish playfulness. Soren nodded hard, and nodded fiercely. Gloria's expression seemed to be quite happy. It was rare to see her so happy. The wonderful witch stepped lightly in front of Soren. Her white slender fingers gently slid across his face, and her beautiful face came close to gently kiss Soren's lips. A faint blush appeared, and Gloria's face seemed to be a little shy. She exhaled and said, "I want you." Soren picked up the witch in front of him. Then the light of divine power appeared around them, but it was soon interrupted. Gloria's gasping voice sounded, No need to go back. Right here." Soren's movements paused for a moment, and then the light of divine power dissipated, and an invisible barrier expanded. The starry sky in the distance was still bright and moving. Mordor City. The light of dawn sprinkled on the increasingly congested port. As more and more merchants came to Mordor City, the third expansion of the port was also put on the agenda. However, this was a headache for the city hall. There was no need to alarm the higher-ups of Mordor City. The situation at the port today was a little special because a warship that looked like an Eastern pirate approached here. The Eastern pirates would not get close to Mordor. Even the Eastern fleet only reached Raging Sand Island and began to return. This ship was a little special because it was hanging the black flag under Soren's command. After docking near the port of Mordor City, a group of people quickly jumped down from the Eastern warship. Damn it! Ol Sea Dog excitedly stepped on the land of Mordor. Compared to before, he was a little stronger, and naturally he had a few more wounds. He looked at the port in front of him, ignoring the surprised eyes of others, and murmured, "I finally came back alive." Chapter 669. Today, because of some unexpected events, the exploration of the Wizard Tower was pushed back by a few days. Because Ol Sea Dog was back. In fact, Soren thought that Ol Sea Dog was dead. Accidents were always inevitable when sailing on the sea, such as encountering powerful sea monsters, encountering terrible storms, ships accidentally hitting rocks, and so on. The fleet that Ol Sea Dog brought out had been missing for 2 months. Basically, the management of Mordor City thought that he was dead and arranged for someone else to take over. But what everyone didn't expect was that this guy actually came back alive. So what if he came back alive? Ol Sea Dog wasn't a particularly important person in Modo's management. But this time his return was a bit interesting. Because Ol Sea Dog brought back a lot of useful information to Soren. This time, he didn't come back from the eastern route, but from the other side of the Amazon rainforest to Mordor. This was a new route, and the fact that Ol Sea Dog could return safely proved that this route wasn't too dangerous. Moreover, according to the crude nautical chart he had drawn, the final destination of this route was a huge and somewhat barren island. Located at the border of the eastern world, its area was larger than several southern kingdoms combined. 1/3 of the land showed signs of desertification, but it wasn't as serious as the eastern kingdoms. There were remnants of ancient ruins on the island. Because it was too long ago, not much could be seen on the surface, but there might be more undiscovered things underground. Ol Sea Dog and others found a huge city ruin, but they didn't see any indigenous life. This island was about 2 or 3 days away from the Eastern Sea route. From their current exploration, only some Eastern pirates used this coastline as a secret base. No one from the Eastern Kingdoms studied and explored this island in depth. It wasn't that the Eastern Kingdoms didn't have an adventurous spirit, but in their legends, this island sealed some powerful ancient evil creatures. Ol Sea Dog and others didn't encounter any ancient evil creatures, and it was unlikely that they would come back alive if they did. However, when they explored the edge of the city ruin, they encountered a lot of undead and ghosts. These things weren't something they could deal with. After losing a few people, Ol Sea Dog decisively gave up further exploration and directly took people to raid the Eastern Pirates' lair at night. Then, they robbed one of their warships and returned to Mordor from the Amazon rainforest. Sea Dog still had some brains. He actually knew to bring something valuable back to Soren. For Soren, the valuable things were naturally not gold or jewelry. Mordor City did not lack these things at all. What Sea Dog brought back were some peculiar dark red soil, some special alchemy parts, the corpses of mutated life forms living in the vicinity, as well as something that looked like a light bulb. In Sea Dog's words, this thing had been inside a room in the ruins for who knows how long. There were 2 or 3 boxes of things that would come. Unfortunately, they weren't anything of great value. It could be seen that Sea Dog was really just taking a stroll around the periphery. Soren picked up an alchemy component and gave it a quick glance, then handed it over to Gloria and Fallen Witch. Could it be a fallen floating city? Gloria looked at some of the items and frowned. She shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. The alchemy craftsmanship of these things isn't very high. If a floating city had really fallen there, then it would have been impossible. Then why didn't there be a big explosion? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any relatively well-preserved ruins of a large city in the material plane. Maybe it's just another wizard city that's been buried in history. We'll have to go and take a look to be sure." Fallen Witch also nodded and said slowly, "It doesn't seem to be of much value at the moment, but maybe we can consider taking a look after taking down the wizard tower. The only complete ruins of a floating city in the material plane can only be found in the Eastern Kingdom." Soren nodded and said, "Well, I see." After that, he turned his eyes to the nautical chart in front of him. According to the nautical chart drawn by Sea Dog, his return route would pass through the Amazon rainforest and eventually reach the border of the Eastern Kingdom. Soren's finger gently tapped on the map, as if he was thinking about something important. After a while, he shook his head and reached out to erase a mark on the map. "The Eastern Sea is too far." Soren looked at the nautical chart in front of him and murmured, "At this critical juncture of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, it's no longer suitable for me to expand my territory. The Frost Kingdom was able to suppress the pirates because of Princess Anna and Princess Royal. Otherwise, because it's too far from the south coast, the management would have been full of loopholes. The Eastern Sea. The benefits of taking it down and the price paid are not proportional at all." Soren already had 3 sea territories. If he took down the Eastern Sea, then the sea area where human activities were basically complete. However, the current situation was that the cost of taking down the Eastern Sea was too high, and the benefits were already very limited. Adding Arendel's route was not of much use to Soren, so he might as well put his energy elsewhere. However, this sea area still needed to be marked. The core territory of the Arcane Empire was in the Eastern Kingdom. When the Arcane Empire was destroyed, the floating cities were concentrated in the east. No one could be sure if they were lucky. A day passed in a blink of an eye. Just when Soren was ready to continue exploring the Wizard Tower, a small accident happened again. Autumnfall. A very important message was sent from the intelligence system of Mordor. That was, a part of the half-elves in Autumnfall seemed to have organized. They prayed for Soren's protection, and were preparing to migrate to the outer islands collectively. Because of the importance of this matter, the people below could not make the decision at all, so it was sent to Soren for the first time. The half-elves were Soren's main source of believers, so he also attached great importance to this matter. He would never complain about having too many people. If the half-elves planned to migrate to the outer islands, he would definitely welcome them. However, Mordor City could not hold them now. In the original design, Mordor City was a structure similar to ancient Rome. The population it could accommodate was only tens of thousands of people. Even if it was expanded for the 3rd time, it would not exceed 100,000 people. It was not that the area of Mordor City could not accommodate so many people, but the supply of all kinds of food and drink could only be maintained on this scale to make it easier to operate. The transportation capacity of this era was very limited. It took a lot of effort to transport a ship of fish from the port of Mordor to the inner city. The large concentration of the population would cause Mordor City to become quite bloated. If these half-elves wanted to come over, they would certainly not be treated as well as the first batch. It was estimated that they could only go to the towns near Mordor City that were being explored. Only when these towns around Mordor City were all built, the supply system could really be established, and the population of Mordor City could be expanded to more than 100,000 people. Chapter 670. The season of autumn and winter gradually arrived. The temperature in some places had gradually approached 0 degrees, but the climate in the south was still relatively warm. Ryan glanced at the homeless man curled up in the corner. His thin linen clothes made him look a little pale. Ryan did not pay much attention to these people because he had seen many homeless people on the way to the south coast. Only in the richest south would there be fewer such refugees, because they could go to the city of Mordor to rely on labor in exchange for food. Ryan could not help but speed up his pace. With the arrival of the cold winter, the half-elves in Autumnfall should have a harder time than these people. When he went to Mordor to try to visit His Excellency, some people in Autumnfall had already died of hunger and cold. When winter came, this phenomenon would become even more serious. Although I didn't see His Excellency, thinking of the harvest of this trip, Ryan could not help but feel a fire in his heart. He murmured, "But I finally got some good news. When I go back, I can organize people to prepare for the migration." It was not easy to see Soren. As the king of the 3 seas and the protector of the half-elves, he had too many important things to deal with. However, Ryan still got the result he wanted. His Excellency was willing to accept the half-elves, but they needed to reach a position close to the coast, and then there would be warships to take them to Mordor. These people would be placed in newly built towns near Mordor. The treatment would certainly not be as good as the first batch of half-elves to migrate, but for Ryan, it was enough as long as his people would not die of hunger and cold. The half-elves inherited the hard work of humans. They would use their hands to create wealth. Humans were the most obsessed with farming, so the total population of humans completely crushed other races. The half-elves inherited this advantage, and they also attached great importance to farming. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ryan finally returned to Autumnfall. He did not know when there was a mass grave outside the city gate. As the climate became colder and colder, the lack of materials began to make the first batch of vulnerable people fall. Those who were sick, weak, and young. The atmosphere in the city became more and more silent, as if a storm was brewing. In order to prevent the emergence of the plague, the city hall took more measures. The atmosphere of darkness was spreading. Many half-elven refugees with numb expressions could be seen on the streets. Evil smelled the smell of despair here, and evil things happened one after another in the dark corners. When a young guard saw Ryan, it was as if he had seen his savior. He said excitedly, "Heavens! You're finally back. Do you know what happened in the city recently?" "Devil. This is simply a devilish act." The young guard recounted a heinous and evil crime. Although the criminal had already been judged, a certain aura shrouded the sky above the city, as if waiting for its destruction. Ryan's face was solemn. What he heard was not just an evil crime, but something that could really be the work of the devil. The demons had finally set their sights on this place. Because of the death of Luoya City, because of the sins of Luoya City, because of the corruption of the aristocratic council, because of the despair of the lower class. These were the nutrients that the devils desired the most. Despair would destroy everything. Only despair could give them an opportunity to take advantage of. The shadows of the demons were watching covetously from the dark corners, ready to incite discord and ultimately destroy the city. Ryan's appearance gave life to this lifeless city. Because he represented hope at the moment, a hope from Mordor City, from His Excellency. People with numb expressions gathered around him. Their eyes showed a longing expression, as if they were so eager to hear the exciting news in their hearts. An old man dressed as a businessman appeared and looked at him with inquiring eyes. Ryan nodded gently, and a smile appeared on his face. Cheers sounded. After getting Ryan's confirmation, the people around could not help but burst into a burst of cheers. The atmosphere of despair faded, and the numb expressions became vivid. It was as if these people were full of vitality in an instant, and there was hope in their hearts again. The hungry refugees stood up. They gathered around Ryan. Although their stomachs were still empty, they did not know why there was a burst of strength in their increasingly thin bodies. These people firmly believed that as long as they survived this period of time, they could say goodbye to suffering and have a new life when they reached Mordor City. They were not lazy. It was not their fault that caused all this. They were just some innocent and poor people with no power. Vitality spread in Loya City. The real cold winter had not yet arrived, and they still had a chance in time. However, at this time, suddenly a team of cold-faced law enforcement team appeared. They violently dispersed the nearby crowd, and even knocked some poor women and children to the ground. These people directly surrounded Ryan, and then a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared. He was dressed as a noble, holding a sealed file in his hand, and there were two half-elf wizards next to him. The middle-aged man looked at Ryan with cold disgust, raised the file in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "This is the arrest warrant of the council." "Ryan, put down your weapon. You have been arrested for treason." Treason? A trace of anger appeared on Ryan's face, and this uncontrollable anger even made him want to kill the man in front of him. There was a commotion all around. The people who had been dispersed seemed to have heard the middle-aged man's voice. Some of them even cursed and charged at the law enforcement team that surrounded him. However, these poor lower-class civilians had no strength at all. They were easily smashed to the ground. Streams of blood appeared. Some of them even fell just like that and never stood up again. Ryan's eyes were red, and anger made him clench his fists, and blood vessels appeared on his arms. Finally, he slowly threw away his weapon and waved his hand to stop his companions who wanted to put their hands on the hilt of their swords to fight. It was very unwise to fight against the aristocratic council now. Although he had cultivated his own team in Autumnfall, it was impossible to fight against these traditional ruling forces. The middle-aged man revealed a satisfied and contemptuous expression. There was even a trace of disappointment, because the ideal outcome would have been for Ryan to fight against the law enforcement team, then force out all of his accomplices, and finally kill them all in one fell swoop. This way they could save a lot of trouble. The upper echelons of the aristocratic council always paid attention to these people, and their rule could not withstand another shake. "Take him," the middle-aged man ordered coldly, and the law enforcement team next to him punched Ryan in the stomach, then locked his arms when he bent down, and then directly put the shackles on his body. Waiting for him was a trial, because he was one of the leaders of the underground forces of Autumnfall. Autumnfall had not yet fallen. The aristocratic council firmly believed that as long as they survived this winter, they still had a chance to survive this time. A little death and sacrifice were necessary. Although the lower class of Autumnfall had suffered, the aristocratic council still maintained the support of the army. As long as there was an army, there was a chance to turn the tables. They believed that there would be a chance to breathe after the winter. However, Ryan's actions undoubtedly pushed them to the edge of destruction. Waiting for this man would be a death trial because he was fighting against the ruling order of Autumnfall that had lasted for thousands of years. If he succeeded, the rule of Autumnfall would really end. The prestige of the aristocratic council could not withstand a second blow. They were frightened, desperate, and crazy, and even began to accept some dark forces to help them. Despair always made people fall into darkness. The atmosphere of chaos was further spreading, and a riot conflict seemed to be likely to happen soon because the law enforcement team had taken away their hope, which was tantamount to pushing them to the edge of madness. Negative emotions were nourishing the evil force, and the desperate people seemed to be planning to attack the law enforcement team again. Ryan stopped all this. He only used 2 words to end all this, so that the gradually desperate people regained hope and temporarily gave up the idea of a life-and-death struggle. "Pray." Ryan said these 2 words, and then many people quieted down. Then he walked with his head held high, and let the law enforcement team take him away, because he knew that the aristocratic council could no longer stop all this. The power of prayer would bring their beliefs and prayers to His Excellency. Perhaps one person's prayer could not tell His Excellency everything that happened here, but the prayers of thousands of people would eventually convey everything in Autumnfall to His Excellency. He would never sit idly by and do nothing about all this. Because he was the master of the half-elves, the protector of the half-elves, and the god that the half-elves served. Autumnfall was shrouded in dark forces. They had evil purposes, nourishing sin with despair, and then quietly waiting for the destruction of the city. Finally, they would share a feast in the destruction. This was a very rich fruit of sin. Whether for the devil, or the evil god, this evil feast could bring them great satisfaction. Ryan did not know his next fate. He could only pin all his hopes on the city of Mordor, on his excellency, because only he could save Autumnfall, and only he could save the half-elves here. Chaos was the nourishment of sin, and the evil forces that traveled in the material plane finally stared at Autumnfall. Winter. The arrival of winter would be an opportunity. Hunger and death would bloom in the cold winter, the most beautiful and most ruthless flowers of sin. Chapter 671. Night fell. Autumnfall gradually fell into silence. There was almost no one on the streets. Even the displaced refugees gathered in some dilapidated houses. Since the incident of orcs being eaten in Luoya City, there have been more and more strange and horrible things happening in the city. First, people began to go missing at night. Later, even the patrol guards went missing. These patrol guards were not weak civilians. They were all advanced professions. If even some of them went missing, the problem would be more serious. The noble parliament increased the strength of patrols and doubled the number of guards, but there were still strange things from time to time. Darkness was spreading. Too strong negative emotions could always become the nourishment of evil. It was said that there were fallen people in Autumnfall, but this was not the worst news. The worst news was that there were undead in the sewers of Autumnfall. Ghouls. No one knew how ghouls appeared, but they did exist in the sewers of Autumnfall. The smell of dark corruption was spreading. In this world where the mind was strong enough to interfere with reality, many supernatural events occurred because of secular reasons. There had always been such a legend among the people. That was, if a person who starved to death had a strong obsession and resentment before death, then their body may become a kind of undead after death. That was ghouls. Hunger had begun to spread in Autumnfall for a long time. The turmoil made the price of food rise rapidly. Now it was close to 3 times the price. Even at this price, humans were not willing to sell food because the half-orcs had been attacking caravans near Autumnfall. Winter was coming, and the half-orcs also needed more materials. This winter should not be very easy for them. The legend of the devil was mentioned again and again. The lower class began to believe that the devil cursed the city. Some people even believed that the upper nobles had been bewitched by the devil, so those disgusting vampires did not care about their life and death. Hatred. This was a strong negative emotion, and also a dark power. The antagonism of different classes in Autumnfall became more and more serious, and the conflict gradually became more and more intense. Crimes escalated one after another. At this time, as long as there was a little evil force, a more terrible disaster would break out immediately. Withered Leaf said. This was a relatively remote area of Autumnfall. Now many people were not willing to come close. Even the patrol guards did not dare to come. This was where the first evil thing happened. Some people found the corpses of half-beastmen here. The bones had been cooked and gnawed. This creepy thing made many people panic, but it also made some knowledgeable people feel sad. Hunger. The increasingly scarce resources had begun to erase some people's human form, pushing them into an even more terrifying abyss of darkness. This was a very sad thing. There was a strange noise near the sewer. Then some rats ran out. No one knew why there were so many rats living here. At first, people ate these rats, but they were all poisoned to death not long after. The body was blue all over. After Luoya City sent people to look at it, they burned all the bodies. After that, this place became completely desolate. At this moment, in the dark corners, some distorted shadows gradually appeared. They crawled out of the sewers like hunters in the night as they advanced along the dark corners. In the depths of the cave, there was a faint flickering green flame. A long time ago, a group of refugees had gathered here, but all of them had gone missing. Faint screams came from a few streets away, and then there was the sound of fighting. Then there was the sound of the patrol guards quickly gathering. It seemed that this was not the first time they had to deal with such a situation, because the speed of the military support was quite fast. Everything soon returned to calm. The news was very well blocked, and the ordinary people would never know what happened here. Damn ghouls. Damn dark creatures. Mark bandaged the wound on his shoulder, and then took back his long sword. This wound needed to be treated, otherwise, it might be infected with the corpse poison. He had been responsible for blocking the news of the withered leaf path and defending against the ghouls, but he knew very well that it was useless. Passive defense could never solve these things. New undead might appear every day. The sewers in all directions made their plan to clean up the monsters a failure. As a knowledgeable person, Mark knew very well that the city was just struggling to survive. Food. The army ration was also tightened. The noble parliament needed to survive the winter and wait for the arrival of spring. When the ice and snow blocked the road, even the few supply lines would have to be temporarily suspended. After the snow closed the mountain, it would be difficult to transport supplies from the elves and drill order. Burn all the corpses. Mark glanced at the battlefield. Another comrade died at the hands of the ghouls. Those poor people had no power when they were alive, but they were stronger than many professionals after death. It was really sad. The hatred and resentment of the city nourished these undead. They were originally the product of these negative energy. He heard that there was also a problem in the mass grave, and now the patrol guard's task was a bit tight. Mark could not help but think of what happened during the day. As a native of Autumnfall, he suddenly began to look forward to the arrival of His Excellency. Perhaps only he could save this city that was getting closer to death. Recently there were differences within the army. Pessimism spread within the army, and the inaction of the noble parliament during this time made many officers feel dissatisfied. Maybe we should consider rejoining the team. Mark thought of this and could not help but look at his companions around him. If they were to rejoin the team, they must have enough foundation. On the other side, in a dilapidated house in Autumnfall, many refugees gathered together. Prayer. The last words left by Lane made many people understand what they should do. In the past, there were people who prayed like the half-elf god Soren, but none of these prayers were answered. The power of the Avatar crisis was interfering with everything. The power of the gods had long been inferior to before, and the power of prayer could not be conveyed to Soren. Even in the city of Mordor, they had to rely on the temple to collect the power of faith. Temples, statues, altars. These were a central point to gather the power of faith. Only by relying on them could the gods sense the prayers of believers in the case of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Autumnfall was far enough away from Mordor. The original temple had been abandoned, and the beliefs of the half-elves were scattered. Some believed in the elven gods, and some believed in the human gods. This was why many people did not leave with Soren. Now, the gods they believed in could not save them. At this time, they began to entrust their hearts to Soren. It was a crude altar. Many refugees gathered around. They knelt in front of the altar and prayed devoutly. When people were on the verge of despair, they were always willing to believe in the gods. Especially before death, people's faith in the gods was the most devout. Muffled prayers could be heard. The simple altar gathered the power of faith, which contained the prayers of believers across space, and began to be transmitted to Mordor. A person's prayer was useless. The weak power of faith could not be sensed by the gods, but when tens of thousands of people began to pray at the same time, the power of faith gathered began to be very amazing. The temporary altar almost instantly appeared with a weak divine light. They were praying to Soren for help. This power gathered into a torrent, and even the gods could sense everything that happened in Autumnfall. Mordor. Tonight, Soren could not sleep, because a huge heterogeneous faith suddenly broke into his divine sense. Almost in an instant, he had a telepathic connection with more than a dozen believers at the same time, and through this connection he began to know everything that happened in Autumnfall. The situation deteriorated faster than Soren imagined. The turbulent situation in the outside world made it more difficult for Autumnfall, because the weakening of the plane barrier of the Avatar crisis also gave the devils a chance to take advantage of it. In an instant, Soren's mind fell on the altar, but it did not form any form because it consumed too much divine power. In front of him was a black mass of believers kneeling at his feet. These poor people's clothes were crooked, their faces were yellow and emaciated, and their expressions were numb. The desperate environment made them pin their last hope on Soren, so the power of faith gathered was quite amazing. Soren looked past them to the other side of Autumnfall. There, he saw an evil aura, a power full of death, darkness and blood. That was the power of the evil god. Soren was not sure which evil god it was, but he was sure that his minions had been lurking inside the city. The stench of decay and death filled the air. Even if the main body did not come, Soren could easily feel it. At the same time, in the most prosperous area of Autumnfall, he also vaguely felt the breath of the devils. These devils always liked to corrupt people from the top, because the class in control of power was often the easiest to corrupt, and using them could get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, in the vision of the gods, Soren also vaguely felt some traces left by other existences, but because it was too weak, he could not determine what it was. Very good. All the evil gods are here. It seems that they are all ready to take a share of the ruins of Autumnfall. Autumnfall had fallen. There was almost nothing valuable here, but there was a kind of amazing wealth here for some existences. That was the soul. P.S. There is one more. Chapter 672. Souls were the most precious wealth. For mortals, many common ores, jewelry, materials, and so on in the lower plane were very valuable. But for many creatures in the lower plane, these things were not worth mentioning at all. Only the souls of these mortals in the material plane were the most important wealth. This was the difference in the value of the plane. Therefore, if they wanted to lure a mortal to fall, the devils could always think of enough ways to achieve their goal. The temptation of the devil was not so easy to resist. Soren closed his eyes and sensed everything in Autumnfall, trying to find out which big devil had attacked the city. But it was a pity that Soren found almost nothing. The big devil hid very deeply, and his claws and teeth were not fully exposed. This was one of the most annoying things about demons. These guys always liked to hide in the dark corners and weave conspiracies. Unless it was an unavoidable battle, they rarely stood out to confront the enemy head-on. Soren now had two choices. One was to sweep away the dark forces in Mordor and finally control the city completely. But the price of doing so was that he had to fight with an unidentified evil god, and deal with a powerful devil at the same time. They had already set their sights on Autumnfall. Soren's action was tantamount to a head-on war. They would regard Soren as an opponent to compete for prey. Autumnfall had already decayed. The deep-rooted order here was not what Soren liked, and he was not willing to accept this rotten order. The traditions, rules, and nobles of Autumnfall had long been imprinted in the bones during hundreds of years of rule. It would take too much time and energy to change them. And after getting all this, Soren still had to deal with a more violent avatar crisis. At that time, the devils would dance and the gods would go berserk. It was almost impossible for him to take care of Autumnfall. The second choice was to take away those who were willing to go with him. This should be the last time he took these poor people from Autumnfall, because there were still more than 2 months before the new year. At that time, the Avatar crisis would officially begin. Soren was unlikely to have a third chance to take them away, which meant that this was their last chance. Those who chose to stay would have to face the torrent of fate. Soren is not a savior. He had no interest or ability to save the world. The Avatar crisis had taken away too many lives. Only those who were willing to follow him were worthy of his energy. Soren looked down at the city in front of him. Then his figure gradually disappeared. Since he had made his decision, he had to start preparing. He is merciful. To a certain extent, Soren was more humane than many gods. Therefore, he would give these people one last chance, but the choice was up to them. Since this was the path he had chosen, he would face it. The first rays of the morning sun shone down. Mordor City, which had been silent for a night, gradually became busy. Today, the residents of Mordor City felt a little strange because the army was mobilized too frequently. What surprised them even more was that there were many beautiful northern witches, wearing wizard robes in Mordor City. The central square near the shrine had become a restricted area since the morning. All unrelated people were not allowed to approach. A large number of spellcasters had gathered here, and had been busy for a long time. Inside the shrine, Soren looked at the high priest in front of him and said slowly, "How are the preparations going?" The high priest's expression was calm as he nodded gently and said, "It's almost done. Now we just need to wait for Gloria to preside over the teleportation circle." "My lord, the teleportation circle consumes a lot of power. With the power stored in the shrine, it can only be opened twice at most." Soren frowned and said, "I see." Half an hour later, Gloria and Fallen Witch in black robes appeared in the central square. Both of them were dressed in similar clothes, and their faces were very similar. At first glance, they looked like twin sisters. They were surrounded by spellcasters from the Northern Witch Council, and a huge teleportation circle had been set up on the ground. It was not difficult for a single person to teleport, but once the scale of the teleportation was expanded, the energy consumed began to increase exponentially. Without the elemental pool of the half-bit wall to supply energy, it was almost impossible to maintain it for a long time. "Ready?" Gloria glanced around, then nodded to her mother beside her. The two legendary witches began to cast spells at the same time. In the core of the central square, a strong magic aura gradually appeared, and then a portal opened. During this time, Soren had a lot of things to do, so they also temporarily slowed down the progress of exploring the tower. Activate the Golem Army. With the issuance of orders, all the golem puppets that had been prepared near the central square were activated. This time, almost most of the stock of Mordor City was sent out. At the front were 2 diamond golems that had been reintegrated with the soul crystals, followed by 12 steel golems, part of which was Gloria's stock, and then more than 50 stone golems. The clay golems were a little weak in combat, so Soren did not prepare to take them out this time. The location of the teleportation circle was 15 kilometers north of Autumnfall. It was certainly not possible to pick people up with empty words. Force could solve a lot of problems in this case. The first elite guard is in position. The second elite guard is in position. The third elite guard is in position. The Black Flag Legion is in position. As the Golem Army was assembled, a team of Mordor City's elite troops also began to assemble. There were more than 30 witches who maintained the portal. Not only did they use Gloria's relationship, but Soren also paid nearly 120,000 Kindler for it. Half of these costs were paid to the Northern Witch Council, and the other half was consumed on the materials to build the portal. Space Beacon Lock. Start the teleportation. The first to enter were the 2 diamond golems, and then the other golems stepped into the portal. Behind them were the elite troops of Mordor City. Although many of their strength had reached the 2nd grade or above, it was the first time for these people to come into contact with this kind of supernatural teleportation circle. Looking at the entire material plane, at present, only the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard City could perform large-scale teleportation. Soren wanted to do this, but he was afraid that he had to wait for the 2 witches to be stronger. "I'll leave it to you for the time being." Soren turned to look at the high priest and said slowly, "I'm afraid there will be a lot of people coming this time. You have to be prepared in advance." The high priest nodded gently. After Soren said all this, he disappeared and directly entered the portal. North of Autumnfall, accompanied by the distortion of space, a portal appeared directly on the plane. Then golem puppets walked out of the portal one after another, causing the ground to tremble slightly. These golem puppets, which weighed more than half a ton, scared the birds and beasts within a few kilometers into fleeing in all directions. They stayed where they were and waited in formation. Then a group of fully armed elite troops appeared. The teleportation circle lasted for about 10 minutes. When the portal closed, there were thousands of troops on the plane. "This portal is so easy to use." Scarface looked at the desolate scene around, playing with a cold dagger in his palm, and murmured, "The last time we came here, we ran so far, but this time we arrived in the blink of an eye. If we can open the portal ourselves, wouldn't we be able to fight wherever we want?" The bleak sound of the horn echoed. Scarface put away his dagger and turned to reorganize his troops. The military system of Mordor City was a bit special. The core guards were in the hands of Sir Soren, but many pirate leaders also had their own legions and some elite guards. Usually, these troops were commanded by many pirate leaders, but if there was a war, Soren would take over the command. What should we do next? Fallen Witch's figure appeared beside Soren. Gloria needed to stay in Mordor City, so only she could help Soren. The cold wind whistled. Because winter was coming, the climate near Autumnfall had become much colder. Thousands of troops stood neatly in the cold wind, and everyone quietly waited for Soren's order. The air was filled with an austere chill. Soren glanced at the city in the distance and said lightly, "Flatten it." Chapter 673. Level. Soren dared to say these two words not only because of his own strength, but also because the army of Mordor itself was the top force in the material plane. The strength of his army was all fought all the way. Before Soren became a god, many pirate leaders followed him to fight all over the world. They had experienced countless battles, big and small. Some of the core elite troops could be said to have survived hundreds of battles. Although there were fewer opportunities for these troops to be dispatched now, their strength to eliminate the indigenous people did not fall behind at all. Looking at the entire material plane, it was estimated that only Soren's army had a battle every month, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. These pirates could not be left idle. These guys liked to make trouble when they were idle. Note: if there was no battle, a group of drunk people in Mordor's tavern would explode more than 10 times. There were too many unruly guys among the pirates. They were honest in front of Soren, but it did not mean that they would be the same in front of others. At present, the army of Mordor was divided into two factions. One was the conservative faction, responsible for maintaining the order of Mordor and taking over most of the more stable jobs. The other faction was the militant faction. Compared to this kind of comfortable life, they preferred a novel and exciting adventure life. So these people were either sent to deal with the indigenous people, or sent to perform more dangerous tasks in various places. The conservative faction's life would be more comfortable, and the militant faction's rewards would be more abundant, and their status would rise much faster. Note: because of the clergy of Rogue, many of Soren's warriors had part of the profession of rogue. With the gradual improvement of the rules of Mordor, everyone had found the role they should play in this environment. Some people began to settle down and live a more peaceful and busy life, while others were unwilling to be lonely and tried all kinds of adventures. The rules of Mordor would provide them with opportunities. No matter what kind of people they were, they could find a way to rise. The recent rapid rise of Ugly Monkey, Jackdaw, Little White Shark, and other rookies were quite eye-catching. Some of them had even caught up with the old pirate leaders. The Gate of Autumnfall had appeared in front of them. Soren's army moved very quickly. Before the enemy could react, they had already approached the city gate. After all, the teleportation location was not far from Autumnfall. The sudden appearance of the army made the defenders of Loya City panic. The black flags fluttering in the cold wind made people feel depressed. Break the city gate. Soren's expression was very cold, and his attitude was not very friendly. This was because he did not come here to express goodwill to the aristocratic council. Wasting time arguing with politicians was definitely not his habit, so before this kind of war of words began, he would use his strength to solve some problems. Dong dong dong. The heavy diamond golem stepped forward. The technology of making diamond golems in Motor City had been perfected day by day. If there was enough money and soul crystals, maybe the two legendary witches could make diamond golems close to double digits when the Avatar crisis broke out next year. At that time, they would really have the momentum of a golem army. Rumble. A violent impact sounded, accompanied by a slight tremor of the city wall. A crack appeared on the solid north side of Autumnfall. The diamond golems were level 21, which belonged to the legendary golems. All of them had more than 35 points of strength. In addition to the advantage of their size, they were more violent than many violent legendary barbarians. Soren directly ignored the panicked defenders on the gate and ordered the golems to break the gate. The two diamond golems hammered at the gate, which was much better than any siege vehicle. In the blink of an eye, the north gate of Autumnfall collapsed, And then the elite troops of Motor City raided in. Take the gate. Soren glanced around coldly. On the other side of the city, there were troops gathering, but he did not care very much. Instead, he calmly said, "Surrender. Don't kill captives. Don't hurt civilians." Scarface. Yes. You take a team to raid the prison and pull out a man named Ryan. Understood. Sir. Yes. You take people to set up a line of defense here. Kill anyone who approaches. Understood. A series of orders were issued. Although Soren came to pick up the civilians, in order to save time, he directly occupied a quarter of Autumnfall first. There were still 2 months before the new year. In January next year, the Avatar crisis would break out completely. At that time, the first batch of the demon army that broke through the barrier would come to the material plane. In just 1 month, more than 20 towns were destroyed by the demon army, and millions of people died in the endless war. It also opened a tragic chapter for the beginning of the Avatar crisis. Time was already in the final sprint. If the politicians were to argue with the aristocratic parliament of Autumnfall, God knows when these guys would allow Soren to take away these civilians. So Soren was ready to do all this with a more domineering method. In less than half an hour, the north gate of Autumnfall had fallen. 1/5 of the city had been occupied by Soren, and the elite pirates took over the city defense everywhere. Part of the reason was that the army of Mordor was really elite. There were too many grade 2 professions. Another reason was that the civilians here had long been looking forward to the arrival of Soren, and there were organizations in the city to cooperate with the action. My lord. An old man in a gray robe appeared in front of Soren. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "The things you ordered have been done." This was the Archbishop of the Half-Elf Church. Not only did he manage Soren's church, but he was also the Archbishop of the original god of the Half-Elves and Rogues. Now that Soren had become the god of the Half-Elves, he naturally changed his camp. However, because of the re-establishment of the church, although he retained the position of Archbishop, the real power had been transferred to the High Priest, Butterfly, and other young priests. Now the old priests were concentrating on training new successors, especially those who were talented, such as Soren's young chosen. Very good. Soren heard the words and nodded slightly, then said, "You are responsible for negotiating with them. Tomorrow we must take these civilians away." As a god, he naturally had his own rules. With the passage of time, Soren gradually began to adapt to the perspective of a god. The Avatar crisis provided him with a buffer, so that he would not directly change from the mentality of a mortal to that of a god. Instead, he would adapt little by little like now. The old man bowed and nodded. Understood. I'll do it now. At this time, on the other side of Autumnfall, there was a burst of footsteps. It took half an hour to assemble the army. This speed was not fast, but it was not very slow either. It could only be said that the army of Autumnfall was transitioning to an elite force after the war with the orcs. Formation. Get ready to fight. The giant stuck out his tongue and licked the blade. A bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face. His huge and burly body and ferocious face gave a lot of pressure to many people. The people nearby didn't dare to get close to him, afraid that they would be accidentally killed. Because he was about to break through the realm of legends, the giant's bloodline had a slight mutation. The further improvement of his strength was easy to cause accidents because his agility and balance were not high enough. Recently, when he drank, he always accidentally crushed the wine glass. A gentle pat could break someone's bone, so no one dared to approach him during this time. To be honest, the giant actually wanted to fight with the enemy in front of him, but he didn't know if they dared to fight with the army of Mordor. Soren's order was to occupy the north gate of Autumnfall. They were not allowed to take the initiative to fight with the half-elf army, but if the other side dared to launch an attack, they could directly counterattack. To be honest, the giant felt that this was a bit troublesome. It was better to send more troops over and directly take down Autumnfall. At that time, whether they wanted to empty Autumnfall or occupy it, they could do it. The giant didn't know what Soren was thinking, but Soren must have a deep meaning. Maybe he didn't want to waste his strength on fighting with the half-orcs. Rumble. There was a violent explosion near the prison of Luoya City, followed by a flurry of fighting. Then Scarface was seen carrying a man covered in blood and flesh toward this side. "Your Excellency." Scarface carefully put down the man on his back. The reason why he was so careful was because the other party was too badly injured. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill him. At this moment, his back was covered with blood, but it was not his own but the man on his back. "Damn it." Scarface glanced at the badly mutilated man on the ground and muttered, "These guys are really ruthless. I'm afraid only old pirates with years of experience would be able to do something like this." Ahem. His back was covered with whip marks, and not a single piece of skin was left intact. More than 10 branding irons were left on his chest, and the skin on his chest was almost completely charred. His face was severely beaten, and it was so swollen that it was almost impossible to recognize his original appearance. His legs and arms were clearly fractured, and what was even more shocking was that his hands, from his pinky finger to his index finger, had all been cut off, and only 4 of his 10 fingers were left. If it was an ordinary person with such injuries, they would have died long ago. He was completely relying on his tenacious vitality and willpower to survive until now. Ahem. A trace of blood overflowed from Ryan's mouth. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at Soren, murmuring, My lord, you're finally here." Soren's face was pale. He exuded a cold chill, and even Scarface next to him could not help but shudder, and quietly stepped back a few steps. Soren was rarely so angry. As a pirate leader who had followed Soren for a long time, he knew what would happen when Soren showed such an expression. Someone was definitely going to die. Soren was very, very angry. However, his expression was very calm, but the temperature around his body dropped a lot, and the nearby pirate leaders could not help but shiver. Ryan had obviously been subjected to extremely cruel torture. From the moment Soren agreed to accept the civilians of Autumnfall, this young warrior had been labeled as a member of the half-elf church. He was equivalent to serving Soren's believers, and representing him to come back to reorganize these civilian believers, then lead them to the sea, and finally be sent to Motor by other people. In other words, he was equivalent to a messenger sent by Soren to Autumnfall. Limb regeneration. Greater restoration. Holy light appeared in Soren's palm. As a god, he had the ability equivalent to a level 20 priest, but he needed to use some divine power to cast divine spells. Clayon's injuries were gradually recovering, but his mind was still quite weak after the torture. Soren looked at the young warrior in front of him, nodded gently, and said slowly, "Have a good rest." When Soren turned around, there was a clear murderous intent in his eyes, and a trace of anger hidden in the depths of his heart. God's grace was like the sea. God's power was like a prison. Ugh. Chapter 674. Ryan was seriously injured. Basically, the injuries on his body were equivalent to someone torturing him to death. Soren originally thought that the noble parliament would at most arrest him, and for the sake of the god Soren, they would not make things too difficult for Ryan. That was why Soren ordered his troops to restrain themselves and not avoid too many casualties. However, the current situation was that the noble parliament did not even put a god in their eyes. Dealing with Ryan like this was equivalent to slapping Soren's face several times. This was a very serious blow to Soren's prestige in the eyes of the half-elves. The core of Soren's divine title was half-elves. As his messenger, Ryan was tortured by the noble parliament in the half-elf city. What would the followers think if they saw this? As the god of the half-elves, Soren was not respected by the nobles within the half-elves. This was a serious contempt for the dignity of the gods. Therefore, these people must pay the price. Lift the ban. Soren's expression was quite cold at the moment, and he slowly ordered, "Take over this city. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed." Bloody conflict was inevitable. Soren was the god of the evil camp, so it was necessary for the enemy to respect him. If even the half-elves did not know how to respect him, then how could his enemies respect Soren? In an instant, Soren's order was passed to the ears of all the officers. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out in the main street of Autumnfall. A giant wearing heavy armor with a huge axe was rampaging around. Even the elite guards of Mordor did not dare to approach him. Only 2 steel golems were protecting him. On the other side, Scarface also led a team of people to rush in. The battle had just begun for a while, and immediately several teams of half-elves joined them. These were the people originally organized by Ryan. Their dissatisfaction with the upper nobles broke out continuously because of the continuous losses in the war. The middle class and the lower class had long hated the nobles. There are spellcasters approaching. Fallen Witch issued a warning, and then her figure floated in the air. In an instant, several magic auras appeared. She raised her hand and shot down a flying spellcaster. The strength of the legendary witch was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Those poor fellows had their flying spells removed, and fell directly from a height of hundreds of meters. Those who were lucky were able to cast a levitation spell, while those who were unlucky were smashed into meat paste on the spot. Bigby's Palm of Protection. Greater Missile Storm. Arbidaka's Withering Spell. The spells of the fallen witches fell like a storm, directly beating the opponent's spellcasters to the point where they could not even lift their heads. The legendary witches' dispel magic immunity was too high, and their defensive spells were simply like paper. At the same time, Soren's figure also appeared in the air. The army of Autumnfall was not a threat. He opened his vision at the level of the gods. In a moment, he found a guy with a strange blood-red aura in the vast sea of people. It was a nobleman who was not young. The other party was wearing a gorgeous silk robe, and there was an evil aura that ordinary people could not see with the naked eye. It was the aura of the devil from the Bator Inferno. Sure enough, there was a devil behind all of this. Saint form. The light of divinity appeared on Soren's body. He looked like a shadow emitting a holy light. The activation of the saint form required the consumption of divine power. This would not increase his power, but it allowed Soren to directly cast any level of magic. This form was almost the highest form that all gods could reach. As long as the divine power was not exhausted, the gods could use all kinds of magic indefinitely. Dimensional Lock, Level 8 Divine Spell. Divine Power Transformation. As Soren raised his hand, an invisible energy field covered the space in front of him, directly blocking all teleportation spells. No enemy could teleport, flash, or move across planes. Law. Level 7 Divine Spell. Divine Power Transformation. With the brilliance of divinity, Soren raised his hand and pointed to the front. In an instant, a group of half-elves dressed as nobles in front of him stood in place. The only exception was the guy with a strange blood-red aura. Sunburst. Level 8 Divine Spell. Divine Power Transformation. A terrible brilliance emerged. Soren personally cast this spell in the form of a saint. In an instant, it was as if a sun had risen over Autumnfall. His divine power value was rapidly consumed. Many enemies' eyes were hit by the strong light in an instant, and directly entered the state of blindness. With Soren's spellcasting level, there were few enemies who could successfully pass the test. At the same time, when the strong light of Sunburst shone on the enemies, some people's appearance also changed very strangely. The most obvious one was a beautiful female half-elf noble. She stood far away at first. When she was shrouded by Soren's sunburst, her white skin suddenly began to burn. She let out a shrill scream of panic. Then her skin gradually turned into a black color. Her pupils turned into a strange green color. Her 10 fingers grew sharp nails, and finally even her sharp fangs were exposed. She fell to the ground and struggled for a while. In the end, she was directly burned into a strange black coke. Vampire. Droll's exclamation came from afar. They tried to calm the conflict between the noble council and the half-elf god, but it seemed that they had no room to intervene at all. Ow! Painful howls sounded. Under the light of Sunburst, some of the hidden undead creatures were instantly exposed. The skin of a handsome half-elf nobleman suddenly began to fall off. Pieces of bloody scalp fell off, and then his handsome face mixed with flesh and blood fell off. The skin on his arm directly cracked, and the swollen muscles showed a strange dark red color. His body gradually bent, and finally, his body began to grow bigger. The clothes on his body burst open, and he turned into a huge hideous ghoul. Ah! Sharp and frightened screams sounded. Not only in the crowd of noblemen, but also in the army of half-elves, there were people who suddenly turned into undead creatures. There was no exception. These people all turned into ghouls. A dark aura spread. As Soren's main target, the noble in the middle of the crowd also underwent a very strange change under the light of sunburst. His whole body seemed to suddenly begin to expand, and then red skin was exposed. A pair of sharp black horns appeared, and then an even more amazing change appeared. His body began to twist and lengthen greatly. Only the upper half of his human body remained, and the lower half had turned into a huge snake tail. At this moment, the half-elf noble had turned into a giant snake with a muscular torso, a huge human head, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and 2 huge poisonous fangs. The demon Archduke Maman. Soren's expression was very cold as he slowly said, "So it's you who is playing tricks here." At this time, everything became clear. It seemed that the culprit who secretly lurked in Autumnfall and plotted a terrible conspiracy had appeared. The monster in front of them was not a snake demon from the bottomless abyss, but the demon Archduke of the Bator Inferno, Maman. As for the ghoul on the other side, it should be the servant of the ghoul king, Dorison. Damn new god! Accompanied by a poisonous black smoke, a large number of the half-elven nobles around Maman suddenly died. Their souls had gradually been corroded away from their bodies, and then they screamed miserably as they struggled to be sucked into the body of the Archduke in front of them. The Avatar crisis had not yet fully erupted. The Archduke in front of them did not come to the material plane with his body. Instead, he corrupted a half-elven noble from the heart, and then turned his body into his own host. It was a method similar to the god's creation of avatars. The lord of the 3rd layer of the Bator Inferno, the demon Archduke, Maman. An ambitious schemer, the embodiment of selfishness, greed, and lust. His palace was located in the sinking city of Minoros on the 3rd layer of the Bator Inferno. Some people said that this magnificent building was more like a mausoleum. In the past, Maman's true form had been a bloated pit fiend. However, this archdevil had been punished by the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, during the Great Reckoning, and had ended up in this form. Because of his betrayal, the Archduke's situation in the Bator Inferno was quite awkward. The other lords were unwilling to believe him, and although the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, retained his status as a lord, he also gave him enough punishment and warning. Black smoke filled the air. The figure of the Archduke Maman distorted, and a raging fire appeared. He actually turned around and wanted to use the fire to escape. "You still want to leave?" A trace of cold killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Then a divine radiance appeared, and he shouted in a low voice, "Stay!" This was the material plane. After entering the material plane, the Archduke's suppression was similar to that of the gods. They could not bring out the power of the plane given by the Bator Inferno. The avatar of the Archduke was basically as strong as the avatar of a god. Soren's true form was now in the material plane, and it could be said that he had a 70% chance of winning against the avatar of the Archduke. How could he let the mastermind escape just like that? Moreover, the Archdukes of the Bator Inferno were famous for their high divinity, but it could also be said that their divinity was higher than many demon lords of similar strength. The avatar of the Archduke in front of him had inherited a part of his soul. Killing him was like killing an avatar of a god to Soren, and would definitely bring him great rewards. Chapter 675. Souls. More souls. As the archdemon of the 3rd layer of the Bator Inferno, Maman had a special power that Soren could not understand. He did not know what he had done to these half-elven nobles in advance, but after coming into contact with the strange light around his body, they began to wither and decay one by one. Soren did not know whether to describe these poor guys as withered or decayed, because their bodies withered like dead plants. Then confused souls emerged one by one, like seeds of light suddenly appeared on their souls, and finally all the souls were absorbed into the body of the archdemon, Maman. The souls are enough. The archdemon, Maman, did not know how many souls he had taken away, but he knew that there were not many living people around him. The archdemon in front of him turned around and looked at Soren with hatred, and said with hatred, "Goodbye, damn new god. I'll come back to you one day." Soren's appearance had undoubtedly completely ruined his plan. It was more difficult for the devil's incarnation to come to the material plane than the gods, and the price and risk were equally great. Mamman's purpose was to enjoy a feast in the ruins of the city of Autumnfall, perfectly harvest a large number of souls, and then return to the Bator Inferno. But now Soren's appearance had ruined his plan. The high-grade archdemon always tried to avoid fighting as much as possible, especially this kind of battle, where he did not have much of an advantage. Crafty realm. A cloud of black smoke filled the air, and the archdemon's body suddenly disappeared in the raging fire. Even Soren could not sense his position, and he did not know whether he had directly left the material plane, or returned to the Bator Inferno. There's no need to wait for the next time. Soren's pupils flashed with the light of divinity, and in an instant, he relocked the position of the target and said in a deep voice, "If you want to deal with me, now is the time." Tracking clergy. Conventional means could not find the trace of the archdemon, Mamman, and the divine perception did not find anything, but Soren had another way, and that was his new clergy tracking. How is this possible? A horrified scream echoed in the void. Then a hazy figure appeared in front of Soren. It turned out that the demon lord didn't leave. He only relied on crafty approach and soul to teleport himself to the space between the spiritual realm and the material realm. In other words, it was a crack in the underworld. Archdevils often dealt with the Grim Reaper, so it was not surprising that they had some soul-level abilities. Mamman's twisted body appeared again. She said angrily, "How could you have discovered me? Damn it." Clang. Soren did not answer such a boring question. As a god who had mastered the tracking divine domain, it was almost impossible for anyone to escape from him. Shadow territory. Evil aura. Slaughter transformation. Greater haste. Dimensional lock, divine power transformation. Divine shockwave, single target. Order. Oh. Facing an enemy like Mamman, even Soren didn't dare to be careless. High-level demons always had some special abilities. They were much better than demons when it came to the study of souls. Therefore, Soren went all out as soon as he attacked. He almost instantly activated most of his abilities, and at the same time, sealed the surrounding space. The strength of the archdevil's avatar was certainly not as strong as Soren, but he had to prevent it from escaping again. Clang, clang, clang. Soren attacked like a storm. The archdevil in front of him could only block and dodge. The avatar had at most 70% of the strength of the body, and it had to be made by oneself. The archdevil in front of him was certainly not an avatar made by himself, but a form directly transformed after eroding the soul of a mortal. In this case, the strength of the avatar depended on the strength of the host. If a legendary host was eroded, the strength of the archdevil could reach about 80%. However, if the host's strength was not in the realm of legends, then they could only have about 50% of their strength at most. There were not many legendary professions in the city of Autumnfall, and the noble class was generally not very strong because of their rotten life. The archdevil in front of him, Mamman, retained at most 60% of his attributes. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Soren's curved sword directly pierced the archdevil's abdomen, and directly cut off one of his arms. The battle had been decided. The archdevil, who only had one arm left, could not be Soren's opponent. He could only stare at him with resentful eyes and curse. "You will pay for everything today." Puff! Blood gushed out from the wound. The archdevil's head was directly cut off by Soren. With the death of his body, a wave of souls rushed out crazily. At the same time, the archdevil's shadow appeared, full of malice and resentment, and then tried to leave the material plane. No, no, no. How is this possible? How can this be? The death of the body exposed the essence of the soul. The first to appear was a part of the archdevil's soul, which was also the foundation of the incarnation. Just like the demon Sauron's death caused the strength of Soren's body to decrease, all the incarnations extracted a part of the soul energy of the body. The second soul was the original consciousness of the body. It had been completely eroded and twisted into a demon-like form. As long as a little power of the Bator Inferno was extracted, this soul could be shaped into an intermediate demon. It had to be admitted that although the noble class was corrupted, their experience and education were enough to make their souls better. Of course, this was for the demons. If it was the soul receiver in the heavenly mountain, he would certainly not like these cunning souls. A large number of wailing souls appeared. These were the wealth that the archdevil, Mammon, wanted to take away. The souls of the noble class were very consistent with the standards of the demons, because many of the nobles were in the lawful evil camp. They were very good at playing tricks when they were alive. After death, their souls only needed a little manipulation to create a group of excellent intermediate demons. 3 souls rushed out crazily. Soren's target was naturally the soul of the archdevil, Mammon. The soul energy collected from killing the target was only a small part of it, which gave Soren less than 8,000 slaughter EXP. This meant that he only killed the body of the archdevil. The real incarnation was on the soul level. If he did not kill this part of the soul, he could find a new body at any time. Slaughter domain. Blasphemy. Soul summoning, divine power transformation. Soren now had 2 choices. The first choice was to kill a part of the archdevil's soul with an energy attack, and then absorb the soul energy to gain slaughter EXP. The second option was to use a soul-type spell to seal the archdevil's soul, and seal it in a gemstone. Soren chose the second choice. No. With an extremely painful scream, the soul of the archdevil, Mammon, was twisted and injected into the gem in Soren's hand by the soul summoning. The huge soul energy directly transformed the gem, and at the same time, the divinity contained in the soul gave it a special brilliance. Soul summoning, divine power transformation. Soren began to use the soul summoning for the second time, collecting all the souls around, and then injecting them into the gem. Killing the incarnation of the archdevil gave him an opportunity to not consume his own divinity, and at the same time, he could make a divine artifact. First of all, most of the divine artifacts had camp requirements. Soren's camp was lawful evil, and almost all the archdevils were in the lawful evil camp. Second, divine artifacts must be injected with divinity. Soren's divinity was very precious. It was a very extravagant thing to inject the divinity he absorbed into the divine artifact, especially now that his divinity had just reached a new level. The soul of the archdevil, Mammon, contained divinity. After using the soul summoning to extract all of it, the innate conditions for making a divine artifact were almost completely met. Make a magic weapon. The strange stone from the bottomless abyss appeared in Soren's palm. With the crazy consumption of his divine power, he directly took advantage of the moment when the enemy's soul was at its strongest to forcibly erase the consciousness of the archdevil, Mammon's soul. Then he injected it into the legendary curved sword in his hand. The divine power burned into a blazing flame, and began to integrate all of it into it. Making a divine artifact was quite a complicated thing. What Soren had to do now was to seize the opportunity to complete the embryo of a divine artifact. The core part of the embryo was divinity. When the incarnation of the archdevil had just died, it was full of resentment and malice. It was enough to be an excellent nourishment. A dazzling light of divinity emerged. As the soul fragments and divine power of the archdevil were forcibly injected into the legendary curved sword by Soren, the light of the weapon became completely different. Item type: unnamed +2 item grade. Grade 2 divine artifact. Item description: this was once a weapon with a legendary history. Its former owner once brought it into the abyss of hell. Its blade was stained with the blood of demons and devils. But now, it had become even more powerful. This was because its new owner had infused the soul and divinity of a certain archdevil into the weapon. The powerful resentment and evil energy made the weapon even more dangerous. Requirements: lawful evil, 18 strength equipment effect. Divine artifact, curse characteristic, soul absorption, +8 sharpness, +10 penetration, +8 toughness, +5 armor break, +5 ice damage, +5 evil damage. Weapon special effect: Curse characteristic. This weapon contains the resentment and curse of the Archdevil Duke. Any enemy hit by this weapon must pass through a legendary immunity level curse. Otherwise, their stats will be permanently reduced by 1 point. Note: 1 point of attribute will be reduced. Weapon special effect. Soul absorption. This weapon has the power to absorb souls. Any target killed by it will have a part of their soul absorbed. The absorbed soul can be used to heal the user's injuries. After killing the enemy, the user will recover 10 HP. A divine artifact embryo was completed. As Soren injected a large amount of divine power into the weapon, the newly completed divine artifact embryo had already reached the level of a grade 2 divine artifact. The entire process was relatively short. However, it consumed the divine power that Soren had accumulated over the past 2 months. The Archdevil's soul was indeed filled with evil power. This newly completed divine artifact unexpectedly had the ability to reduce the enemy's attributes. This ability was extremely rare. Even among the divine artifacts, there were very few that could reduce the enemy's attributes after hitting them. As for the soul absorption ability, it could only be said to be average. This was because the most powerful ability Soren had ever seen was the legendary divine artifact, Dark Demon Sword. After hitting an enemy, it could absorb 10 HP. Its effect was much stronger than absorbing the soul of a target to recover 10 HP. Chapter 676. Finally, he had a divine artifact of his own. At this moment, Soren had an urge to cry. He had been in this world for so long. He had been a god for some time, but it was not until today that he had a divine artifact of his own. The most fundamental reason was that divine artifacts were too rare in this world. Even when the Avatar crisis broke out, the number of divine artifacts was still not many. Icing Death was infused with a part of the Archdevil's soul and divinity. The foundation of the divine artifact had been completed. Now what Soren had to do was to infuse it with a part of the power of the law. Any divine artifact had its own part of the power of the law. This was also why divine artifacts could not be used casually. Even legendary items may have camp requirements and profession requirements. Soren now had 2 choices. One was to infuse a trace of his soul power into it, so that this divine artifact would become his exclusive weapon. Even if others held it, they would not be able to exert its power. The material plane's warlock families had such a divine tool. The most representative one was a ring. Because the name was too long, it wasn't mentioned. Its effect was that only the direct descendants of the family's bloodline could use it. Of course, if you had a special ability like omnipotent hands, you could also use it. The second choice was to infuse Soren's own power of the law, which was the evolution of his divine power. This method was more common. Take the Ring of Reinhardt, the demigod vampire, for example. Apart from himself, other vampires could also use the artifact ring. If Soren chose to infuse his own divine power of the law, then this divine artifact could not only be used by him, but also by the priests and followers who believed in Soren. Of course, the premise was that they had obtained Soren's permission. This effect was similar to divine power. It was used to deal with some powerful enemies, and Soren's body was not in the material plane. Many powerful gods had left such divine artifacts, but the premise was that the god had more than one divine artifact. Finally, Soren still chose to infuse the divine power of the law. This would take some time after returning to Motor City. When the divine power was infused, the power of this weapon would be even more powerful. After all, it was impossible for a divine weapon to only have 1 or 2 weapon characteristics. Note: if Soren chooses this option, he can infuse his divine power into the weapon when necessary, and then allow a devout believer to temporarily obtain a portion of his power to fight. In the end, that was the name of the weapon. Since it had already been upgraded to a divine artifact, he naturally had to consider changing its name. Coming up with a name was too troublesome. Soren didn't have a good choice for the time being. He could only look at the weapon's characteristics in the future. If he couldn't think of anything, then he would continue to call it Icing Death. After all, the name was just a code name. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level of the Bator Inferno, Inside a huge and magnificent palace, a furious and terrified roar suddenly rang out. How is this possible? My power. Damn it. He actually stole my power. A terrible breath filled the air, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. However, this voice didn't spread out, but only echoed inside the palace. This was because the archdevil couldn't let others know that his power had been weakened. Although he was extremely angry, he didn't lose his mind, especially when he had many competitors and potential enemies. The incarnation represented a part of the soul. If Soren's demon incarnation died, it was possible to permanently reduce a part of his attributes. Similarly, if the incarnation of the archdevil died completely, he would lose a part of his attributes and power. This ratio was about 1 in 12. After a long time, the angry archdevil finally calmed down. His snake-like body circled on the throne, and began to think about his next plan. The lost power would not come back. He was not a stupid demon lord. Since he had lost a part of his power, as a devil, he must find a way to restore or take away the power of others. With the arrival of the Avatar crisis, the attention of many archdevils had shifted to other planes. The intensity of the internal strife had temporarily decreased by several degrees, so no one would notice that he had become weak in a short time. Master. At this moment, a coquettish demon appeared outside the palace. They were a species similar to succubus, but they belonged to the Bator Inferno camp, and had a part of the blood of fallen angels. These beautiful females were all demons. Mortals who fell into their hands would end up miserable. Not only would their bodies be completely drained, even their souls couldn't escape the fate of depravity. What was more terrifying was that the mortals killed by the demons were too addicted to lust, and their intelligence would be easily affected. If their willpower wasn't enough, they would easily become the lowest level of demons after depravity. The archdevil, Mammon, was the incarnation of greed and lust. There were a large number of demons in his palace. At this moment, the one who appeared was his head maid. This female demon bent down slightly, revealing her towering peaks, and said in a charming voice, "The Hellpemer wants to visit you." Note: demons always need to add a comma, so I'll temporarily call her a demon. The Hellpemer? The archdevil, Mammon, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't care much about this Hellpemer because his strength wasn't ranked in the Bator Inferno at all. However, he couldn't ignore this person because he was the supreme ruler of the Bator Inferno and a follower of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. To a certain extent, the Hellpemer's position in the Bator Inferno was not inferior to some low-level demon lords. Mammon straightened his snake-like body. He hated his current body because it wasn't as strong as the original Inferno demon. However, he didn't dare to show all this because this was Asmodeus' punishment for him. After pondering for a moment, he said slowly, "Let him in." Soon, the figure of the Hellpemer appeared outside the palace. Behind him was a beautiful fallen angel, with a demonic aura. A trace of surprise and ecstasy appeared in the depths of the archdevil, Mammon's pupils, but he concealed it well because he found that the soul of this fallen angel was a little different. "Your Excellency, Mammon." The Hellpemer bowed his head elegantly to show his respect. Then he said slowly, "I've brought good news for Your Excellency. Perhaps we can try to cooperate." Cooperation? Mammon narrowed his snake-like eyes and smiled strangely. "Let's hear it." Autumnfall. As the archdevil's incarnation was pulled out by Soren, the scales of victory had completely tilted to Soren's side. The next battle was almost no difficulty, but the ghouls hiding in the sewers were a little troublesome. The servants of the Ghoul King were lurking under the city, and it was very troublesome to completely clean them up. It was common knowledge that the undead were always easy to create and resurrect. Completely purifying them would take too much time and cost. In the evening, Autumnfall had completely changed its owner. The noble council that was tempted by the demons suddenly became the target of everyone. Even some nobles with good moral conduct became the target of suspicion. People thought that they might have made deals with the demons. There were some riots among the angry people. Their accumulated resentment broke out, and some even tried to attack the members of the noble council. However, these people were soon brutally suppressed by Soren's elite army. The remaining members of the Noble Council became the targets of Soren's protection, because he absolutely would not allow this kind of behavior that was close to rioting. Blood and fire. Under the swift and cruel suppression, a small number of rioting civilians and a small number of soldiers were quickly slaughtered by the elite army. The people who had calmed down began to feel afraid, and learned what was meant by obedience. They also understood that Soren was not a savior like the Virgin Mary. He was a ruler with an iron fist. Perhaps in the past, they would have rejected such an iron fist dictatorship. But now they were just weak lambs. They needed the strong to protect their own safety. Any anger, any resentment, any suffering should not evolve into chaotic violence. This was Soren's order. Therefore, after thousands of heads fell to the ground in a row, Autumnfall restored order and peace at an amazing speed when night came. Starting tomorrow, they would prepare to move the population. Soren incorporated part of the Autumnfall army and took over the defense of the entire city. The droll were silent. The lurking of the demon archduke represented their dereliction of duty and proved their incompetence. They did not even notice such a serious corruption. This severely weakened the power of the droll order. Soren did not want to waste time, because his time was too tight. There were only 2 months before the new year. After more than 60 days, Soren would have to consider dealing with the first batch of enemies across the plain. The plane's barrier had completely failed because of the energy storm. The existence of a large number of space cracks caused creatures from other planes to appear in the material plane at any time due to some accidents. A simple analogy was that when a demon in the bottomless abyss was wandering, it may suddenly encounter a space crack, and then appear in the material plane, or the elemental plane in the blink of an eye. The city of Moder was also within the range of the impact. In Soren's memory, there had been a demon army and senior demons in the Amazon Islands, although these enemies were defeated by the powerful Amazonian female warriors. But this also meant that the outer islands, which were very close to the Amazon Islands, would also become a disaster. Population transfer. This should be the last time Soren transferred the population of Autumnfall. Those who were willing to go with him would find a way to send them to the outer islands. Those who did not want to go could stay in Autumnfall or go to the Elven Kingdom. The Avatar crisis had broken out. The orcs were no longer a threat. The arrival of winter slowed down their pace of attack, and before the ice and snow melted in spring, Eugene should have a headache on how to deal with the sudden arrival of the demons. The terrible era of turmoil had come. In the end, Sauron could only give them one sentence. Good luck. Oh. Chapter 677. Mordor City. Soren was busy with the migration of people in Autumnfall, and Gloria was also carrying out an important experiment during this time. The migration of people from Autumnfall to Mordor was a very tedious matter. It was even necessary to mobilize the fleets of Shipwreck Bay and Raging Sand Island. Therefore, Soren was unlikely to have time to further explore the Wizard Tower in a short time. However, there were already a lot of results, and many of them needed to be understood and mastered by the 2 legendary witches. After all, the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire was very different from the current alchemy technology. Even if Gloria had advanced into the realm of legends, she still felt that a lot of knowledge was very profound. In the laboratory, with the emergence of a magic aura, the figure of Fallen which appeared in the teleportation circle, the laboratory had a specific space waymark to ensure that they could be directly teleported back no matter where they were in the material plane, which could avoid a lot of dangers. Daughter. The battle in Autumnfall was over, and the next thing was other trivial matters. Soren was enough to stay there, so Fallen which teleported back the next day. As soon as she returned to the laboratory, the Fallen Witch found a metal ring suspended in the middle of the laboratory table. There were countless arcane runes engraved on it. The entire metal ring was silver-white in color, and had a strange luster. It did not seem to be a common type of metal in the material plane. Fallen Witch's expression was a little excited, and she murmured, "Daughter? You succeeded?" At this time, Gloria, who had been holding a quill pen and writing something quickly, turned around. She looked a little tired and excited because she had not rested for 3 days. Even with the physique of a legendary witch, she could not bear it. After all, she was not a fighter. Gloria slowly closed the magic book in her hand, and then waved her hand to take the silver-white metal ring in front of her. There was a smile on her face and she slowly said, "It seems to be a success. But further tests are needed. Some data needs to be re-recorded." Floating ring. One of the core mysteries of the Arcane Empire. It was also the key to allowing a wizard tower, or even a city, to rise into the sky. On the first floor of the wizard tower in the shadow plane, there was a huge incomplete floating ring. At this moment, Gloria was making another replica. It was much smaller in size and might have weaker functions. However, if he were to succeed, as long as he had enough materials, it wouldn't be impossible to create a large floating ring. "Let me see." The fallen witch quickly walked over. For every magus, the thought of having their tower rise into the sky was a very tempting thing. She carefully observed the floating ring in front of her. After a while, the fallen witch slowly said, "It seems that there is no problem. Maybe we should test it." Gloria nodded slightly. The two witches then cast their gazes towards a steel statue beside them. The floating ring was a standalone device. Its function was to make anything float. As the core part of the floating city, its most important function was to be able to float multiple objects. The weight of a wizard tower was difficult to calculate, and the weight of a city was even more difficult to estimate. The steel statue in front of them weighed about a ton. This was an experimental assistant golem, so it would be heavier than other golems. It should be the best to use it to test the effects of the floating ring. The two legendary witches acted at the same time. Soon, the floating ring was placed on the body of the steel golem. Gloria and the fallen witch looked at each other, and began to inject magic power at the same time. With the appearance of a faint aura, the steel golem that weighed about a ton gradually floated up and down and up. The two witches quickly understood the operation of the floating ring. Gloria stopped the spell control and took out a magic book to record. A small floating ring can withstand a weight of about 1 to 3 tons. If you want to make a wizard tower float, you will need at least a large floating ring. If you want to build a floating city, you may need to complete a rather complicated structural diagram. Experiment successful. The first part of the floating ring's data is archived. The steel statue slowly landed. Fallen witch reached out and removed the floating ring, then carefully put it back on the test bench. The process of making a floating ring was not very difficult, but the metal was quite rare. It was not an ordinary metal, but some kind of alchemy alloy researched during the Arcane Empire. If they had enough of this material, perhaps they could try to make a medium-sized floating ring for testing. The two major cores of a floating city, one was the energy system, and the other was the floating ring. Only sufficient energy could maintain the normal operation of the floating ring. The area and weight of a floating city were so shocking that it was impossible to rely on the elemental pool of the demiplane to provide such a huge amount of energy. Therefore, only the power generated by elemental fission could support the normal operation of a floating city. "Daughter." Fallen witch turned to look at Gloria and whispered, "You should rest." The physique of a legendary spellcaster was limited. If they did not rest for a long time, it would cause a certain amount of damage to their spirit. Although Gloria was not as stubborn as her mother, she still had a trace of enthusiasm for academic research. Her spirit was still very excited. But Gloria knew that her body was indeed very tired. She gently nodded and put down the research work in her hands, ready to continue the experiment after a sleep. However, just as she was about to leave the laboratory and return to her room to rest, she suddenly relaxed and could not help but frown. Then her expression was a little strange, as if she was surprised, as if she was happy, as if she was nervous. She put her white palm on her abdomen. Her whole body was stiff in place, and it took a while for her to relax. "What's wrong?" Fallen witch seemed to be aware of her strangeness and asked with concern, "Are you not feeling well?" Gloria shook her head gently. She bit her lip with her white teeth and stopped talking, but soon showed a hesitant expression, then shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Maybe it's because I've been too tired recently." With that, she turned and left the laboratory. As soon as she walked out of the door of the laboratory, she immediately put her hand on her abdomen. Gloria closed her eyes and felt for a moment. Her white palm gently stroked her abdomen and murmured, "Is it true? Unbelievable." Gloria stood in place and hesitated for a long time before walking towards her room. She needed to confirm whether it was true or not. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.